Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝗧𝗵𝗲 on Wattpad. Now let's start. Izuku 𝗵𝗲 was just like any other 4-year-old boy, dreaming of becoming a hero to protect everyone and keep them safe. He and his best friend often talked about their aspirations of being amazing heroes when they grew up. When Izuku discovered his quirk, which granted him fluffy ears and a big fluffy tail, he was filled with excitement. His best friend thought he looked adorable too. Together, they learned that Izuku could communicate with animals and understand them perfectly. They also found out he could convey his thoughts if he pressed his head against someone else's. After 2 months of his quirk awakening, Izuku's eyes transformed into a deep black, devoid of any white, and he developed claws on his fingers and toes. Unbeknownst to those who knew the 𝗵𝗲𝗍, the small Nico boy was suffering abuse at home, bearing scars from the very people he called parents. Despite this, he chose to ignore the pain, finding solace in his friendship. However, a few days after his 5th birthday, something unexpected occurred. He was abruptly awakened from a deep sleep by someone shaking him. The voice told him to wake up, referring to him as a useless animal. Rubbing his eyes, Izuku sat up and asked where they were going, but the woman who had given him life merely rolled her eyes and left the room. He got out of bed, changed into warmer clothes, and went downstairs, where he found his parents waiting for him. The man, who claimed to be his father, spoke with malice, instructing him to get into the car without asking questions. Izuku nodded, too frightened to protest, and followed the adults outside, buckling himself into the car. The drive was long and silent, filled with his anxious thoughts about where they were going. He wanted to ask but feared the consequences of speaking up. When the car finally stopped, his father turned to his mother, instructing her to hurry up and get rid of him. Confused, Izuku watched as his mother opened her door, grabbed a large jumper, and came to his side. She pulled him out of the car without concern for his comfort, and after walking for what felt like 30 minutes, she stopped. Izuku looked up at her, still confused, and asked why they were there so late. The woman glared down at him with disdain, telling him he would stay there and tossed the jumper at him. Izuku stumbled but caught the jumper, watching silently as his mother faded into the darkness. It dawned on him that he was being abandoned. He wandered through the forest, seeking a place to sleep, not wanting to freeze in the cold, damp air. As he navigated the woods, he encountered a pack of wolves. Though they were much larger than him, Izuku felt no fear, knowing he could communicate with animals. He approached the wolves, asking for help in finding a place to sleep. The largest wolf, a black creature with a scar across its muzzle, stepped forward, surprised to see a young boy so far from civilization. The wolf inquired why he was alone, and Izuku explained that his parents didn't want him and had left him there. Feeling sympathy for the young boy, the wolf decided to look after him until they could find a way to reunite him with his kind. That night, Izuku curled up with the pack of wolves, who kept him warm against the chilly wind. He felt sadness, not for being abandoned, but for the loss of his best friend and the uncertainty of when he would see him again. 12 years later, Aizawa had been chasing a villain through the forest with his husband, Hisashi, for about 20 minutes, and frustration was building within him. He became distracted while contemplating how to catch the villain off guard and was suddenly hit by the villain's wind manipulation quirk, sending him flying off the edge of a cliff. Fortunately, he managed to use his capture gear to hook onto a branch, lowering himself safely to the ground. Now, he needed to find his way back to Hisashi and hoped the villain hadn't escaped, although he was confident Hisashi could handle the situation alone. As he made his way through the woods, trying to determine the path back up the cliff, he stumbled upon a large clearing. There, he saw a pack of wolves circling a young boy who appeared to be in his teens. Concerned for the boy's safety, Aizawa decided to intervene. He approached slowly, trying not to startle the wolves, but unfortunately stepped on a twig that snapped underfoot. The wolves and the boy turned to look at him, growling softly. The boy crawled forward on all fours, stepping in front of the wolves and moving into the sunlight, allowing Aizawa to see him clearly. The boy had bright green curly hair cascading down his back, and a big fluffy green tail that matched his hair swayed gently behind him. He had pitch-black eyes similar to Mina's and pointed teeth that were visible as he growled at me. His hands and feet were adorned with sharp black claws. Upon closer inspection, the boy appeared quite dirty, with small cuts and scrapes scattered across his hands and feet from wandering around. Dirt was lodged under his claws, and his hair was tangled with grime and twigs. It was clear he had been alone out here for quite some time. The thought crossed my mind that I needed to take him back with me. While I was lost in my thoughts, I hadn't noticed that the boy and the wolves had finally stopped growling. The wolves began to leave, heading deeper into the woods, with the boy following closely behind them. Instinctively, I called out to him, urging him to wait. He paused and turned around on all fours, tilting his head slightly, resembling a stray cat. I shook my head, trying to regain my focus. I lowered myself to the ground and gestured for him to come closer, assuring him that I meant no harm. He glanced between the wolves and me, weighing his options. I encouraged him softly, reassuring him that it was okay to approach. Hesitantly, he took a step closer, glancing back at the wolves before moving his back foot forward. Although he was cautious, I was relieved he was coming toward me of his own accord. He crawled closer, still wary, as the wolves disappeared into the woods. Once he was near enough, I quickly wrapped him in my scarf, securing him in my capture gear to prevent him from escaping. He squirmed and growled softly, scratching at the scarf with his claws while attempting to bite it. I reached into my pocket and pulled out a syringe filled with a clear liquid, preparing to sedate him when he suddenly calmed down. He stopped growling and ceased his struggles, going completely limp. Concerned, I looked down to see him nuzzling his face into my torso, sniffing at my clothes while resting in my lap. I carefully unwrapped my scarf, hoping he wouldn't take the opportunity to flee, and gently stroked his head. His black eyes met mine before he closed them and began to purr, cuddling closer to me. From Zuku's perspective, he had been playing with his wolf friends when a man appeared. The man resembled him but lacked a tail and large ears. They growled at him, instinctively warning him that he was a threat. As Zuku and his friends prepared to return to their cave, the man said something that piqued his curiosity. He sat down and waved his hand, trying to communicate, but Zuku struggled to remember human words. It seemed the man wanted him to come closer. Looking at his friends, Zuku sensed they wanted him to return, but he felt no danger from the man. Cautiously, he approached, glancing back at his friends for reassurance. As he got closer, something suddenly grabbed him, causing panic. To escape, but his claws and fangs were ineffective. A pleasant scent wafted from the man, reminiscent of cats and something else he couldn't identify. The warmth radiating from the man was comforting, and he instinctively lay in his lap, nuzzling against him. The man stroked his hair, and Zuko looked up, feeling safe and content. He hadn't experienced this kind of affection in a long time. The last person to pet him was his best friend, Kaken, whose scent he fondly remembered. Suddenly, a loud man approached, running toward the one who had been petting Zuku. Instinctively, Zuko got onto all fours, blocking the man with one hand and growling to protect the one he had come to like. From Aizawa's perspective, when Hisashi found him and rushed over, expressing his concern, the boy attempted to shield Aizawa by growling and placing a hand in front of him. Aizawa couldn't help but find the gesture adorable. He reached out, pulling the boy onto his lap, pressing him against his chest and wrapping his arms around his waist to keep him secure. The boy didn't try to hurt him, likely because he had begun to trust Aizawa, but he did attempt to claw at Hisashi while baring his fangs. Hisashi stood before them, observing the boy in Aizawa's lap as he continued to growl. He asked who the boy was, his voice unusually gentle, revealing his concern. Aizawa sighed, glancing at the boy before responding that he wasn't sure, explaining that he had found him with a pack of wolves and that the boy seemed to warm up to him after sniffing him. Hisashi nodded and sat down in front of them, still watching the boy as he emitted small growls. Aizawa noted that the boy likely didn't understand their words. As the boy began to sniff the air and attempt to escape Aizawa's grip, the bond between them deepened, hinting at the trust that was beginning to form. He carefully released the boy, watching as he slowly crawled to Hizashi, sniffing him before settling onto his lap, resting his head on Hizashi's shoulder and cuddling close. A smile crept onto his face as he rolled his eyes at his husband, who ruffled the boy's messy hair. Hizashi gently began to remove the twigs tangled in the boy's hair, being cautious not to hurt him. He sighed, observing his husband's tender care for the child. They needed to report the situation to the station. The boy's parents might be worried about his whereabouts. As he wrapped his scarf around his neck, he expressed the need to head to the station. His husband, with a pout on his face, protested, asking if they couldn't keep the boy. Sometimes he seemed like a child himself. They made their way to the car, with the boy purring and nuzzling against him. He took the driver's seat while Hizashi sat in the back with the boy, who appeared anxious about the car ride, whining when Hizashi attempted to join him in the front. A small whine caught his attention, and he glanced in the mirror to see the boy guiding Hizashi's hand to his head. Hizashi looked puzzled, and he suggested that the boy wanted to be petted. Hizashi nodded and stroked the boy's head, eliciting a smile and a purr from him. He couldn't help but hum in response, finding the boy utterly adorable. From Aizawa's perspective, he wondered what had happened to this child. The boy seemed unable to understand them and had been wandering among wolves as if it were nothing. He hoped 𝗧𝗏𝗁 would have useful information when they arrived. He had already sent a message detailing the situation. Upon reaching the station, he carefully lifted the boy from the car, placing him on his hip with the child's arms wrapped around his neck as he entered the building. They headed straight to 𝗧𝗏𝗁's office, ignoring the curious stares from other detectives, with Hizashi trailing behind, asking a flurry of questions. He knocked twice on 𝗧𝗏𝗁's door before entering. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 greeted him, pointing to the boy in his arms and asking if that was the one. Aizawa nodded, glancing down at the child, who eyed 𝗧𝗏𝗁 with suspicion, causing him to grin slightly. He gently placed the boy on the ground, allowing him to explore if he wished. The boy immediately got on all fours and hid behind Aizawa's legs, wrapping an arm around one of them while staring up at 𝗧𝗏𝗁. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 acknowledged the boy's need for time to adjust and returned to his chair behind the desk. Aizawa took a seat across from 𝗧𝗏𝗁, with Hizashi beside him. The boy sat on the floor between them, fiddling with his raggedy jumper. Aizawa asked 𝗧𝗏𝗁 if he knew anything about the child, petting the boy's head to reassure him of his safety. He smiled slightly when the boy leaned into his hand, purring. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 sighed and handed Aizawa a small file, revealing that the boy's name was Izuku Midoriya. The boy perked up, wagging his tail at the mention of his name. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 noted that it was good he remembered it, and Aizawa repeated the name, eliciting a smile from the boy. Izuku then liked Aizawa's hand, reminiscent of how a cat shows affection. Aizawa felt pleased that the boy liked him. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 continued, explaining that Izuku was 17 years old and attended a local school, but there had been no missing person reports filed for him. When questioned, his parents claimed he was living with family friends. Aizawa expressed his confusion, glancing at Hizashi, who wore a sad smile before turning back to 𝗧𝗏𝗁. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 informed them that the parents were in the interrogation room, waiting for Aizawa's arrival before asking any questions. Aizawa appreciated the opportunity to confront the parents who had seemingly abandoned the boy in the woods. He noticed Izuku crawling around his chair, stopping next to 𝗧𝗏𝗁's and staring up at him. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 turned his chair to face Izuku, greeting him kindly and offering a gentle head pat. Izuku wagged his tail and sniffed 𝗧𝗏𝗁, prompting Aizawa to explain that the boy was assessing whether 𝗧𝗏𝗁 could be trusted. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 acknowledged the boy's behavior, and Hizashi eagerly asked about Izuku's quirk. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 sighed before explaining that the quirk had only been observed once before, when Quirks first emerged, but the child had sadly passed away a year later. The only known aspect was that the quirk allowed communication with animals and control over the elements. Aizawa nodded, feeling a bit disappointed at the lack of clarity. Hizashi made a deadpan remark about their uncertainty, prompting Aizawa to roll his eyes. The room fell silent until Izuku whined, pointing to his belly, and his stomach rumbled in response. Hizashi, ever attentive, decided it was time to get some food for the boy. He picked Izuku up, who wrapped his hands around Hizashi's neck, enjoying a piggyback ride. Izuku giggled and waved goodbye to Aizawa and 𝗧𝗏𝗁 as they left the room. Aizawa chuckled at the sight before turning back to 𝗧𝗏𝗁, ready to proceed with questioning the parents. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 stood and led the way, and Aizawa followed, preparing for what lay ahead. They were all dressed in unusual outfits, likely their hero costumes. The faces and names of the heroes I once admired escaped my memory, but their quirks remained vivid. As soon as the people in the room noticed our entrance, they turned to stare at us, which made me feel anxious under their gaze. I climbed off the man's back and nestled my face into his neck, overwhelmed by the number of people present. I decided to take in their sense before making any friends. I wanted to know who was kind. Suddenly, someone exclaimed how cute I was, causing me to jump slightly. This person's sense seemed pleasant, so I figured I could give them a chance. A gentle hand began to pet my head, and when I looked up, it was the man holding me, offering a reassuring smile. Another voice remarked on how I could talk like a normal person, and I noticed that this man had a delightful scent reminiscent of a campfire, along with another pleasant aroma that likely belonged to someone close to him. I shifted my gaze around the room as the others chatted. I didn't fully understand their words, but it didn't seem to matter. One voice suddenly boomed, urging someone named Endeavor to quiet down, which I found impressive and wanted to mimic. I raised my hands and let out a loud noise, causing everyone to turn their attention to me. I giggled at the sight of the man holding me smiling back. It seemed I had caught the attention of a man sitting on a large, soft surface who was surrounded by flames. He had a warm presence, and I felt drawn to him. I twisted my body and jumped off the man who had been holding me. He seemed concerned and tried to catch me, but I landed safely on all fours, my claws clicking on the hard floor. The man explained that I usually smelled people to determine if I could trust them, and now I wanted to explore. I looked up at the man for permission, and he nodded. I crawled toward the fiery man, but just as I was about to climb onto him, a hand grabbed my arm. I felt frustrated at being stopped from making a friend and instinctively clawed at the hand that restrained me. When they let go in surprise, I jumped onto the man and rested my head against his chest. The woman who had stopped me expressed her disbelief, and another man speculated that it might have something to do with controlling elements. I was too focused on the rhythmic beating of the man's heart and the flickering flames around him to care about their conversation. He lifted his hand, revealing a flame that shifted colors from orange to pink, purple, and finally blue. It was mesmerizing, and I reached out to touch it, feeling the warmth dance around my hand. The blonde man then offered me something that looked amusingly large. He said it was a sandwich and encouraged me to eat it. I took a bite, and the delicious flavor made me want more. I devoured it quickly, leaving my claws messy, which made me pout. The man surrounded by flames gently wiped my face, causing me to giggle at the ticklish sensation, and he helped clean my claws with care. As I cuddled closer to the warm man, I felt a wave of comfort wash over me. He began to pet my head, and I purred in delight, eventually succumbing to a cozy sleep. Everyone watched as the young boy slowly drifted off, nestled against 𝗓𝗓𝗓. Hisashi remarked on how tired the boy must have been from the day, and the others nodded in agreement. Midnight expressed her embarrassment over being scratched, feeling guilty for having startled him. 𝗓𝗓𝗓 inquired about Shota, and Hisashi explained he was speaking with the children's parents, lamenting that he wished to keep the boy. The room filled with quiet laughter at Hisashi's childlike demeanor. In another part of the building, Aizawa and his team entered the interrogation room, where a couple was chained to the table in quirk cancellation cuffs, both looking extremely displeased. The man appeared to be in his 40s, exuding an air of exhaustion, while the woman had a disheveled appearance, her darker green hair contrasting with the boy's. Ignoring the unpleasant odor, they began their questioning. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 asked about their son, and the man responded flatly that he was staying with a family friend. When pressed about the last time he saw his son, the man claimed it was yesterday, insisting the boy was having fun. Aizawa felt anger rise within him at the obvious lies. 𝗧𝗏𝗁 pointedly asked if the boy had really said that, and the man, clearly agitated, raised his voice in protest. Aizawa smirked, knowing it would irritate him further. He explained that they had found the boy in the forest while pursuing a villain. The child had been out there long enough to forget how to speak their language, and 𝗧𝗏𝗁 had a quirk that could detect lies. Aizawa urged the man to start telling the truth, watching as his face turned red with frustration. If he weren't wearing quirk cancellation cuffs at that moment, he likely would have unleashed his fire upon me. The woman appeared furious as she questioned whether he was alive. I nodded, and she gritted her teeth, turning away with a scoff. The man sighed in frustration and finally decided to speak. He revealed that when his son first manifested his quirks, he exhibited animal-like abilities, which made others think he was strange for communicating with animals through his mind. It was unsettling to witness the animals respond to him without him even speaking aloud. He also possessed my power but had more control, able to neutralize my quirk with his elemental abilities. He had inherited his mother's levitation ability, but it was stronger. The man lamented how embarrassing it was that his 5-year-old child was stronger than both parents combined. I felt an overwhelming urge to punch him for his callous words about his son. What did it matter if the child was strong? These people were simply insecure. 𝗧𝗏, maintaining his calm demeanor, asked how the boy ended up in the forest. I could see the anger in his eyes mirrored my own. The man explained that they had woken the boy in the middle of the night when no one was around and placed him in the car. 𝗏𝗏 had given him a large jumper to keep him warm, and they drove him 30 minutes away to the forest. He smirked as he recounted how 𝗏𝗏 led the child into the trees and left him there, admitting they hadn't thought of him since, hoping he would perish in the wilderness. At that moment I lost my composure. I leaned over the table and struck the man squarely in the face with all my strength, furious at his pride in such a despicable act. I declared that they would both face charges for child abandonment and neglect. I vowed to adopt the boy myself and ensure he experienced the love and happiness he deserved. With that, I stormed out to find my husband and our new son. When Izuku woke from his slumber, he found himself still cuddled against the warm fireman, reluctant to leave the comfort. However, he knew he had to get up. Sitting up on the man's lap, he stretched his arms overhead, enjoying the satisfying cracks of his back as he yawned. Rubbing his eyes, he noticed that only the blond man, the fireman, and a small creature remained in the room. The fireman acknowledged his awakening, gently petting Izuku's tail, which felt delightful after so long. The creature introduced itself as 𝗍𝗓, the principal of a school for aspiring heroes named you. Izuku was relieved to understand him. He expressed his pleasure at meeting 𝗍𝗓 and crawled off the fireman to sit in front of him, just tall enough to be eye level when Izuku was on all fours. 𝗍𝗓 asked how Izuku would feel about attending you, and the boy eagerly nodded, liking 𝗍𝗓's hand as a gesture of friendship. He was thrilled to meet such kind individuals and hoped to make more friends. 𝗍𝗓 introduced the men who had found him, Shota Aizawa, also known as Eraserhead, and Hisashi Yamada, known as Present Mike. Izuku smiled and thanked 𝗍𝗓 for the information. 𝗍𝗓 then inquired if Izuku knew how to speak to humans. Izuku pouted and shook his head, admitting that his memories were fuzzy. 𝗍𝗓 reassured him, offering the help of a friend with a quirk that could assist him in understanding and speaking their language. Overjoyed, Izuku nodded enthusiastically and hugged 𝗍𝗓 before crawling over to Hisashi, resting his head on his chest. He realized he hadn't made Hisashi his friend yet, so he liked his hand, feeling happy to have made another friend. Hisashi beamed with excitement, clearly pleased to be accepted. 𝗍𝗓 explained that this was how Izuku showed he had made a new friend. Just then, Shota entered the room, and Izuku jumped up to him for a hug. Shota caught him and gently patted his head, greeting him warmly. He settled next to Hisashi, and Izuku noticed an intriguing object hanging from Shota's neck. Curious, he reached for it and began to playfully nibble on it, finding joy in the sensation. Shota sat beside Hisashi, with Izuku on his lap, allowing the boy to play with his necklace to keep him occupied while he spoke to the others. He bluntly stated his intention to adopt Izuku, which left Hisashi in shock. Before Shota could elaborate, Izuku raised his arms in excitement, letting out a joyful squeal. He giggled and returned to chewing on the necklace, prompting Shota to think that he would need to get used to this new dynamic. Hisashi expressed his delight, marveling at how adorable Izuku was and how fortunate they were to keep him. Shota agreed, mentioning that having Shinso as a brother might be beneficial since they were the same age. Hisashi, feeling affectionate, pecked Shota on the cheek, causing a blush to appear on his face. In a heartwarming moment, Izuku sat up and kissed both Shota and Hisashi on the cheek before resting his head on Shota's shoulder, holding Hisashi's hand and fiddling with his fingers. Shota couldn't help but think he might just burst from the overwhelming cuteness. Nizu informed them that he could communicate with Izuku, who was thrilled to have 2 dads and a brother. He shared details about 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐴, which Shota believed would be a wonderful opportunity for Izuku. They just needed to return home and introduce Izuku to Toshi. It was certain they would get along well, and Toshi would be an incredible brother to Izuku. Aizawa's perspective revealed that the drive back was quite uneventful. Hisashi sat in the back with Izuku nestled against him the entire time. Aizawa found the scene utterly adorable. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he noticed Izuku gazing at the house with a puzzled expression. Aizawa smiled slightly as he exited the car and walked to the back door, signaling for Izuku to come out. Izuku smiled back and crawled to the door, wrapping his arms around Aizawa's neck and clinging to him like a koala. Aizawa supported his thighs to prevent him from falling. Hisashi exclaimed in excitement, expressing how cute Izuku was while hugging them both. Aizawa rolled his eyes at his husband and suggested they get Izuku inside to settle him in. Hisashi nodded enthusiastically and rushed ahead, holding the door open for them. Izuku's eyes sparkled with wonder as he took in his surroundings. Once inside the living room, he leaped off Aizawa and crouched on the floor, where all 6 of their cats gathered around him, rubbing against him. Izuku ended up lying on his back, surrounded by purring cats, and he joined in with his own soft purring. Aizawa felt a sense of joy, believing they were communicating and pleased that the cats liked Izuku. He sat cross-legged next to Izuku's head, who looked up and smiled before crawling into Aizawa's lap, followed by the cats. Aizawa thought this must be what heaven felt like, surrounded by cats with his new son cuddled up to him. He glanced at Hisashi, who was beaming and snapping pictures of the heartwarming scene. Aizawa felt too content to care about the camera. Hisashi left the living area, presumably to find Toshi, while Aizawa looked down at Izuku, who was smiling at the cats and nuzzling his head into Aizawa's neck. Hisashi's perspective showed how watching Aizawa and Izuku together melted his heart. He was grateful to capture the moment in pictures and decided to find Toshi in his room for some bonding time. Upon reaching Toshi's room, he discovered it was empty. He called out for Toshi, checking the bathroom connected to the room, but it was also vacant. Noticing some of Toshi's clothes were missing, he checked the bathroom again and realized Toshi's toothbrush was gone too. Hisashi mentally face-bombed, remembering that Toshi was spending the weekend at a friend's house. He quickly sent Toshi a message for the next day. He informed Toshi to come home as soon as possible because he and Aizawa had something important to discuss. Toshi responded, asking if it was bad, to which Hisashi reassured him it was good news. After exchanging affectionate messages, Hisashi made his way back downstairs to the living area, where Aizawa and Izuku were still cuddling on the floor. Aizawa looked at Hisashi with a questioning expression as he sat across from him. Hisashi explained Toshi was at a friend's house for the weekend and had asked him to come home as soon as he could. Aizawa nodded in understanding, while Izuku looked up and squealed, jumping onto Hisashi and hugging him tightly. Hisashi smiled as Izuku rubbed his head against him while purring. Aizawa caught a glimpse of Aizawa's smile directed at them but chose not to comment, knowing Aizawa would prefer not to draw attention to it. They decided to bathe Izuku, which took quite a while due to how dirty he was. Once they finished, they settled in the living room to watch TV, with Izuku comfortably perched in Hisashi's lap. Aizawa suggested they should get some sleep, noting it had been a long day and tomorrow would likely be just as busy. Hisashi chuckled and nodded in agreement. He stood up carefully, ensuring he didn't drop Izuku, who tightened his grip and closed his eyes, snuggling closer. Aizawa asked where Izuku would sleep, looking to Hisashi for an answer. Hisashi suggested they put Izuku in Toshi's room for now and promised to get him a bed later in the week. Aizawa agreed, and they made their way to Toshi's room. Inside, Aizawa gently placed Izuku on the bed and smiled down at him, tucking him in with a blanket. He encouraged Izuku to get some sleep, reminding him he would meet his brother the next day. Aizawa kissed Izuku on the head, earning a soft giggle, before heading to the door. Hisashi followed suit, giving Izuku a kiss on the cheek before joining Aizawa in their room. They changed into comfortable clothes and settled into bed, ready to drift off after a long day. Izuku's perspective revealed his fondness for this new place and the people he had met. He had spoken to all the cats, who assured him their owners were kind. The nice men, Hisashi and Aizawa, had placed him on a soft bed and covered him with a warm blanket before leaving him alone. Izuku felt uneasy about sleeping alone after years of cuddling with wolves. He could still sense the men's presence nearby and decided to find them. He quietly jumped off the bed and crawled toward a slightly open door, pushing it further open. He walked down a long hallway filled with other doors, stopping at the one at the end near a large window, drawn by the familiar scent of the men. He pushed the door open, feeling a sense of pride in his accomplishment. Seeing the men lying on a soft bed, he crawled between them, settling at the end where their heads rested. The blond man opened his eyes and smiled, welcoming him into his embrace. Izuku cuddled up, rubbing his head against the man's neck. The other man shifted and joined them from behind, playfully commenting on Izuku's presence. They all fell asleep together, and Izuku felt immense happiness, eagerly anticipating meeting his brother the next day and wondering what he would be like. Hisashi's perspective shifted as he woke up to something tickling his nose. Slowly, he opened his eyes, blinking until they adjusted to the bright light streaming through the curtains. Hitoshi glanced down to see Izuku sleeping peacefully, nestled against him, his hair brushing against Hitoshi's nose. A smile crept onto his face as he carefully untangled himself and slipped out of bed. He watched with amusement as Izuku shifted and cuddled up to Shota in his sleep. Shota returned the affection, and Hitoshi snapped a few pictures before heading to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. As he gathered the ingredients, he noticed the time and was surprised to see it was already noon. While it was typical for Shota to wake up late, Hitoshi usually rose early, making the hour quite shocking. He began cooking, and a few minutes later he felt a gentle tug on his pajama bottoms, nearly giving him a start. Looking down, he saw Izuku rubbing his eyes sleepily while sitting on the floor, clutching the hem of Hitoshi's trousers with one hand. Hitoshi smiled and leaned down to pat Izuku's head, greeting him with a warm, "Good morning." Izuku looked up, smiling sleepily, and raised his hands, signaling for Hitoshi to pick him up. Hitoshi obliged, lifting him into his arms as Izuku clung to him tightly. He continued cooking with Izuku nestled against him, enjoying the warmth and cuteness of the moment. Just as Hitoshi was finishing plating the food, Izuku looked up from his perch and turned his attention toward the door. Moments later, Shota entered the room, grumbling as he took a seat at the table and mumbled a quiet, "Morning." Hitoshi smiled and turned off the stove, setting 3 plates on the table before sitting down with Izuku still in his lap. Since Izuku couldn't use a fork, Hitoshi fed him, trying to keep the mess to a minimum, though food inevitably ended up on Izuku's face. It was endearing, and after they finished eating, they all got dressed and cleaned up before settling on the sofa to watch the news. Izuku sat on Shota's lap, surrounded by cats, seemingly engaged in conversation with them. Suddenly, Izuku perked up, his cat ears twitching as he focused on the front door. Hitoshi and Shota exchanged puzzled glances until they heard the sound of keys jingling. They prepared themselves for the conversation they were about to have with Izuku, hoping he would be excited about the prospect of adopting another child. Hitoshi felt a wave of worry wash over him as he hurried home. It was unusual for his parents to call him back so urgently, especially when he was out with friends. As he unlocked the door, he took a deep breath, bracing himself for what awaited him. Upon entering the living room, he was taken aback to find another child his age sitting in his father's lap, surrounded by cats. The boy had long hair that reached the bottom of his back, and a fluffy tail swished behind him. He also sported cute cat ears, and his eyes were entirely black, with claws on his hands and feet. Hitoshi's father, Hisashi, greeted him with a wide smile, introducing the boy as his new brother. Hitoshi looked to Shota for confirmation, and he received a slight nod. He sat down in a chair next to the sofa, observing the boy, who was eagerly trying to escape his father's embrace. Hitoshi simply stated, "Explain," knowing his parents would understand the important questions he had without needing to voice them. The boy continued to squirm, looking at Hitoshi with pleading eyes. Hitoshi nodded to Shota, who loosened his grip. The boy promptly jumped to the floor and crawled into Hitoshi's lap, burying his head against his shoulder. Hitoshi began stroking his head, and the boy started to purr, which Hitoshi found adorable. His father explained how he had found the boy in the woods, abandoned by his parents. Hitoshi couldn't fathom how anyone could leave a child like that. They mentioned that the boy was a couple of months older than Hitoshi and would be joining you. Hitoshi felt a sense of acceptance wash over him. He didn't mind having a brother, especially one as cute as this Nico boy. Throughout the conversation, the boy cuddled against him, purring and playing with Hitoshi's hands, making him feel a warmth he had never experienced before. "I promise I'll take care of him and make sure nobody bothers him at school," Hitoshi declared, earning smiles from his fathers. He rolled his eyes playfully, standing up with Izuku in his arms. He announced that they were going to his room, not waiting for a response as he entered. He sat on the bed, with Izuku comfortably in his lap when a FaceTime call came through. Seeing Kami's name pop up made Hitoshi smile. He had harbored a crush on Kami for a while, but Kami had yet to catch on to his hints. Hitoshi adjusted himself for comfort and answered the call, his heart racing as Kami's appealing face filled the screen. He greeted Kami with a smile, but his expression shifted when he noticed the concern on Kami's face. "What's wrong?" Hitoshi asked, sensing something was off. "Who is that, Hito?" Kami inquired, glancing at Izuku, who was curiously staring at the phone as if it were a fascinating object. Hitoshi smiled down at Izuku before looking back at the screen. "My dad found him in the woods after his parents abandoned him years ago. He's my new big brother." Hitoshi noticed the relief wash over Kami's face at his explanation. "What's his name? And why does he look like a cat?" Kami giggled, causing a slight blush to rise on Hitoshi's cheeks. He found Izuku adorable when he smiled. Hitoshi explained that Izuku was part of his quirk and didn't fully understand them, but he seemed to like Hitoshi. Just then, Izuku liked Hitoshi's hand, which made him smile. His dad and Papa had mentioned that Izuku did that when he liked someone. Hitoshi gently petted Izuku's head, and the little one began to purr, nuzzling his face into Hitoshi's chest. Kami giggled again, prompting Hitoshi to quickly wipe the smile off his face. Izuku looked up at Hitoshi and then pointed at both of them, curious about something. Hitoshi wondered what was on Izuku's mind. The little one started looking around excitedly, then jumped down to grab a picture of Hitoshi and his dad from the dresser before bouncing back onto Hitoshi's lap. He pointed at Hitoshi, then at his dad, then at Kami, and finally at Papa, repeating the motions until it clicked for Hitoshi. His face turned bright red when he realized Izuku was asking if he liked Kami the same way their parents liked each other. Hitoshi nodded, and Izuku squealed with excitement, bouncing around happily. Kami, not knowing what was happening, asked what was going on. Hitoshi smiled and explained that Izuku was wondering if Kami was important to him, and he confirmed that he was. Kami blushed and looked away, a slight smile on his face. Hitoshi and Kami continued discussing Izuku and how he would soon join their school and class. They speculated about who Izuku would get along with and who he might not like. Kami suspected that Izuku wouldn't get along with Bakugo, and Hitoshi agreed, feeling confident that Izuku already liked Kami and would likely get along with Kirishima as well. As they chatted, Izuku fell asleep on Hitoshi's lap, snoring quietly, which made Kami giggle. Hitoshi felt grateful that Izuku would be joining you, allowing him to keep an eye on him and ensure he was safe. Eventually, Kami whispered that he needed to leave to finish some homework, promising to see them both at school the next day. Hitoshi smiled at Kami's thoughtfulness and whispered a small goodbye while running his fingers through Izuku's hair. He then turned to his phone, watching funny videos and sending some to Kami to discuss at school, as they usually did. A knock on the door drew his attention, and he looked up to see who it was. His dad peeked around the corner, smiling when he saw Hitoshi with a sleeping Izuku on his lap. His dad entered the room and whispered that he had spoken to Nizu, and they decided to take Izuku to the office first thing in the morning. This would allow the quirk specialist to help Izuku with his understanding and speech, making things easier for him. Afterward, he could join the class and be introduced after the break. Hitoshi nodded in agreement. his dad left quietly, and Hitoshi lay down on the bed, pulling Izuku into a hug as he drifted off to sleep. When Hitoshi awoke, he found Izuku awake, gently stroking his hair, unaware that Hitoshi had opened his eyes. The sensation felt nice, and even though Izuku had claws, he was careful not to hurt Hitoshi. Hitoshi smiled, and when Izuku noticed he was awake, he giggled and playfully squished Hitoshi's cheeks together. Hitoshi laughed and then had an idea. Sitting up, he saw Izuku looking at him in confusion while lying on his back. Hitoshi smiled and began to tickle Izuku's stomach and sides. Izuku squirmed and laughed loudly, trying to push Hitoshi away, which only made Hitoshi laugh even more. Unbeknownst to them, their dads had walked into the room and started recording the playful scene. Hitoshi paused his tickling, smiling as Izuku tried to catch his breath. Suddenly, their dads exclaimed how cute the moment was. Hitoshi turned to see them standing at the door, smiling at the two of them. He helped Izuku sit up, and the little one jumped off the bed, nudging their dad's leg, seemingly asking to be picked up. Their dad smiled and lifted Izuku onto his hip. Papa then cheerfully asked if they wanted pizza, to which Hitoshi nodded enthusiastically. They all made their way to the living room to find a good movie to watch. They settled on a cartoon for Izuku and all sat together on the sofa. Papa cuddled up to their dad while Hitoshi held Izuku on his lap. Hitoshi helped feed Izuku, who tended to get messy, but he didn't mind at all. It made him feel like a real brother that Izuku relied on him for some things. The day was filled with fun as they played games and taught Izuku about various things around the house. Even though he couldn't say much, he clearly understood what they were explaining. When it was time for bed, Izuku climbed into Hitoshi's bed, cuddling up to him and wrapping his arms around Hitoshi's waist, resting his head in the crook of Hitoshi's neck. Dad and Papa gave both children a gentle goodnight kiss before leaving the room. With a smile, Izuku snuggled closer, and they both drifted into a peaceful sleep. Aizawa woke up to the sound of his alarm ringing in his ear, and groaned as he turned it off. Hizashi was already up, as he was known for his early mornings. After taking about 30 minutes to shower and change, Aizawa entered Toshi's room and smiled at the sight of his sons sleeping peacefully together. Toshi was closest to the wall, while Izuku lay on the edge of the bed. Aizawa approached the bed and leaned down, speaking softly to avoid startling them. He gently informed them that it was time to get ready for school. Toshi, as usual, merely grunted and buried his head under his pillow. Aizawa knew he would eventually get up and prepare for the day. Izuku yawned and rubbed his eyes with tiny fists, which Aizawa found adorable. When Izuku opened his eyes and reached out his arms, Aizawa smiled and picked him up, knowing it would be quicker this way. He rummaged through Toshi's dresser for an outfit, as Izuku didn't have his own clothes yet. He selected a pair of black denim shorts that were slightly oversized for Toshi but fit snugly on Izuku, along with a lilac jumper that extended past Izuku's fingers, making him look even more endearing. Izuku, who was surprisingly bigger than he appeared, sat crouched on the floor, his tail swaying behind him as he waited. He didn't wear shoes because his claws made it difficult, but his feet were well suited for running around in the woods where he had grown up. Aizawa picked him up and carried him to the kitchen. Once in the kitchen, Toshi and Hizashi both commented on how cute Izuku looked. Aizawa placed Izuku on a stool and began to braid his hair into long Dutch braids that cascaded down his back. When he showed Izuku his reflection in the mirror, Izuku beamed with happiness. Toshi added a cute bow headband that sat just above Izuku's ears. On their way to school, it was just Hizashi, Izuku, and Aizawa, as they had to arrive early for their teaching duties. Izuku became upset when he realized Toshi wouldn't be joining them, starting to cry and cling to Toshi's uniform. Aizawa noticed how heartbroken Izuku looked and felt a pang of sympathy for him. In the back of the car, Hizashi tried to soothe Izuku, who sniffled and wiped away his tears. Upon arriving at U, Aizawa noticed a few other teachers arriving as well but chose to ignore them as he headed to the back door to get Izuku out. He sighed when Izuku continued to cling to him, still sniffling. Aizawa gently asked if he was sad because he missed Toshi, to which Izuku nodded. Hizashi reassured Izuku that they would see Toshi soon, and Izuku lifted his head to look at Hizashi, extending his pinky. Toshi had taught Izuku that a pinky promise meant one must never lie. Hisashi grinned and wrapped his pinky around Izuku's. Izuku giggled and reached out to Hisashi, who took him in his arms. Aizawa smiled at the sight of Izuku's tail wagging with excitement. Aizawa felt a groan escape him when he spotted All Might approaching, knowing he didn't have the energy to deal with him. While All Might was known for saving people, his childish demeanor often grated on Aizawa's nerves. All Might greeted them enthusiastically and reached out to pet Izuku, who surprised everyone by scratching him and growling. Aizawa couldn't help but hide a smile as he remarked that Izuku must not be a fan. All Might looked annoyed but quickly masked it as he walked away. Izuku only stopped growling once All Might was out of sight. Turning to Izuku with a grin, Aizawa patted his head and praised him, feeling proud of his response. Izuku beamed back and high-fived Aizawa, who was delighted they had taught him that gesture. Hisashi chuckled, shaking his head at the scene. They were just a few feet away from Nizu's office when Izuku suddenly jumped off Hisashi and dashed ahead. When they found him, he was happily hugging Nizu. Aizawa and Hisashi sighed in relief, glad to see him safe. Izuku felt uneasy around the big, smiling man who had approached them earlier. When the man reached out to touch him, Izuku scratched him and growled until he left. Once the man was gone, Dad turned to Izuku, offering gentle pets and a smile. Aizawa praised him for being a good boy, which made Izuku feel reassured about his reaction. As they entered the large building, Izuku looked around, taking in the many doors until he caught a familiar scent. Nizu, excited, jumped off Papa and ran toward the smell. Upon entering the room, he saw Nizu sitting in a chair, sipping from a small cup. Izuku beamed and tackled him in a hug. Nizu chuckled, patting Izuku's head and greeting him warmly. Just then, Dad and Papa burst into the room, slightly out of breath. Izuku remained cuddled up to Nizu, communicating with him through his quirk while Dad and Papa took seats in front of Nizu's desk. Izuku expressed how much he missed Nizu and mentioned seeing a man outside who smelled unpleasant. Nizu raised an eyebrow, listening intently as Izuku explained how he had scratched the man's hand, causing him to become angry. Nizu laughed and then began discussing with Dad and Papa, likely about Izuku staying with him while they worked. Izuku gave them hugs and kisses on the cheek, waving goodbye as they left to prepare for their classes, leaving him in Nizu's care. The person assigned to help him with his speech was a tall woman with light pink hair styled in a braided crown. Izuku was eager to show her his own braid, which Dad had styled just like hers. When he showed her his hair, she smiled and said something he didn't quite understand, but he caught the word, pretty, and knew what that meant. Assuming she thought his hair looked nice, he smiled back at her, fiddling with the end of his braid. Nizu informed him that she was going to use her quirk on him now. He stopped bouncing around, allowing her to focus, and she carefully placed her hand around his neck, hovering just above his Adam's apple, activating her quirk. His neck felt warm, and he experienced a slight discomfort in his head, but that was all. Afterward, he stayed with Nizu, trying to absorb all the words he was saying. About an hour after his dad and Izuku left, Hitoshi made his way to school, feeling a bit down. It broke his heart to see Izuku crying for him. A cheerful voice called from behind, and he turned to see Kami running toward him with a bright smile. His face flushed, and a small smile appeared as he greeted Kami. Kami slowed down and hugged him, and he returned the embrace, smiling. Kami noticed he seemed a bit distant and asked if he was okay. Hitoshi smiled back, wondering how Kami always seemed to know when he wasn't feeling himself. He explained that Izuku was upset when he couldn't go with them that morning, crying and clinging to his clothes. Taking a deep breath to hold back tears, he felt another hug from Kami, who stroked his hair and expressed sympathy. Hitoshi reassured him that Izuku would understand and that he would make sure to show he cared when they met. He thanked Kami for always knowing how to lift his spirits, and Kami blushed, stammering about how he wasn't that amazing. Hitoshi thought he was adorable as they continued their walk to school and entered the classroom. The day dragged on as he worried about Izuku. When break time arrived, he felt a rush of excitement at the thought of seeing Izuku soon and introducing him to his classmates. The so-called Baku squad seemed to notice his unusual cheerfulness, staring at him curiously. Bakugo even shouted, questioning why he was so cheerful. Hitoshi ignored him and looked away. As soon as the bell rang, he dashed to 𝗍𝗓's office and knocked on the door. He heard a soft "come in" and opened the door, spotting Izuku rolling around on the floor, trying to catch a toy mouse that 𝗍𝗓 was controlling. Closing the door behind him, Hitoshi smiled at the sight of his big brother. When Izuku noticed him, he sprang up, forgetting the toy, and jumped into Hitoshi's arms, calling him brother. Hitoshi was taken aback, having never heard Izuku call him that before. He looked at Izuku, who beamed with pride, and gently patted his head while securely holding him to prevent him from falling as he squirmed. He cooed, expressing how proud he was of Izuku, showering him with affectionate kisses. Izuku giggled and began chanting "brother" repeatedly, rubbing his nose against Hitoshi's neck, which made him laugh. He carefully pushed Izuku's face away, turning to 𝗍𝗓 with a questioning look about how he had taught Izuku to say that so quickly. 𝗍𝗓 set down his tea and explained that the quirk was unique. As long as Izuku had said the word correctly at least once, he would continue to say it right. Hitoshi nodded, still in awe, and asked what else Izuku could say. 𝗍𝗓 smirked, sending a chill down Hitoshi's spine, and replied cryptically that he would see. Feeling a bit concerned, Hitoshi quickly said goodbye, and Izuku waved at 𝗍𝗓 as they left the office, heading to the classroom. Fortunately, the halls were empty, and Hitoshi looked down at Izuku, who rested his head on his shoulder, smiling up at him. He reassured Izuku that they were going to meet his class, which would likely be loud, but it would be fine since he liked to scream when their dad accidentally used his quirk at home. He mentioned that their dad would be there too, just in case Izuku felt nervous around all the new faces, and that he would also get to meet Kami. Hitoshi promised to protect him. As they reached the classroom door, he noticed Izuku staring at him with admiration, causing him to blush and look away. Izuku giggled, patted his head, and called him cool, which made Hitoshi hug him tightly, letting out a deep breath. He thought to himself that this kid was too adorable, and he vowed to protect him fiercely. In the classroom, Aizawa was teaching, feeling frustrated with the students who often seemed inattentive. He contemplated dismissing them but decided against it. Noticing that Toshi wasn't there, he assumed he had gone to fetch Izuku from 𝗍𝗓's office. When the classroom door opened, Aizawa looked up lazily, and a smile crept onto his face at the sight of Toshi holding Izuku. The class fell silent, turning their attention to the silent student, as they called Toshi, who was holding Aizawa's Izuku. The students gasped in surprise. Izuku glanced around, not paying much attention until he spotted Aizawa, lifting his head from Toshi's shoulder and smiling brightly. He jumped down, landing safely, and ran toward Aizawa, pouncing on him as he got close. "Daddy," he exclaimed, embracing me tightly and giggling into my ear. I looked at him in surprise, unable to believe he had just called me that. My heart swelled with joy, and I couldn't hide the genuine smile on my face as I glanced at my other son, Toshi, who was also smiling. However, my happiness was abruptly interrupted by my class shouting, "Daddy!" in unison, causing Izuku to jump slightly at the sudden noise. From Izuku's perspective, everyone was taken aback by his shout at Dad, indicating that no one was aware of our relationship yet, which seemed fair enough. He was hugging Dad in front of the class while Toshi stood beside us, gently rubbing his back. Izuku remembered that Toshi was supposed to introduce him, so he patiently waited for him to speak. Dad appeared ready to quiet the class, his eyes narrowing slightly as he exhaled, but someone shouted first, "What on earth, Izuku?" The room fell silent as Izuku turned to see an angry-looking blonde boy with bright red eyes. The moment he recognized the boy and caught a whiff of his familiar scent, he felt a rush of happiness. He was grateful he had asked 𝗍𝗓 how to say Kaken in that moment. Tears welled in his eyes as joy overwhelmed him, and he felt as if his heart might burst. Ignoring the class and Dad's attempts to quiet the boy, Izuku slipped out of Dad's arms and took a step toward him, uncertain if this was Kaken. He called, and the boy's expression softened at the sound of his nickname, a smile breaking across his face as his eyes glistened. "You silly Deku, where have you been?" he replied, grinning in that familiar way. The moment he uttered Izuku's old nickname, Izuku was jolted back to reality. He closed the distance between them and leaped into his arms, tears streaming down his face as he repeatedly called his name, trying to convince himself this was real. He felt the warmth of Kaken's tears on his shoulder, knowing they were both equally overjoyed to see each other. Kaken pulled back slightly to look at Izuku's face, brushing his thumb across his cheeks to wipe away the tears. "What did I tell you about crying, nerd?" he teased. Izuku laughed, recalling how Kaken used to advise him to smile and think of the good things in life whenever he felt sad. Kaken gently rested his head against Izuku's, and Izuku felt a rush of warmth, realizing he could communicate through their thoughts. "I missed you so much, Kaken," he conveyed silently, and Kaken pulled away, smiling and chuckling softly. "I missed you too, you idiot," he responded, and Izuku giggled as Kaken affectionately petted his head just behind his ears, his favorite spot. Dad cleared his throat, prompting both Izuku and Kaken to look at him. He appeared somewhat annoyed but mostly confused, as was Toshi. "You two know each other?" he asked, his tone accusatory. Izuku beamed and nodded enthusiastically. "Kaken," he said, glancing at him in disbelief at how much he had changed. "Best friend," he added, looking back at Dad and Toshi. Kaken sighed and settled into his chair, with Izuku clinging to him and nuzzling into his neck, eagerly awaiting more affection. It didn't take long for Kaken to start petting his head again. As Izuku began to purr, he noticed several classmates cooing at him, and Kaken began explaining their friendship to Dad. "Izuku and I grew up together as neighbors, and our mothers were best friends. After we got our quirks, we practiced in the woods every day, wanting to become heroes. One day, he disappeared, and his parents told everyone he was with a family friend. I knew that was a lie because both of Izuku's parents were only children, and the only people they knew were my parents, but no one listened to me." "I can't believe you found him," Kaken said, holding Izuku tighter, which made him worry. He cupped Kaken's face with his hands, looking into his eyes. "Kaken, are you sad?" Kaken shook his head and smiled faintly, then playfully tickled Izuku's side, making him giggle and swat his hand away. Kaken stopped tickling and pressed their foreheads together again so they could communicate. "Don't worry, Deku, I'm not sad. I just missed you a lot." Izuku grinned, feeling elated that Kaken had missed him so much. "I love you, Kaken. You're my best friend," he said, pulling back to plant a quick kiss on Kaken's cheek. Kaken smiled and returned the sentiment aloud, "I love you too." Izuku rested his head on Kaken's shoulder as he continued to pet him. Toshi stood in front of them, looking quite confused as he spoke to Kaken, but Izuku's attention was drawn to a red-haired boy who was glaring at him. The boy had sharp teeth and a scar over one eye, and his intense gaze made Izuku feel uneasy. Although he had a pleasant scent, Izuku sensed the boy's dislike for him. He began to whimper and tremble, feeling increasingly frightened. He climbed off Kaken and reached out for Toshi, tears threatening to spill. Toshi picked him up and gently ran his fingers through Izuku's hair, helping him calm down a bit. The glare from the red-haired boy faded, which was a relief. "Can you point him out for me?" The class and Dad looked at them with confusion, and Bakugo appeared worried. It was nice to see he cared about Izuku, and I realized I would have to adjust to their closeness, especially since Bakugo had chosen me over him when he felt uneasy. Izuku shook his head, tears streaming down his face. This side of him was unfamiliar, and it troubled me. Normally, if someone upset him, he would show his disapproval, but this was different, and I could tell Dad shared my concern. Dad gently rubbed Izuku's back and asked what was happening. I glanced at Izuku for permission to explain, receiving a slight nod in return. I sighed before addressing Dad, explaining that someone was making Izuku feel scared because he sensed their anger, yet he wouldn't identify them for some reason. Dad looked at Izuku, worry etched on his face, then turned to the class with a fierce glare that made everyone gulp. He warned them that if anyone made his son uncomfortable or scared him in any way, he wouldn't hesitate to take action in front of the entire school. This elicited a small giggle from Izuku, who whispered to me that Dad was funny. I chuckled and glanced at Dad, who was now settling into his sleeping bag. He told us to do whatever we wanted and zipped himself up, leaving me surrounded by classmates eager to ask questions. Uraraka stepped forward, commenting on how cute Izuku looked while trying to touch his braid. Izuku, clearly displeased, swiped at her with his claws and growled. She yelped, stumbling back while holding her hand where he had scratched her. I explained that he acted that way if he didn't like someone, but if he did he would lick their hand. The class nodded in understanding, though some looked at him nervously. I signaled for 𝗵𝗲 to come over, and he approached the front of the crowd, a bit anxious. Izuku gasped and leaped from my arms into 𝗵𝗲's embrace, squealing with delight. 𝗵𝗲 looked surprised but hugged him back with a smile, saying it was nice to meet him in person and that he was even cuter in real life. I felt a smile spread across my face as I watched my crush bonding with my brother. They were giggling and chatting, which was adorable. Gradually, a few others joined in, and Izuku seemed to enjoy the company of Mina, Siro, Momo, and Iida the most. I noticed Izuku starting to yawn and his eyes drooping, so I tapped his shoulder to get his attention. He turned his head sleepily toward me. I asked if he was tired, and he shook his head, but a big yawn escaped him, causing some laughter from the class. I encouraged him not to miss his nap, but he whined and clung to 𝗵𝗲 even tighter. I suggested that 𝗵𝗲 could cuddle him while he slept, and he nodded eagerly. I smiled at him and asked 𝗵𝗲 if he would mind, to which he agreed. 𝗵𝗲 sat at his desk, holding Izuku like a baby. It was heartwarming to see them together. I pulled out the pink fluffy blanket Izuku had chosen and draped it over them. Izuku snuggled closer to 𝗵𝗲, purring, which prompted nearly the entire class to coo, while 𝗵𝗲 blushed from embarrassment. When I woke up, I felt still quite sleepy. Looking up, I saw I was still in 𝗵𝗲's lap, and he was making a funny concentrating face. I giggled, causing him to look down at me. When he noticed I was awake, he smiled warmly and asked if I had a nice nap. I nodded, rubbing my tired eyes, and sat up to look around the class. Dad was still asleep in his sleeping bag, and everyone else was focused on their work. I spotted an empty chair at the back of the class. 𝗵𝗲 explained that it was where Todoroki usually sat, but he was with family today. I smiled and nodded as 𝗵𝗲 stroked my hair softly, and I hummed in contentment, hugging closer to him. I playfully pulled his hand away and liked the back of it, wanting to be friends since Toshi liked him and he had been so kind to me. When I looked back up, 𝗵𝗲 was grinning from ear to ear and asked if we were friends now. I nodded with a small smile, and he returned to his work. Feeling tired again, I climbed off 𝗵𝗲, ignoring the class's attention, and made my way to Dad's sleeping bag. I poked at it until Dad opened it, his head popping out with a slightly annoyed expression. His face softened when he saw it was me, and he asked what I needed. I pointed at his sleeping bag as a yawn escaped my mouth. He asked if I wanted to join him, and I nodded with my best puppy eyes. He chuckled and opened the bag wider, allowing me to crawl in. Once inside, I wrapped my arms around him and nestled my face into his chest. He zipped the bag back up, and we both drifted into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, at the Todoroki home, Shoto was told he had to stay home from school that morning because his parents needed to discuss something important with the family. When they were all gathered in the living room, Dad spoke first, revealing that Nizu wanted him to teach a class at 𝗧𝗔 about starting a hero agency, as he was the one who started his own. Shoto hadn't expected this but didn't mind it. However, he was concerned about All Might also teaching there. Dad explained his past obsession with defeating All Might, which made Shoto feel uneasy. All Might used his status to manipulate situations to his advantage, engaging in questionable activities. Concerned for her husband, my mother voiced her worries about another colleague who seemed to deceive everyone. My father sighed, pulling my mother closer as he reassured her that he would remain vigilant until he gathered proof of any wrongdoing. He urged us to report anything unusual we might hear about this man, no matter how insignificant it seemed. We all nodded in agreement, and then he began sharing a story about a Nico boy that Mr. Aizawa had adopted, mentioning that the boy struggled with communication. After a while, I excused myself to prepare for school. By the time I arrived, it was likely lunchtime, so I planned to head to the roof. Upon reaching the school, I noticed my entire class gathered in the garden, but I lacked the energy to engage in their chatter. Instead, I followed my original plan and made my way to the rooftop, despite the entrance being on the far side of the building. Once on the roof, I settled against the wall, closing my eyes and resting my hands on my thighs. With my legs crossed, I listened to the soothing sounds of birds. I heard footsteps approaching but chose to ignore them until they stopped right in front of me. Opening my eyes, I was met with a pair of pitch-black eyes staring back at me, mere inches from my face. I suppressed a startled reaction as I noticed the boy leaning over me, who introduced himself as Izuku, Mr. Aizawa's new son. His smile was infectious, and I couldn't help but find his wagging tail adorable. Izuku gently placed his hand over my scar, causing me to shiver, unaccustomed to such contact. He asked if it hurt, and I shook my head with a small smile, relieved to see his concern ease. When he moved to sit in front of me, I found myself missing his touch. He lifted his jumper, revealing a surprisingly toned abdomen and chest, which made me blush and look away. However, my attention quickly returned to him as he spoke again, indicating he shared a similar experience. I noticed the scars that adorned his body, some harsh and healed. Without realizing it, I began tracing one with my fingers. When I touched a scar near his rib, he let out a delightful giggle that resonated with me. He pulled his jumper back down, smiling, and then climbed into my lap, resting his head against my chest. If it had been anyone else, I might have reacted differently, but this boy was simply too charming. Izuku shifted in my lap, playfully straddling me and tangling his fingers in my hair, looking adorably confused. I gently held his wrists, guiding his hands away from my hair, trying to suppress my blush. I lifted one hand and conjured snowflakes that danced around him. He watched in awe, reaching out to touch them as they melted in his palm, giggling again and making me wish I could capture that sound forever. When I stopped, he pouted, prompting me to chuckle as I decided to show him my fire abilities as well. After a brief display, he smiled and asked for my name. Realizing I hadn't introduced myself, I responded, "Shodo Todoroki, but you can call me Sho." He nodded thoughtfully before softly repeating my name, which melted my heart. I felt his head lean against mine, and as I gazed into his eyes, I heard him in my mind, telling me I was pretty. My face flushed at the compliment, and I stammered a thank you, returning the sentiment. His cheeks turned a light pink, and he smiled, nodding in appreciation. The bell rang, reminding me that Mr. Aizawa would not be pleased if I were late. I stood up, but before I could leave, Izuku raised his hands, wanting me to carry him. Unable to refuse, I found myself walking down the hall with the adorable Nico boy on my hip, blushing uncontrollably. As I entered the classroom, everyone looked at me in confusion and shock, surprised that I was allowing someone to touch me, let alone carry him. Without looking up, Aizawa asked why I was late, noting that he had seen me enter the gate before lunch. I stood there, unsure of how to respond, until Izuku smiled and cheerfully exclaimed, "Sorry, Daddy." Aizawa's eyes widened as he approached us, looking at Izuku and asking if he had been with me during lunch. I was taken aback by the gentleness in his voice but quickly brushed it aside. Izuku nodded enthusiastically, pointing at his friend Sho. Aizawa smiled and encouraged Sho to take a seat, but Izuku was reluctant to leave his side. Instead, Sho settled Izuku in his lap while he worked. As the lesson progressed, Izuku began to playfully lick Sho's hand and nuzzle against his palm. Sho continued with his tasks, allowing Izuku to fidget with his hand. It seemed as though Izuku was trying to distract him, as he poked Sho's cheek and giggled whenever Sho glanced at him. With a grin, Izuku squished Sho's cheeks together, prompting Sho to pout. Gently, he grasped Izuku's wrist and looked at him. Izuku's wide smile made Sho's own smile grow. He whispered a promise to finish his work and give Izuku his full attention afterward. Nodding in agreement, Izuku rested his head on Sho's shoulder, wrapping his arms around his neck. Sho chuckled and returned to his worksheet, running his fingers through the soft fur of Izuku's tail. The little purrs from Izuku brought a smile to Sho's face, and by the time he completed his work, Izuku had drifted into a light sleep. When Sho stood to submit his assignment, Izuku opened his eyes, his face lighting up upon seeing that Sho had finished. With eager eyes, he asked if they could play. Sho looked to Aizawa for permission to leave early, and upon receiving a nod, he exited the classroom with Izuku clinging to him, buzzing with excitement. Sho asked if Izuku knew how to play hide and seek. Izuku tilted his head in confusion before shaking it. Sho explained that he would count to 10 while Izuku hid, and Izuku's face lit up with excitement as he nodded vigorously. Sho chuckled and instructed Izuku to go hide while he closed his eyes and began counting. As Sho counted, Izuku dashed into the trees, leaping from branch to branch. The game promised to be fun, and he was eager to find the perfect hiding spot. After a few minutes of running, he stumbled upon an appealing waterfall and paused to admire it. The tranquil sound of the water splashing brought a sense of calm over him. Suddenly he noticed a cave behind the waterfall and smirked, thinking it would be an excellent hiding place. He climbed the rocks surrounding the waterfall and quietly made his way into the cave, careful not to make a sound in case Sho was nearby. Leaning against the wall, he enjoyed the peace and quiet, reminiscing about his time in the forest. While he missed the wild, he felt content with the wonderful people he had met. As he rested, a new scent wafted through the cave, unfamiliar and concerning. Curiosity piqued, he followed the scent deeper into the cave. The aroma grew stronger, hinting at distress, prompting him to quicken his pace. Soon, he discovered 3 baby kittens crying over what seemed to be their mother. He sighed softly, trying not to frighten them, and asked if any of them were hurt. The small black kitten explained that their mother had been hurt while protecting them, and the white kitten lamented that they no longer had a family. The fawn-colored kitten, with mismatched eyes reminiscent of Sho's, caught his attention, and he offered them a sad smile. Pulling the kittens into a warm hug, he proposed that they could come home with him and become a family. The kittens joyfully jumped around, expressing their eagerness to join him. The fawn kitten asked if he would be their new mommy, and Izuku smiled gently, promising to do his best to take care of them. With the kittens nestled close, Izuku carefully placed them on his back and left the cave, following Sho's scent. It wasn't long before he found Sho in the woods, searching for him among the trees and bushes. Izuku laughed as he settled down cross-legged, cradling his new companions. He laid the small black kitten between his legs, gently stroking it, while the white kitten climbed onto his shoulder, nuzzling his neck. The shy fawn kitten remained in his arms, and Izuku held it close while petting the other 2. When Sho turned around, his surprise was evident as he approached. He smiled softly, sitting in front of Izuku and observing the kittens. They cautiously sniffed at Sho before the small black kitten climbed into his arms, purring as Sho scratched its belly. Izuku smiled at the heartwarming scene and leaned forward, resting his head against Sho's, sharing their thoughts. He explained that he had found the kittens in a cave behind the waterfall, revealing that their mother had passed away while protecting them, and he had decided to take them in. They were now his children. He pulled away, looking a bit surprised, but then smiled at her. She was amazing, and he wondered if that meant she was their parent. She nodded happily and pointed to herself, declaring herself, "Mommy." He blushed slightly but nodded, lifting the small black kitten to his face. The kitten liked his nose, causing her to laugh. Sho also laughed and smiled at the kitten, calling it cute as he gently kissed its head. She agreed with a nod as he passed the kitten back to her with a small smile. Then, he picked her up in a bridal carry while she held onto the 3 babies. He carried them all the way to the teacher's lounge, knowing that was where Dad and Papa usually were at this time. She knocked on the door since Sho had his arms full. When they entered, Dad, Papa, and Midnight were in the room. Papa was the only one who looked up from his work when the door opened. Sho announced in a monotone voice that Izuku was a mother, causing Dad to double his head around, his expression relaxing when he saw the kittens in her arms. He questioned if those kittens were her children, receiving a slight nod from Sho. Dad released a breath and walked over to them, with Papa and Midnight close behind, looking like excited children. As they stood in front of her, she smiled, showing them her babies. Dad picked up the black kitten while Papa took the white one. Midnight reached for the fawn-colored one, but it hissed and scratched her, clearly not wanting to be separated from Izuku, which she found adorable. She gave Midnight an apologetic look, feeling bad that she was once again the only one who got scratched. She remembered scratching her the first time they met, but that was only because Midnight had gotten in her way. Papa asked if the kittens had names, looking at her with a grin. She glanced at the kittens in Dad and Papa's arms and the one she was still holding. When she inquired if they had names yet, they all told her they hadn't been named. She shook her head, replying that they hadn't been named yet. They both nodded and then looked back at the kittens they were holding, deep in thought. Papa looked up at her with the excitement of a child who had just been told they were getting ice cream and lifted the white kitten he was holding. He exclaimed that they should name him Snow, which she thought was perfect. Midnight jumped up and down, cheering yes repeatedly. She giggled at their enthusiasm, thinking it was a bit silly, but she loved the name and nodded in agreement. Dad chuckled and held up the black kitten with one hand, declaring that this one had to be named Shadow. She smiled at him and agreed as Midnight rolled her eyes. Looking down at the kitten she was holding, she sighed, pondering what to name him. The kitten gazed up at her with its big mismatched eyes, and an amazing idea struck her. She looked up at Dad, Papa, and Sho, who were already watching her, and blushed when she realized she had been in Sho's arms this whole time. Shaking off her blush, she held up the kitten as if it were a king and announced its name with an award-winning smile on her face. Sho Jr. Dad grinned at Sho, while both Papa and Midnight squealed at how adorable the name was. Sho blushed deeply, even his ears turning red. He looked down at her and smiled, expressing his love for the name and thanking her. She smiled back, nuzzling her face into his shoulder and giggling when Sho Jr. did the same to her. When Izuku returned to the class with Todoroki, he was holding 3 tiny kittens, which excited Hitoshi, prompting him to run over to see them. They were all so cute, and Cammy was playing with one of them, wearing a bright smile. Hitoshi sensed that Izuku had feelings for Todoroki beyond friendship, especially given how he acted around him and the fact that he had named one of the kittens after him. If they did like each other, he wouldn't mind, knowing Todoroki was a nice guy who would never hurt anyone. If he did, Hitoshi would take action. He loved holding Snow and Shadow, but he couldn't hold Sho Jr. since the kitten didn't want to leave Izuku's side for even a moment. Although he felt a bit disappointed, he shrugged it off. For the rest of the lesson, Izuku sat with Bakugo, holding Sho Jr. while Cammy held Snow and Hitoshi held onto Shadow, who were fine being away from Izuku for a while. At the end of the day, Izuku and Hitoshi walked home together without waiting for their dads, as Izuku wanted to settle the kittens at home quickly. On the way, Hitoshi held Izuku in a bridal carry while he kept the kittens curled up on his stomach. He wondered if Izuku couldn't walk or simply preferred being carried. Throughout the walk, Izuku couldn't stop talking about Todoroki and how amazing he was, mentioning that he was really pretty. Hitoshi felt relieved that Izuku was acting like a normal kid his age and not showing fear. He still wanted to know who had scared him earlier, but he decided to ask at home. After a 20-minute walk, they finally arrived home. Izuku unlocked the door, and as Hitoshi carried him inside, he carefully placed him on the floor. The moment they entered the living area, all the adult cats came running, excited to meet the kittens, although Sho Jr. seemed a bit apprehensive. Izuku assured Hitoshi that they all got along great and that the adult cats would love to take care of the kittens while they were at school. Since Sho Jr. still wouldn't leave Izuku, they brought him to their room. They sat on the bed, with Izuku leaning into Hitoshi's side while he wrapped an arm around his shoulder. Snacks were scattered across the bed, a movie played in the background, and Sho Jr. waddled around the bedroom floor. Hitoshi wanted some time alone with Izuku until their dads returned so they could bond as brothers. He also had a few questions to ask. Opening a packet of crisps, he looked down at Izuku with a slight smirk and asked if he liked Todoroki as more than a friend. Izuku smiled while munching on a chocolate bar. After swallowing quickly, he answered that he wanted to mate with him. Hitoshi looked at him, confused, unsure of what he meant by that. I assumed it was a wolf thing he must have picked up. The question arose in my mind about whether that meant he liked him the way Dad and Papa liked each other. As I petted the kitten that had just hopped into his lap, he confirmed with a nod, saying the kitten was pretty and kind. He then asked if I wanted to be with Cam. I felt my cheeks warm at the question, unsure how to respond, so I simply nodded. Izuku squealed with delight and hugged me tightly, his smile making me laugh. We spent some time discussing our class and our crushes. I awkwardly taught Izuku about dating, knowing he needed to learn about these things. Then, I decided to ask him about the person who had made him feel uncomfortable. I gently urged him to share who had scared him earlier. He flinched, pausing his meal and looking down at his lap. I sighed and moved closer, wrapping my arm around his waist as he rested his head on my shoulder. He whispered the name of the person, and I recognized it as Kirishima, the only one in our class with red hair. Anger bubbled within me as I realized why Kirishima had glared at my dear Izuku. It seemed he was jealous that Bakugo, who Kirishima clearly had feelings for, was being affectionate with someone else. I could understand his feelings, as I would feel upset if I saw Kami being close to someone else, but he had made Izuku cry, and that made me furious. Izuku pressed his palm against my chest, looking up at me with a pleading expression. He asked me not to be mad. I sighed and kissed his head, assuring him that I wouldn't take action because I knew he didn't want me to. However, I told him to let me know immediately if Kirishima made him sad or uncomfortable again. He nodded and kissed my cheek, saying he loved me. My heart swelled at his words. It was incredible that he felt that way after such a short time together. I responded, expressing my love for him as well. He smiled brightly and jumped onto me, causing us both to tumble back onto the bed. He lay on top of me, and we both laughed like children, feeling joyful. I couldn't help but think about how this boy could bring me to tears with his sweet words. I echoed his sentiment, saying I was glad to have met him. When we finally returned home, I expected it to be loud with Izuku running around, especially since he seemed hyper when he and Toshi left. Instead, I found them peacefully asleep together on the bed. Toshi lay on his back while Izuku rested on top of him, purring softly. I smiled and called for Hisashi to come see. When he arrived at the door, he was grinning and snapping pictures of them. I made sure to ask him to send me all the photos so we could print and frame them for the living room. I noticed Sho Jr. was also sleeping on Izuku's back. I walked over and gently covered them with a blanket, smiling down at the peaceful scene. Once we closed their door, Hisashi wrapped his arms around me from behind, smiling as he commented on how cute I could be. I rolled my eyes but pressed a kiss to his cheek, watching him blush. I told him it was only for my family, and he smiled again as we made our way downstairs. It had been a week since I started attending 𝗧𝗵𝗲, and it had been really fun. While the students were in class, I often sat on someone's lap. Most of the time, I was with Toshi, 𝗵𝗵, or Kaken, quietly observing as they worked. During break time, I stayed in the teacher's lounge with Dad and Papa. At lunch, I spent time with Sho on the roof, just the two of us. I enjoyed being with him because he was fun and helped clean me up after I ate, which I appreciated. On the weekend, 𝗵𝗵 stayed at our house, and we all played a video game, something I had never seen before but found enjoyable. I sensed that 𝗵𝗵 liked Toshi in the same way Toshi liked him, and I didn't understand why neither of them had tried to kiss yet. I often gave Sho kisses on the cheek, and he did the same, so that meant we liked each other, right? It was strange that 𝗵𝗵 and Toshi were so nervous around each other. Now it was Sunday afternoon, and I lay on the bed with Toshi and the kittens. I asked him why he didn't kiss 𝗵𝗵, looking up at him with a puzzled expression. Toshi blushed and turned to me, his mouth slightly open in surprise. After a moment of thought, he sighed and explained that it wasn't that simple. He didn't know if 𝗵𝗵 liked him, and that scared him. I considered his words for a moment before sitting up and hugging him, running my fingers through his hair. I reassured him that it was scary but that I thought 𝗵𝗵 liked him. I mentioned how I kissed Sho on the cheek all the time, encouraging him not to be afraid. Toshi laughed and pulled away from the hug to look at me. He pointed out that I kissed everyone on the cheek, and when I liked someone more than a friend, I should kiss them on the mouth. He reminded me that he had told me about this last week. I nodded slowly, recalling our conversation, but I still didn't fully understand the difference. Sensing my confusion, Toshi pulled me into his lap, positioning me against his chest, and took out his phone. He offered to show me a video to explain what a mouth kiss was. I nodded in agreement and turned my attention to the screen. Izuku felt a rush of excitement as he thought about being with Sho. He was eager to learn what they might do together if they became a couple. Toshi had been showing him various videos of boys sharing kisses. Among them, one particular kiss involving the use of their tongues caught his attention. When Toshi turned off the video, he chuckled, noticing Izuku's flushed cheeks. Confused, Izuku playfully nudged Toshi's shoulder. He teased Toshi, suggesting that he and 𝗵𝗵 would be doing that someday. Toshi's face turned bright red, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh at his friend's reaction. As they continued to chat and tease each other, They eventually grew tired and decided to sleep. Toshi fell asleep quickly, but Izuku remained awake for another 20 minutes. With a sigh, he quietly got up and headed to the kitchen for a glass of water. Afterward, he settled on the sofa, surrounded by cats and his kittens, who snuggled on top of him. He started a movie, and soon his eyelids grew heavy. Before he drifted off, he thought about how he wanted to kiss Sho just like in the video. The next morning, Izuku woke up too. His dad shaking him awake, reminding him it was time to get ready for school. He sat up in his chair, yawning, and reached out his arms to his dad, who picked him up, holding him close like a koala. Papa made pancakes for breakfast, feeding him to prevent too much mess. Izuku mentioned to his dad that Toshi had told him about kisses involving tongues, which caused his dad to choke on his coffee, turning bright red as Papa patted his back, trying to suppress laughter. Izuku looked at Toshi, puzzled by the reaction. He thought it was perfectly fine to share such things with their parents, especially since he had already told them he liked Sho. His dad glared at Toshi, asking what he had done. Papa struggled to contain his laughter, which made the situation even more amusing for Izuku. Toshi explained that he thought their parents might feel uncomfortable discussing such topics with him. Dad sighed, looking at Izuku, who tilted his head in confusion. His dad smiled and gently petted his ears, making him purr in contentment. Papa then asked Toshi if he had taught Izuku about other things, to which Toshi nodded shyly. Dad reassured Toshi that he wasn't upset, he just hadn't considered how innocent Izuku was. He was glad Toshi had spoken to him about it. Izuku's perspective shifted as he declared his intention to kiss Sho. His family looked at him wide-eyed before relaxing. Dad was the first to respond, asking if it was because he liked Sho. Izuku nodded eagerly, knowing that everyone, including his classmates, was aware of his feelings. Dad reminded him that he needed to ask Sho for permission first, which Izuku understood. He didn't want anyone else but Sho to kiss him. The thought made him sad. After their conversation, they all headed to school. Toshi carried Izuku down the hall, and he played with Toshi's hair, giggling. When they reached the classroom, 𝗵𝗃 rushed toward them with a bright smile, calling out to Izuku and complimenting his cuteness. Izuku smiled back as 𝗵𝗃 hugged him, and he nuzzled his head against 𝗵𝗃's neck, enjoying the comforting scent. In a quieter moment, Izuku asked 𝗵𝗃 why he seemed so happy. 𝗵𝗃 giggled and shared his plan to confess his feelings for Hito that day. Izuku was thrilled for him and promised to hear all about it afterward. He then revealed his own intention to kiss Sho, which made 𝗵𝗃's eyes widen in surprise and joy. As they chatted, Izuku noticed Kaken sitting at his desk with a scowl. He jumped off 𝗵𝗃's lap and ran over to Kaken, climbing into his lap. Although he could walk on his own, he preferred being carried for the warmth and comfort it provided. Kaken was startled and exclaimed in surprise, but Izuku giggled and rested their heads together, missing his friend. Izuku mentioned that Toshi had taught him about kissing, playfully asking if Kaken was going to kiss Kirishima. Kaken turned bright red and looked away, which made Izuku giggle. He had noticed the way Kaken seemed to care for Kirishima, and he suspected that Kirishima felt the same way. Looking around the classroom, Izuku realized that Sho hadn't arrived yet, so he rested his head on Kaken's shoulder, pouting. Kaken asked what was wrong, and Izuku pointed to Sho's empty chair. Kaken understood and reassured him that Sho was probably just late. As Kaken and his friends began to talk, Izuku felt Kirishima's gaze on him, sensing his unease. He felt a pang of sympathy, knowing how he would feel if he saw Sho with someone else. He crawled off Kaken and made his way to where Toshi and 𝗵𝗃 were sitting. He reached up to 𝗵𝗃, who smiled and lifted him onto his lap. Izuku nuzzled against him, enjoying the gentle touch as 𝗵𝗃 ran his fingers through his fur. Just then, a girl with short brown hair approached them, trying to get Izuku's attention. Toshi had told him that some girls acted this way to get what they wanted, but Izuku felt uncomfortable. The girl greeted him cheerfully, but he growled, showing his fangs and claws, expressing his dislike for her presence. But she questioned why I allowed Bakugo to call me that, her voice high-pitched and whiny, which made me grimace. The class stared in shock, surprised to hear me speak for the first time, especially since my tone was so dark. I asserted that only Kaken could call me that and stood up, towering over her, which made me appear quite intimidating. She seemed a bit frightened but didn't back down, challenging me to see what I would do. Many students moved away, sensing the cold aura I was emitting. Despite her bravado, I used my powers to lift her off the ground, her expression shifting to fear. I had already warned her, and now I was determined to teach her a lesson. I used one of my abilities to restrict her airflow, watching with a sense of satisfaction as panic set in. Tears streamed down her face, and the class gasped, but I ignored their pleas for me to stop. When Dad entered and saw the commotion, he rushed to me and hugged me, urging me to let her go and explain what happened. I released my powers and she fell to the ground, gasping for air. I whispered that she had called me my special name, and Dad picked me up, sitting in his chair at the front of the class and pulling me into his lap. The girl screamed that I had tried to harm her, labeling me a villain. Kakin approached her, glaring fiercely, and pointed out that she had deliberately provoked me by using a name I had specifically told her not to. The class agreed with Kakin, and I smiled in gratitude. When I entered the classroom, Izuku tackled me into a hug, clinging to me tightly, which made me a bit concerned. I held him by his thighs and greeted him, receiving a small hum in response. I approached Bakugo, who sighed and shot a glare at Uraraka, explaining that she had annoyed Izuku and that he had reacted strongly. I chuckled at his words and thanked him before heading to my seat. Izuku still wouldn't look away from my neck, so I gently petted his head, asking if he was okay. He finally looked up, smiling at me and admitting he had been very angry. I nodded, resting my hand on his cheek and gazing into his eyes. He leaned into my hand, purring softly, and my heart melted at how adorable he was. I had never felt this way about anyone before. I had never really thought about my feelings until now. This cute boy had stirred emotions in me that I hadn't experienced before, and I hoped he felt the same way. Aizawa instructed us to change for gym class, mentioning that 2 more pro heroes would be joining us. I knew my dad would be there since he had told me earlier that it would be his first day. Aizawa took Izuku ahead to the gym while I hurried to change and find him. When I arrived, Izuku ran toward me, beaming. I picked him up again and stood next to Aizawa as the rest of the class joined us. The door opened to reveal my dad and All Might. I felt a twinge of jealousy as Izuku squealed and jumped off me, running toward them. I was concerned that he might like All Might just as much as the rest of the class did. To my surprise, he ran past All Might and shouted, "Fire Daddy," while leaping into my dad's arms, giggling. I was astonished to see my dad smiling as he held him. "It's good to see you again, Izuku. How have you been?" Dad asked. Izuku replied that he missed him and had made lots of friends, proudly pointing at me and declaring that I was his favorite. I felt my cheeks heat up as Dad exchanged a knowing look with me. "Is that so? Sho happens to be my son," he revealed. Izuku gasped, looking between us in awe. "Really? That's so cool," he exclaimed, and I couldn't help but smile at how adorable he was. During our training session, we practiced our quirks and engaged in one-on-one battles. Each time I glanced over at my dad and Izuku, they were smiling and laughing together. I had never seen my dad so soft and caring before, and it warmed my heart to see him so comfortable around the boy I liked. As we prepared to leave, Izuku pouted, reluctant to let go of my dad. He suggested that my dad should visit our house soon. Izuku was excited at the prospect of meeting the other Todorokis. He glanced at his dad and Aizawa, who both nodded in agreement, prompting Izuku to jump around with joy. The day continued normally until lunchtime, when alarms suddenly blared, causing chaos among the students. Izuku clung to Izuku tightly, not wanting to lose him in the commotion. Izuku whispered that he sensed an unfamiliar scent and urged caution. Once the situation calmed down, it turned out to be just the news trying to get an interview with All Might. It seemed foolish to hire the #1 hero, knowing the frenzy it would cause. Izuku remained anxious for the rest of the day, not letting go of Sho for a moment. He occasionally whimpered, expressing that he felt someone was in need of him. Sho, unsure of what that meant, continued to comfort him, assuring him that everything would be all right. Izuku expressed a longing to find someone, and Sho promised to help as much as he could. Izuku's radiant smile and tight hug made Sho's heart race. When Izuku said he liked him, Sho felt his cheeks flush. He reassured Izuku that he liked him too, and they shared a sweet moment before 𝗵𝗃𝗲 smirked at them, making Sho realize that 𝗵𝗃𝗲 might know about his feelings for Izuku. As the week progressed, everything went smoothly. Izuku spent quality time with his friends, and even 𝗵𝗃𝗲 and Sho were getting along. They often teased each other, sometimes ending up in playful wrestling matches that left Izuku in fits of laughter. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 and Toshi went on a date, which ended with a sweet kiss that left Toshi blushing with happiness. Their mutual affection was evident to everyone, and it was delightful to see them flirt. The weekend was enjoyable, with Dad and Papa staying home for a family game night, which was a rare treat due to their hero responsibilities. Dad's competitive nature was amusing when he lost, while Papa cheered joyfully upon winning. Izuku cherished these moments with his friends and family. On Monday, he was eager to return to school and see Sho, 𝗵𝗃𝗲, and 𝗵𝗃𝗄 again. As they prepared for a trip to the U.S., Izuku found himself sitting in 𝗵𝗃𝗲's lap while Dad reminded everyone to get their hero costumes ready. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 carried him to the changing room and set him on a bench while he changed. Izuku noticed Sho, who was only partially dressed, and couldn't help but admire him. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 teased him about his gaze, and Kirishima watched with a puzzled expression. Izuku admitted he liked what he saw, surprising 𝗵𝗃𝗲. Once on the bus, Izuku struggled with his hair falling in his face. Dad, noticing him, smiled and opened his arms. Izuku tapped 𝗵𝗃𝗲's chest to get his attention and decided to sit with Dad instead. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 let him go, and Izuku made his way to his father, who began to brush his hair, creating a high ponytail adorned with a pink ribbon. Izuku felt pleased with the hairstyle and kissed Dad's cheek, whispering that he would sit with Sho. At the back of the bus, Izuku settled between 𝗵𝗃𝗄 and Sho. 𝗵𝗃𝗄 admired Izuku's hairstyle and expressed a longing for a bow. Izuku playfully wrapped a yellow ribbon around 𝗵𝗃𝗄's head, making him look adorable. As 𝗵𝗃𝗄 gushed about his new look, Toshi blushed at the sight. A warm arm wrapped around Izuku's waist, and he turned to find Sho smiling at him. He happily sat on Sho's lap, playing with his hair. Sho enjoyed the gentle touch, and Izuku felt a warmth envelop him as he rested his head on Sho's shoulder. A sense of anticipation filled Izuku, as if something wonderful was about to happen, completing a puzzle he didn't even know was missing. Sho carried me into the 𝗧𝗃, closely following Dad as he led the way. Once inside, I looked around in awe. Everything appeared incredible, and while another hero was explaining something, I was too distracted to pay attention. I turned around when Kirishima made a comment about fake villains. Dad turned to Sho with an intense gaze, instructing him to protect me. Sho nodded, determination shining in his eyes. Suddenly, we found ourselves surrounded by a misty creature that introduced itself as part of the League of Villains, stating their intention to confront All Might. The class gasped, expressing their disbelief that anyone could harm the #1 hero. I turned back to the misty figure and cautiously asked if they were only there for All Might and if they would leave us unharmed. It was clear that my classmates were confused, as I typically avoided conversations, yet here I was, calmly speaking to a villain. The misty figure assured us that they were only after All Might and would not harm us if we remained passive. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I didn't care much for All Might anyway. Sensing the truth in the creature's words, I turned to my classmates and 13, suggesting we stay put to avoid any conflict. Kaken was the first to protest, insisting that if we didn't act, All Might would be in danger. I flinched slightly at his outburst but steadied myself, looking back at him. I expressed my indifference toward All Might, noting that he had a terrible smell, which indicated he was not a good person. I declared that I would protect my friends and stand against anyone who tried to attack the misty figure. In a protective stance, I stood in front of the misty creature, with Sho beside me. Toshi joined us, affirming that if I didn't want to fight, then neither would he. I smiled at him, and 𝗵𝗃𝗄 also stepped forward in agreement. We all faced our classmates, challenging them to act, but they chose to relax instead. Kaken, frustrated, slumped onto the floor, crossing his arms and pouting. I turned back to the misty figure, asking it not to harm anyone, sensing its confusion but receiving a nod of agreement in return. The creature then shrank in size, revealing more of the 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻. My eyes widened as I saw my dad lying on the ground, seemingly injured with a dark creature looming over him. Hot tears stung my eyes as my breath caught in my throat. Anger surged within me. This was the man who had saved and cared for me. I felt my claws elongate and my fangs sharpen as I rushed down the stairs, tears streaming down my cheeks. The creature lifted Dad's head, preparing to slam it down. Dad noticed me and looked frightened, silently urging me to run, but I refused to abandon him. Just before the creature could strike, I leaped forward, slashing my claws at its exposed head, causing it to recoil with a shriek. I positioned myself protectively over my dad, growling at the creature. The villains present turned to me in shock, including the leader, who seemed taken aback. Despite the tension, I sensed a kindness in the leader, indicating he was struggling with his own pain. The misty figure appeared beside him and whispered something. The leader approached me cautiously, ensuring he didn't get too close to Dad. He crouched down, looking me in the eyes and apologizing for hurting my father. His sincerity was evident, and I nodded as he continued, asking what I thought of him. I pondered his question and responded as best as I could, suggesting that he had experienced something terrible and felt abandoned, leading to his animosity toward All Might. The leader's eyes widened, filling with tears. During our exchange, Toshi had tended to Dad's wounds, leaving just me and the villains. Seeing the leader cry made me sad, so I reached out and wiped his tears away with my thumb, expressing my sympathy. He smiled at me, acknowledging that I was the first to show him kindness, despite his recent actions. After our moment, I held his gloved hands, asking if he was suffering inside. He looked down and nodded. Suddenly, gunshots rang out as the pros arrived. I turned to the leader, concerned, and gently urged him to leave, fearing for his safety. He quickly vanished into the mist, leaving behind only the unconscious thugs and my classmates, who stared at me in confusion and awe. Sho rushed to me, enveloping me in a tight hug, followed by Toshi, 𝗵𝗵, and even Kaken. I giggled, returning their embraces. We formed a group hug when All Might approached with his usual forced smile, expressing relief that we were all okay. I growled at him for interrupting our moment. He cast a subtle glare, surprised to see that the entire class seemed to share a sudden aversion to him. Spotting Nizu, I rushed over, picking him up and embracing him. I expressed my pride in everything he had done, reminding him that sometimes villains aren't inherently bad people. We left together so I could share my perspective, mentioning my curiosity about the leader's past, though I hadn't caught his name. We discussed the #1 hero and our need to gather evidence against him, and I suggested enlisting the help of the League of Villains, despite its unconventional nature. The door to Nizu's office swung open, revealing a breathless Endeavor and a slightly flustered Sho. When Endeavor saw me, he enveloped me in a warm hug, which I gladly returned. He expressed his relief that we were both okay, admitting his worry after receiving the call. We reassured him that my dad would be fine. Toshi's care had certainly aided Dad's recovery. I had already seen Papa, who had given me a big hug and showered me with affection. He told me how proud he was of me for protecting Dad and suggested that once Dad woke up, we should all go on a trip, even inviting Sho and 𝗵𝗵. We decided to leave Nizu to his work and check on Dad, making our way to Recovery Girl's office. I knew Sho wanted to carry me, but his dad took the lead instead. He joked about not stealing me away, emphasizing his love for Sho's mother and how I was more like a son to him. Sho turned away, pouting as his dad raised an eyebrow. I giggled at the exchange, and Endeavor added that he would prefer if I were his son-in-law. Sho blushed and stumbled over his words, running off while shouting at his dad. I laughed alongside Endeavor, who looked at me with a smile. Curiously, I asked Endeavor if I could marry Sho. He paused, then broke into a grin, assuring me I could, but playfully noted that I didn't need to call him Fire Daddy. I squealed with excitement and kissed his cheek, promising to make Sho very happy. He chuckled and patted my head, knowing I would. When we entered the office, I saw Dad sitting up in bed, covered in bandages. I jumped off Endeavor and leaped onto Dad's hospital bed, hugging him tightly and crying. He pulled me closer, whispering reassurances that he was okay and expressing his pride in me. Once I calmed down, I looked at him with concern, asking if he was in pain. He shook his head, and I glanced at Papa for confirmation, causing Dad to groan while Papa laughed. He assured me that Dad was fine and just needed time to heal. I nodded and rested my head on Dad's chest, listening to his heartbeat. Dad mentioned hearing about my encounter with the villains, and I felt a rush of anxiety, wondering if he was upset that I had let them go or felt sympathy for those who had tried to harm him. Sensing my distress, he reassured me that he was proud of my compassion and longing to understand why they became villains, emphasizing that this was the mark of a true hero. Tears welled in my eyes as I hugged him again, grateful for his pride in me. Dad chuckled softly, patting my head and affirming that we were all proud of my actions. After sharing heartfelt moments, we chatted together. Surprisingly, Dad and Papa got along well with 𝗵𝗲𝗏, while Sho and I cuddled, listening to our parents' conversation. Dad suggested we all take a trip together during the summer, and I eagerly jumped up, asking if I could have a sleepover at Sho's. I gave Dad my best puppy dog eyes, earning a playful groan from him. He agreed to a sleepover this weekend but insisted on being updated about my well-being. It was Tuesday, and we had the day off due to the previous day's events. A new dorm system was being implemented, and we would return to school tomorrow, with the dorms ready by Thursday. I would be staying with Sho and meeting his family. The next morning, I woke up next to Toshi but wanted to stay nestled in bed, so I scooted closer to him. He pulled me in, and I giggled at his cuddly nature, even in his sleep. When I next woke up, Toshi was gone, and I didn't want to get up. I pulled the blanket over my head, facing the wall. After a few moments, I heard Papa's voice calling me to wake up. I peeked out from under the blanket to see him smiling at me, and an overwhelming sense of happiness washed over me. I had found so many kind people, and I loved my family dearly. Tears of joy slipped down my cheeks, prompting Papa to rush over with concern. He asked what was wrong, but I didn't respond. Instead, I crawled into his lap, sobbing into his chest. Dad came up the stairs, mumbling about being quiet, but he stopped in his tracks when he saw me crying in Papa's embrace. Toshi must have followed Dad upstairs because the next moment, both Dad and Toshi were hugging Izuku too. They reassured him, telling him it was okay to take his time. After about 10 minutes of crying and receiving comfort from all three of them, Izuku sat up, sniffing as he pouted slightly. Toshi gently wiped his cheek with his thumb, asking if something was upsetting him, to which Izuku shook his head. Dad then stroked Izuku's tail, calming him further, and asked if anything was hurting. Again, Izuku shook his head and hiccuped softly. Papa looked into Izuku's eyes for a moment and asked if he was happy. Toshi and Dad exchanged surprised glances. Izuku giggled a little, sniffled, and nodded his head in affirmation. Papa smiled warmly and pulled him into another hug. Although he was still hiccuping a bit, Izuku felt calmer now. He pulled away and smiled at them, expressing his happiness in meeting them all and never imagining he would have a family that loved him. Toshi and Dad laughed while Papa kissed Izuku's cheek. Izuku pouted playfully at them, and they all cuddled until he was breathing steadily and no longer hiccuping. Papa then carried him downstairs into the living room. They all settled down together, and Izuku felt tired from all the crying. As his eyes grew heavy, he murmured his love for them, declaring them his family, before drifting off into darkness. The three adults watched the sleeping boy with their hearts melting as he fell asleep after expressing his affection. Hisashi smiled, a tear escaping his eye, and the other two silently agreed with him. They allowed Izuku to sleep while they continued with their morning routine, even the usually loud blonde remaining quiet. About an hour later, they were in the kitchen sipping coffee and working when they heard a small yawn and some shuffling. Hisashi, being closest, got up and approached the sofa where Izuku had been sleeping. The sight nearly melted his heart. Izuku was sitting up, rubbing his eyes with his fists, looking tired. His eyes were red and puffy, and his nose was pink from rubbing it. When Izuku spotted his papa at the door, his tail wagged excitedly, and he raised his arms toward the man. Hisashi smiled lovingly and picked him up. Izuku nestled his head into Hisashi's neck, still not fully awake, and nodded when asked if he had a good sleep. Hisashi smiled and sat at the table with Izuku hugging him tightly. When someone mentioned coffee, Izuku perked up, his tiredness momentarily forgotten as he looked around with his puffy red eyes, causing both his papa and brother to smile. Once he had his coffee, Izuku returned to his usual bubbly self but still clung to his papa. He suggested watching a movie and having some snacks. Izuku and Hitoshi exchanged a glance before rushing to their room to change into their most comfortable clothes, with Izuku donning a pair of shorts and a baby blue hoodie. They hurried downstairs, bringing all the blankets and pillows they could carry, Izuku's appealing hair swaying along with his tail as he ran. Hitoshi settled next to their papa, cuddled up with a blanket, while Izuku sat on their dad's lap, handing him a hair tie and asking him to style his hair. Shota smiled and nodded, quickly tying Izuku's long curls into a bun similar to his own before wrapping his arms around his son in a tight hug. They spent the rest of the evening enjoying their day off together, eventually falling asleep on the sofa. The next day, the family rushed to leave their home after waking up late, having been too comfortable to rise on time. They split up for their respective classes, with Aizawa, Hitoshi, and Izuku heading to Class 1A. When Aizawa entered the classroom, everyone immediately quieted down. Izuku hopped off his dad, giving Kaminari and Todoroki a kiss on the cheek as he did every day, then sat on Bakuga's lap, ignoring Kirishima's glare, which he knew was fueled by jealousy rather than anything personal. The day progressed normally for Izuku, who spent break time in the teacher's lounge, ate lunch with Todoroki, and watched his dad teach hero training. Unbeknownst to them, someone had been observing Izuku throughout the day, relaying information to his boss. The man reported that Izuku didn't seem to talk much around larger groups but appeared close to a few kids and teachers. The man in the tree nearly lost his balance when Izuku glanced in his direction, but he quickly concealed himself better, watching as Izuku looked around as if searching for something. When Izuku gave up and returned to watching his friends train, the man sighed in relief. He then noticed Shoto Todoroki approaching Izuku. To his surprise, he saw Todoroki, often described as emotionless, laughing and blushing while speaking to the Nico boy. The man watched as Todoroki pressed a gentle kiss to Izuku's cheek before returning to his training partner, flames flickering from his fingers. The man chuckled softly as he observed Bakuga, known for his explosive personality, interacting with Izuku. Bakuga hugged the boy before receiving a peck on the cheek from the greenette. The man thought to himself that Izuku seemed like a nice kid, reminiscent of a younger brother. He then silenced himself to listen to the teacher, who was addressing the class about intensifying their training in preparation for the upcoming sports festival. Everyone had Friday off to move into the dorms, and the class cheered with excitement about having dorms and the chance to showcase their quirks at the festival. Izuku ran and jumped onto Todoroki, giggling. He leaned in close to his father, whispering a request to participate in the festival, his eyes wide with hope. Aizawa hesitated, expressing concern about the potential dangers and the attention it might draw to Izuku. The boy's expression shifted to disappointment, and he began to pout. Aizawa, recognizing the signs of impending tears, warned him not to cry. Despite his efforts, Izuku turned away, tears welling in his eyes, drawing the amused attention of their classmates and a mysterious observer nearby. Aizawa sighed, rubbing his nose in frustration, before relenting. Izuku turned back, his eyes red and hopeful. Aizawa nodded, reassuring him with a smile. Overjoyed, Izuku leaped into his father's arms, expressing his gratitude before bouncing over to his brother and Kaminari, who joined him in celebrating. The man in the tree watched the children with a smile, finding them endearing, and contacted his boss to relay the news about the dorms and the upcoming sports festival. As Friday arrived, Izuku felt the exhaustion of moving into the dorms. Fortunately, his father had arranged for him and Toshi to be close to the teachers' dorms, along with Sho and Kaminari. They were informed they could go home on weekends, but it wasn't mandatory. Once everyone had unpacked, the class decided to tour each other's rooms, with Izuku's room being the last stop. He unlocked the door, and Sho entered first, followed by the others. The walls of Izuku's room were painted a soft pink, matching his blanket and pillows. Stuffed animals adorned his bed, and a purple bean bag chair sat in the corner by the balcony door. Posters of his father and papa as heroes decorated the walls, along with family photos. Purple fairy lights surrounded his bed, casting a warm glow. Mina squealed in delight, and Izuku felt a blush creep onto his cheeks. When Kaken revealed a picture of Izuku with ice cream on his nose, Izuku giggled at the memory. He then showed a picture of himself and Kaken from their childhood, where Kaken had given him a piggyback ride after he scraped his knees. Kaken blushed and urged everyone to stop talking about it before pulling Kirishima out of the room. Momo declared Izuku the winner of the room tour, and everyone agreed, while Izuku quietly thanked them, avoiding their gaze as they left. Once alone, Izuku flopped onto his bed, clutching his favorite light pink bunny that Toshi had given him. Sho smiled at him, sitting beside him on the bed, and began running his fingers through Izuku's curls. Izuku requested Sho to lie down with him, and Sho obliged, positioning himself so they were face to face. Izuku snuggled closer, still holding his stuffed bunny. Sho wrapped his arms around him and kissed his head, eliciting a contented hum from Izuku. They enjoyed this moment until a knock interrupted them. Sho called for the visitor to enter, and Aizawa walked in, rolling his eyes at the sight of them. He asked if Izuku had packed for his sleepover, to which Izuku shook his head. Sho, eager to help, jumped up and pulled Izuku to his feet, suggesting they could nap in the car on the way. Izuku nodded, gathering his belongings for the weekend. He made sure to pack his shorts, jumpers, thigh-high socks, and his bunny, hoping Sho's family could help him with his hair. After packing, Izuku wrapped his arms around his father's neck, waiting to be lifted. Aizawa chuckled, picking him up like a koala. With 30 minutes to spare, Aizawa offered to style Izuku's hair. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Izuku watched as his father expertly tied his hair into a bun, finishing it off with a red bow. Dressed in his red jumper, black shorts, and thigh-high socks, Izuku admired himself in the mirror, twirling with a grin. Sho complimented him, and Izuku returned the sentiment to his father with a hug of gratitude. They loaded the car with their bags, and Izuku and Sho quickly fell asleep during the drive, unaware of Aizawa capturing countless photos of them. When Aizawa woke them, they had arrived at the Todoroki residence. Izuku felt nervous about meeting new people, but Sho picked him up, bringing him closer. As they approached the door, Izuku played with Sho's hair. Aizawa carried their bags inside and gave Izuku a kiss on the cheek before leaving. As they entered the spacious, modern living room, Izuku heard footsteps approaching and tightened his grip around Sho's neck. Sho comforted him with gentle circles on his thighs, offering a warm smile. The Todoroki family appeared around the corner, looking excited, but Izuku was too eager to see Fire Daddy again. He jumped off Sho and ran toward him, leaping into his arms for a big hug. The warmth of his chuckle filled the air as he supported my weight with one arm. Fire Daddy smiled at me, admiring my outfit and hairstyle. He remarked on how pretty I looked, noting that my bow complimented my kitty ears. When he playfully tickled behind my ears, I erupted into giggles, pushing his hand away. Proudly, I shared that Daddy had done my hair. Feeling more at ease, I was ready to meet the others. The first to approach was a stunning woman with white hair. She introduced herself as Sho's mother, Rai, and I noticed a familiar scent that reminded me of Sho. I smiled and whispered to Fire Daddy that she was appealing, to which he agreed, nodding at the blush on Rai's cheeks. Next, a boy with short white hair, resembling Rai's, stepped forward. He introduced himself as Sho's older brother, Natsuo, and complimented my clothes. I giggled at his energetic demeanor, hiding my face in my hand. He smelled nice and was quite handsome, though not as much as Sho. I quietly called him handsome, hoping he heard me. Then, a woman with white hair streaked with red approached, offering a warm smile. She introduced herself as Fuyumi, inviting me to call her Yumi. I pointed out her cool hair, and she thanked me with another smile. Rai mentioned she needed to return to cooking, promising we could chat later. I nodded, and Yumi followed her mother to the kitchen. Fire Daddy settled onto the big sofa with me on his lap, while Sho sat beside us. I adjusted my position, resting my legs over Sho's and leaning against Fire Daddy's arm. Natsuo sat across from us, and we engaged in light conversation. During lunch, Izuku tried his best to join in, despite his discomfort speaking in front of many people. He had improved with eating but still made a bit of a mess. Dad helped clean around his face and claws, which made Natsuo chuckle. I laughed, surprised by Dad's gentleness. Natsuo shared that he was also taken aback the first time he saw them together. Mom chimed in, expressing her longing for all her children to be happy and in relationships. She excitedly mentioned a girl from school, but Natsuo's comment about her physical attributes earned him a playful smack on the back of the head from Mom, while Mayumi shot him a disapproving glare. Izuku, confused, asked why such things mattered in a relationship. Dad smiled at him, asking if he knew what that term meant. Izuku innocently pointed to the jug of water on the table, which made everyone laugh. Natsuo explained that it was another term for a woman's attributes, teasingly asking if there was anything about show that made Izuku feel tingly. I playfully hit him on the shoulder, not wanting him to embarrass me in front of my crush. Izuku looked at me and then smiled, saying everything about show made him feel that way. Mom and Mayumi cooed at his innocence, while Dad patted Izuku's head, and Natsuo teased me for blushing. Throughout the conversation, I felt my cheeks heat up while everyone chatted about various topics. I noticed Izuku getting along well with Natsuo, wondering if he preferred the company of guys over girls. I planned to ask him about it later. As Izuku slid off Dad's lap, he crawled over to Natsuo, nuzzling his face into Natsuo's hand. Natsuo looked a bit puzzled but smiled proudly as he picked Izuku up. Izuku wagged his tail in delight, snuggling into Natsuo's neck while receiving gentle pets, which made him purr softly. I smiled at the scene, but then noticed Mom looking at me with a raised eyebrow, prompting me to feign a cough and look away, feeling embarrassed. For dessert, Mayumi had made a cake, and I realized Izuku had never tasted cake before. Natsuo helped feed him to keep things tidy. When Izuku took his first bite, his eyes sparkled with delight, and he exclaimed how delicious it was, making us all laugh. I caught Dad snapping a picture to send to Izuku's dad, finding it amusing how they acted like teenagers around us. After eating, I took Izuku to my room to change for bed. It was now 6 p.m., and the day had been exhausting. Once in my room, I set Izuku down and walked to my closet for comfortable clothes, sighing when I realized I didn't have any jumpers. Izuku offered to lend me one of his, and I nodded, sitting beside him as he pulled out his clothes. He handed me a white jumper with red writing that read, "I know I'm cute." I smiled as he stood up, thinking he would head to the bathroom, but instead he took off his jumper. I noticed some scars on his body, which I had seen before but now observed more clearly. One scar stretched from his right shoulder down his back, stopping at his left hip. He was surprisingly muscular, with an impressive 8-pack, while I only had a 6-pack. His biceps were remarkable, leaving me in awe. His legs were toned, a detail I had overlooked while focusing on the softness of his skin. Izuku glanced down at me, noticing my gaze, and I felt a rush of heat in my cheeks as I quickly looked away. I decided to change as well, standing up and slipping on the oversized jumper Izuku had lent me. It surprised me how it hung past my fingers and reached my mid-thigh. I recalled that he often slouched when we walked together. When he finally walked over, he held my arm and slouched, standing at the same height as me. I wondered if that meant he was actually taller than I was. Turning around, I saw that Izuku had changed into a cute yellow nightgown. I smiled and moved closer to him, asking if he could stand up straight. He tilted his head but complied, straightening his posture. I gasped in surprise as he appeared to be at least 4 inches taller than me. I had to tilt my head back slightly to look up at him, marveling at how he could still be so adorable despite being more muscular and taller. Izuku noticed my gaze and felt a bit shy, fiddling with the hem of his nightdress until I finally spoke up, expressing my surprise at his height. He looked down at me, his cheeks slightly flushed as I admired him. I asked if he didn't like being tall, and he looked away, feeling shy. I reached up to gently touch his cheek, making him look at me again, and assured him that I still thought he was adorable, just surprised. I searched his eyes for any hint of insincerity but found none, which made me smile and lean into his hand. I suggested we sit down and watch a movie. I nodded enthusiastically and ran to grab my stuffed animal, settling on the futon next to him. He pulled me closer, wrapping his arms around my waist, my back resting against his chest and my head on his shoulder. After the movie, Izuku's mother knocked and entered with a tray of hot chocolate and snacks, saying she thought we might enjoy a treat. I smiled and leaned forward to take the tray, placing it gently on the floor and thanking her as she wished us good night. I positioned myself next to Izuku, leaning against the wall for easier access to the snacks. He turned to me with a curious expression and asked why I seemed more comfortable around men than women. I nodded, placing my hot drink back on the tray, and began to share my story. I explained that my 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 mother had been afraid of my 𝗵𝘃𝗧𝗏 father, and although he never hurt her, he directed his anger toward me. She often hurt me when he asked her to, despite her assurances of love. I admitted that I felt uneasy around women because they often appeared sweet but could be frightening. Izuku looked at me with tears in his eyes and pulled me into a comforting hug, expressing his sorrow for what I had endured and promising to protect me. I pulled back, smiling as I wiped away his tears and playfully kissed his nose, which made him laugh and blush. I then asked if we could kiss, and he looked surprised but quickly composed himself, nodding after a moment. He leaned in and kissed my cheek, which I appreciated, but I clarified that I meant a kiss on the lips, as I had learned that was what you did when you liked someone more than a friend. His eyes widened and he moved a bit closer, asking if I truly liked him that way. I nodded, watching his face turn bright red. His joy was evident as he admitted he liked me too, and I couldn't help but smile, feeling my tail wagging behind me. Izuku leaned forward, his hands on my cheeks, and I whispered that I didn't know how to kiss. I gazed at his lips, which looked soft and inviting. He reassured me that it was okay to just do what felt right. I nodded, leaning closer until we were mere inches apart, feeling his breath on my lips. I placed my hands on his waist as we drew nearer, our breathing becoming heavier in anticipation. Finally, our lips met in a sweet and gentle kiss. After a moment, we pulled away, gazing into each other's eyes. I smiled, suggesting we try kissing with our tongues. Our noses almost touched as he nodded slowly, and I grinned, connecting our lips once more. This time, we moved our lips in perfect harmony, my heart racing and a delightful tingle spreading through me. I gently brushed my tongue against his bottom lip, hoping he would open up for me. To my delight, he did so without hesitation, and I couldn't help but smirk into the kiss. I explored his mouth, feeling him grip my shoulders tightly as we lost ourselves in the moment. Realizing he was struggling for breath, I pulled away, both of us gasping for air. I couldn't believe how wonderful kissing felt, especially with Izuku melting into the kiss like this. I tightened my hold around his waist, pulling him into my lap, feeling his toned yet soft thighs beneath my hands. As I led the kiss, I realized how good it felt to take charge, and it seemed like Izuku didn't mind at all. I held the back of his head, deepening the kiss. His soft sounds of pleasure sent shivers down my spine, and I could sense his excitement growing. Suddenly, he pressed down onto me, and I groaned into the kiss, trying to regain control. Our faces flushed, we pulled away, breathless and exhilarated, knowing our lips would likely bear the marks of our passionate exchange. He nodded, trying to steady his breathing. He never imagined he would let someone take the lead like that, but it felt surprisingly good. He looked away, blushing, and the other person gently turned his chin to make him look back. They shared a moment of understanding, both realizing they enjoyed the experience more than they expected. Suddenly, the door swung open, and someone entered with a loud entrance, pausing at the sight of Sho sitting close to the other, their hair tousled and breathing a bit uneven. Fire Daddy stared at them, wide-eyed, before breaking into a grin and snapping a picture. He teased that it seemed his son was in a 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲 position. Sho squealed, hiding his face in the other's neck, which made the situation even more amusing. The other person giggled and nodded at Fire Daddy, who laughed in response. He reassured Sho not to feel embarrassed. Sho looked up at his dad, still blushing, and asked if he would be judged for being in a 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗲 role. Fire Daddy's expression softened with concern as he knelt beside them, embracing both. He expressed that his only priority was Sho's happiness, emphasizing that both roles in a relationship were equally important. They all cuddled until Sho felt more at ease, and he smiled at his dad, expressing his love. Fire Daddy stood up, ready to leave, and mentioned he had already sent the picture to Aizawa, which made 𝗏 look like he had just received shocking news. Fire Daddy left the room, skipping with childlike joy, leaving the flustered 𝗏 behind. The other person took the opportunity to confess their feelings, asking if 𝗏 would be their boyfriend. 𝗏 looked taken aback, his mouth agape in surprise. The other person giggled, playfully closing 𝗏's mouth and giving him a quick kiss, affirming their feelings. They admired 𝗏's kindness and protective nature, feeling a sense of comfort in their connection. They decided it was time to rest, and 𝗏 carefully removed the ribbon and hair tie from the other's hair, massaging their scalp gently. The soothing touch felt wonderful, and the other person expressed their gratitude with a kiss on 𝗏's neck, causing him to shudder. They lay down together with the other resting on top of 𝗏, who played with their hair. It wasn't long before they both drifted off to sleep, enjoying the warmth and closeness they shared. In the middle of the night, the other person woke up with a dry throat. They quietly made their way to the kitchen for a glass of water, trying not to disturb anyone. Just as they took a sip, they felt an arm wrap around their waist and turned to see 𝗏, who apologized for startling them. They smiled and hugged him, confirming they were okay now. 𝗏 pecked their cheek before yawning, which the other found adorable. They decided to return to bed, not wanting to wake anyone else. Once back in 𝗏's room, he closed the door and climbed under the blanket, opening his arms for the other to join him. They giggled and settled against his chest, sighing contentedly. 𝗏 whispered a sweet goodnight, kissing the other's temple, and they responded with a quick peck on his neck before falling asleep again. The next morning, they were awakened by Nat's enthusiastic voice, announcing that everyone was going out. 𝗏 threw a pillow at his brother, while the other person laughed at the playful exchange. Nat, noticing the laughter, approached and began tickling the other, causing them to squeal and laugh uncontrollably. After a moment of playful chaos, Nat paused, grinning victoriously as the other gasped for breath. Pouting, the other person jumped on Nat, tickling him in return, surprised to find he was ticklish. 𝗏 recorded the amusing scene as the tickling continued. After a minute, the other collapsed beside Nat, out of breath. Nat, pretending to be hurt, complained to 𝗏 about the tickling. 𝗏 simply smiled and turned to the other, asking them to ease up on his brother. The other person giggled and stretched, and Nat's eyes widened in realization when he heard them call 𝗏 baby. Jumped up, excitedly asking if they were officially boyfriends. The other looked at 𝗏 for confirmation, who nodded with a smile. They shared that they had become a couple the day before, and Fire Daddy had captured a picture of the moment, causing 𝗏 to blush and hide his face in his hands as memories of the previous day flooded back. Nat laughed, eager to see the picture, and expressed his happiness for them both. Nat announced it was time to get dressed, as they would be leaving in an hour. With a smile, she left the room, and the protagonist stood up from the floor, settling onto 𝗏's lap. Curiosity sparked as she asked if he knew their destination, but he shook his head, sighing. 𝗏 wasn't fond of surprises, while she thrived on them. Giggling, she pulled her bag closer and selected a cute tan jumper dress paired with shorts, even though they were hidden. She donned black thigh-high socks, shortening the claws on her feet. Preferring to go without shoes, she admired her reflection in the mirror, pleased with her outfit. 𝗏 approached from behind, wrapping his arms around her waist, and complimented her beauty. She giggled and turned to him, leaning down to share a kiss. When they pulled apart, she rested her head against him, feeling the intimacy of the moment, and expressed her happiness in having met him. 𝗏 smiled and pulled her closer for another kiss, sharing his own feelings of surprise at finding someone like her. She smiled back before stepping away to let him change. He looked handsome in his black ripped jeans and red tank top, which accentuated his strong arms. She found his appearance attractive, and when he noticed her staring, he blushed. Eager to leave, he suggested they head downstairs. She nodded and raised her arms, prompting him to pick her up. With a smile, he obliged, and she pressed a kiss to his cheek. Upon reaching the downstairs area, they found everyone waiting, with Nat buzzing with excitement. He jogged toward the door, shouting in enthusiasm. She laughed and jumped off 𝗏, racing to catch up with Nat. Once she reached him, she hopped onto his back, squealing for a piggyback ride. Nat stumbled but quickly regained his balance, joking about her weight. She giggled and suggested he try riding on her back instead. Excitedly, he agreed and jumped on, and she began to run, enjoying the fun of the moment. From Izuku's perspective, he was having a blast with Nat, who felt like a little brother despite being in his 20s. As they ran, Nat pointed the way, and the rest of the Todoroki family followed, laughing. Turning a corner, they approached a steep hill, and an idea sparked in his mind. He asked Nat to get off for a moment, and as he slid off his thigh-high socks, he prepared to use his quirks. He turned to Sho, asking him to hold onto the socks for a bit. Nat climbed back on, and Izuku ensured he held on tightly, turning to Sho for a moment of curiosity about using his quirks in public. Sho looked puzzled, while his father smirked, assuring him that nothing would happen since he was with them. With a giggle, Izuku focused on the thrill ahead, glancing back at Nat, who appeared a mix of nervousness and excitement. He reassured Nat that it would be fun, urging him not to let go. With a burst of speed, he dashed down the hill, jumping onto a brick wall to propel them forward. Nat screamed, thinking they might fall, but Izuku used his levitation to keep them light and manipulated the wind to float them down. Nat's exhilaration was contagious as he shouted about how amazing it felt, a wide grin on his face. Izuku giggled, gradually lowering them to the ground, where Nat jumped off, squealing about the incredible experience. Izuku laughed and shared details about his quirks, even though he was still discovering their full potential. Nat enthusiastically agreed that it had been fun. Suddenly, Sho jumped onto Izuku, grinning and praising the coolness of the experience. Izuku laughed and nodded, spotting his father approaching and running to him. Before she could leap onto him, he picked her up effortlessly, holding her with one arm while holding hands with Rai with the other. She excitedly asked if he had seen her stunt, and he confirmed, praising her speed. She nuzzled into his neck, feeling the warmth that made her sleepy. Not wanting to doze off, she hopped down and returned to Sho, who handed her back her socks. As she put them on, she noticed Sho blushing and held onto his arm, leaning close to whisper playfully about what he might have seen that he liked. As they reached their destination, her excitement soared. The beach was appealing, bustling with heroes, some of whom she recognized as hero students. Having never been to a beach before, she marveled at the scene, asking Fire Daddy why so many heroes were present. He smiled and patted her head, explaining that the beach was designated for heroes and those in training, allowing them privacy with their families. She smiled, taking in her surroundings, and then suggested they go for a swim. Dad packed swim trunks for everyone, and Izuku nodded in agreement as he followed Sho to the changing area. Sho wore black shorts with red stripes, while Izuku's were a pastel green with white lines. He was aware that people would see his scars, but he felt no shame about them. He had already shared his past with his family and showed them his scars, and Dad and Papa had shown him their own from their hero work. They returned to Sho's family, who were all sitting under an umbrella in the shade. When they noticed Izuku, he could see the surprise on their faces. Not wanting to speak in the crowded area, he tapped Sho on the shoulder to get his attention. When Sho turned to him, Izuku leaned in and quietly asked for help with his hair, which kept falling into his face. Sho's eyes widened in understanding, and he led Izuku to sit down. Sho approached Fire Daddy and asked him to help with Izuku's hair, recalling how he used to style Fuyumi's hair when they were younger. Fire Daddy chuckled, picked up a hair tie from Izuku's bag, and quickly braided his hair. Izuku smiled and expressed his gratitude with a gentle kiss on Fire Daddy's cheek before grabbing Sho's hand and running toward the water, with Nat chasing after them. Izuku spent a joyful time in the water with Sho and Nat, playing various games. Nat kept splashing them, prompting Izuku to use his quirk to create a large wave that caught Nat off guard. Sho and Izuku laughed heartily when Nat resurfaced with his hair still dry, enjoying the moment as if they were a second family. Izuku noticed Rai and Yumi had left, likely to engage in some girly activities, and then spotted Fire Daddy conversing with the number 3 hero, 𝗏𝗧𝗏. He had heard about 𝗏𝗏𝗏, who often praised him as his favorite hero, describing him as cool and handsome. After watching some interviews, Izuku thought 𝗏𝗏𝗏 seemed nice. Deciding to join Fire Daddy, Izuku dashed out of the water and leaped onto him. His friends and family were accustomed to his spontaneous jumps, so Fire Daddy caught him effortlessly. Fire Daddy greeted him, asking if he was bored, to which Izuku shook his head. He glanced at 𝗏𝗄, who smiled and reached out a hand, but Fire Daddy cautioned him to be careful, noting that Izuku might scratch if he didn't like him. 𝗏𝗄 chuckled and addressed Izuku, playfully asking if he would hurt him. Izuku giggled and shook his head, then whispered to Fire Daddy that 𝗏𝗄 was someone his friend admired. Fire Daddy laughed and nodded, and Izuku felt a hand gently scratch behind his ears, prompting him to purr and lean into the touch. 𝗏𝗄 was taken aback by how adorable Izuku looked and withdrew his hand. Izuku pouted and reached out, wanting to be picked up. 𝗏𝗄 looked to Fire Daddy for confirmation, who assured him that Izuku wanted to be held. With a smile, 𝗏𝗄 lifted Izuku and wrapped one of his wings around him for support. Izuku marveled at 𝗏𝗄's appealing wings, which felt incredibly soft. When Fire Daddy's phone rang, he stepped away, leaving Izuku alone with 𝗏𝗄. Curiously, Izuku remarked that 𝗏𝗄 smelled familiar, like a Todoroki, but different since he had met them all. 𝗏𝗄 stared at him in shock, momentarily speechless. Izuku continued, expressing his longing to meet the person behind the pleasant scent. 𝗏𝗄, impressed by Izuku's keen senses, assured him that he would meet the person soon. He was a nice guy, and I noticed a slight blush on his cheeks. I smiled at him and asked if he was her boyfriend. He blushed deeper and nodded slowly. My smile widened when I saw Sho and Nat approaching. I wriggled out of 𝗏𝗄's hold and hugged Sho when he stood next to me, giving him a quick peck on the lips. I mentioned that I had met 𝗏𝗄 and teased that 𝗵𝗃 would be jealous. I pointed at 𝗏𝗄 and introduced Sho as my boyfriend. 𝗏𝗄 smiled and shook hands with Sho. Shortly after, Fire Daddy returned and informed us it was time to leave. Before we departed, I managed to get an autograph from 𝗏𝗄 for 𝗵𝗃. On the way home, I began to feel tired and asked Fire Daddy if he could carry me. I was delighted when he agreed, and I soon fell asleep in his arms. When I woke up, I found myself resting on Nat, who was gently running his fingers through the fur on my tail. I sat up and rubbed my eyes, then leaned my head back on Nat's shoulder, keeping my eyes closed. I heard him laugh, followed by a second voice giggling, which I didn't recognize. Curious, I opened my eyes to see a young man sitting next to Nat, looking at me with a warm smile. He had cute orange hair and appeared to be around 19. Izuku was glad I had woken up and introduced the young man as his boyfriend, Ryan. I waved at Ryan and sat up, stretching my arms and feeling my cat ears twitch a bit. Ryan commented on how adorable I was, and I began playing with Nat's hand out of boredom, acting a little silly as I often did when I first woke up. I playfully liked his hand and smiled, declaring that we were now friends. He smiled back, and I caught a whiff of Ryan's scent, which reminded me of flowers and was quite pleasant. Nat pointed out Sho, who was sleeping in a chair nearby, holding my stuffed toy. I smiled and stood up, walking over to gently pick him up, one arm under his knees and the other supporting his back. I said a quick goodbye to Nat and Ryan before heading to Sho's room. I lay down on the futon, placing him next to me so we could snuggle. I didn't fall asleep right away and instead spent time on my phone, waiting for him to wake up. I was having a fun dream about Izuku when I suddenly woke up, feeling a bit flustered. I realized I was lying in my room, and Izuku was beside me. I looked up to see him blushing slightly. Embarrassed, I scrambled to get up, but Izuku gently grabbed my waist and pulled me back down, smiling reassuringly. He told me it was okay and that there was no need to be embarrassed, as it was normal. He caressed my cheek and traced my scar with a small smile. I turned my gaze away, trying to hide my own blush, but he giggled, making me feel even more flustered. He mentioned that I had been pressing against him in my sleep, and I felt mortified. Izuku pressed a kiss to my cheek and shifted so our legs intertwined. I gasped at the unexpected sensation and tried to push away, but he held me close, leaning in to whisper that I had been miming in my sleep. I looked at him, and he was smirking, teasing me about the situation. It was a moment filled with warmth and confusion, and I couldn't help but wonder about the connection we shared. Just be close, he thought, nodding his head as he positioned himself with his thigh between her legs. He began to push gently against her, causing small gasps to escape her lips. He suggested they sit up, and they both adjusted their positions. He looked around, letting out a small sigh before lifting her effortlessly and carrying her over to the desk. She was surprised by his strength, but it made sense given his muscular build. He set her down on the desk and stood between her legs, his hands resting on her thighs. He asked her how far she was comfortable going, gazing into her eyes. After a moment of contemplation, she replied that touching was fine, but she wasn't ready for anything more. He nodded and leaned in to kiss her. As he brushed his tongue against her bottom lip, she opened her mouth, allowing him to explore. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer. His hand moved to her, and as he began to caress her, she gasped, instinctively grinding against his hand. He asked if it felt good, and she nodded in response. They both breathed heavily as they continued to explore each other, their movements becoming more frantic. As they kissed again, their actions grew more uncoordinated, both nearing 𝗧𝗵𝗵𝗃. He praised her, and a wave of pride washed over her. When they reached their peak, he covered her mouth with his hand, and she leaned against him, breathless. She whispered that it felt wonderful, and he agreed, kissing her cheek before lifting her up and taking them both to the shower. They would clean up and then grab something to eat. She nodded, allowing him to undress them while the water warmed up. As he washed his hair, she admired him, finding him both handsome and adorable. He turned to her with a smile, asking if he could wash her hair. She nodded and kissed his cheek. He giggled, applying shampoo to his hands, and as he gently massaged her scalp, she closed her eyes, relishing the sensation. Once they were clean, he wrapped a towel around his waist and another around her, drying their hair before leading her back to the room. He seated her in the desk chair while he changed into his nightdress and fluffy socks. He then placed one of his hoodies on her along with some socks. As he was about to pull her out of the room, she hugged him tightly around the waist, expressing how much she enjoyed being pampered by him. He smiled and reassured her that it was not weird. He liked taking care of her too. After sharing a kiss, he guided them to the kitchen. He cherished the moment spent with her, enjoying how she cuddled and sought his affection, but he also relished the opportunity to care for her and make her feel special. In the kitchen, he set her on the counter while he gathered ingredients to prepare a meal, having recently learned a bit about cooking from his father. As he cooked bacon on the stove, he kept one hand on her thigh, rubbing gentle circles, appreciating her presence. Just as he finished plating the food, Natsuo burst in with his boyfriend close behind, exclaiming that he smelled food. He giggled and pointed to the dishes, watching as Natsuo's eyes lit up with excitement. He set the plates on the kitchen table, lifted her, and placed her in a chair before sitting on her lap. Ryan, Natsuo's boyfriend, remarked on how cute they were, and he smiled back, handing some toast to her. He then asked Natsuo to call the others to join them, knowing he was the loudest. Natsuo feigned injury before shouting for everyone to come eat. He laughed at the scene, observing as the others entered, happily taking their seats. Yumi inquired about who had cooked, praising the meal. She pointed to him, and he smiled sheepishly while taking a bite of the toast she was enjoying. She playfully pouted at him when he stuck his tongue out, and he rolled his eyes but smiled back, kissing her cheek before continuing to eat. He learned more about Ryan, who worked at an engineering firm creating innovative gadgets for heroes. Suddenly, he remembered a scent he had been noticing lately and turned to Fire Daddy, who sat to his right. He asked if Fire Daddy had any siblings. Fire Daddy looked confused, and the table fell silent as everyone turned to listen. He explained that he was an only child and had lost his parents as a teenager. He wondered why he had asked, and he felt a twinge of concern. He elaborated on how everyone had a unique scent, and he could often tell when someone belonged to a certain family. He noted that he had been smelling someone who had a Todoroki scent, but it wasn't anyone present. The room grew quiet, and he noticed the color drain from their faces. Rai began to cry, and Fire Daddy turned to him, asking if he had said something wrong. Fire Daddy sighed and shook his head, while he felt Sho reassuringly hold his hand. Fire Daddy revealed that he had another older brother who had left before his 5th birthday. Everyone had thought he was gone. Izuku gasped and turned to look at the others, who all smiled back at him. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful to know that he was alive and out there somewhere. Fire Daddy picked him up off Sho, causing Izuku to yelp in surprise. He hugged Izuku tightly, thanking him repeatedly. Izuku chuckled, saying it was no big deal, just a matter of sensing a smell. The mood remained joyful for the rest of the evening. When it was time for bed, Sho gently ran his fingers through Izuku's hair. Izuku glanced over at him and smiled, expressing his fondness. Sho blushed and looked away, prompting Izuku to chuckle and turn his face back to meet his gaze. Leaning in, Izuku pressed their lips together, watching as Sho's eyes slowly closed, surrendering to the kiss. Izuku closed his own eyes, pulling Sho closer. When they finally parted, Sho wore a bright smile, admitting he liked Izuku too. Izuku snuggled closer, wrapping his arms around Sho and closing his eyes, waiting for sleep to come. However, he found himself restless and quietly stood up from the bed, careful not to wake Sho. Stepping out onto the balcony, he called Toshi, knowing he would still be awake. It didn't take long for Toshi to answer. Toshi greeted Izuku, asking what was up. Izuku shared that he couldn't sleep and wanted to talk, excitedly revealing that he had asked Sho to be his boyfriend, and Sho had said yes. They had shared many kisses, and there might have been a little more earlier that day. Toshi was ecstatic, teasing that their dad wouldn't be pleased about the last part. They laughed together, knowing they would find out soon enough. After chatting for about an hour, Izuku returned to bed, feeling warm and happy as Sho cuddled up against him, resting his face on Izuku's chest. Izuku smiled and placed a gentle kiss on Sho's temple. Izuku's perspective shifted as he found himself in Fire Daddy's car on the way home. Sho had stayed behind, worried about their dad's reaction. When they arrived, Dad rushed out of the house and enveloped Izuku in a proud hug, exclaiming how proud he was. Izuku laughed along with Fire Daddy, teasing that while it was good, everyone knew Papa was the top. Dad's face turned bright red at the playful jab. Fire Daddy laughed even harder, while Dad shot him a glare. Izuku walked over to Dad, wrapping his arms around his neck and expressing how much he missed him. Dad smiled back, picking him up and stroking his hair, sharing that he had missed Izuku too. He mentioned that Papa had cried the day before, and Izuku giggled at the thought, imagining the scene with Toshi laughing in the corner. As the car drove off, Izuku waved goodbye and was carried into the house, where Papa awaited them. Papa jumped off the sofa and ran toward them. Izuku hopped off Dad and rushed to Papa, giving him a big hug. Papa expressed how much he had missed Izuku, asking him never to leave again. Izuku giggled and kissed Papa on the cheek, excitedly sharing that he now had a boyfriend. Papa had already heard from Dad and had seen a picture of them together, teasing Izuku about taking after him. Izuku giggled and nodded as Papa led them to the kitchen. Curious, he asked where Toshi was. Dad, sitting down with a cup of coffee, explained that Toshi was still asleep, likely due to their late-night phone call. Izuku nearly choked on his hot chocolate, realizing he was the one Toshi had been talking to. He sheepishly admitted he had called Toshi to chat because he couldn't sleep. Papa smiled at him, petting his head and saying Toshi had been gloomy without him. Izuku smiled back, quickly finishing his drink and placing the empty cup in the sink to wash later. With a bright smile, he dashed up the stairs, carefully opening the door to the bedroom. Toshi was fast asleep under the blanket, his phone resting beside him. Izuku gently moved the phone to the nightstand, then lifted the blanket and climbed in. Toshi instinctively snuggled up to him in his sleep. Izuku smiled, cuddling closer and closing his eyes, enjoying the warmth and comfort of the moment, even if he wasn't tired. After a minute, the character pulled out their phone and took a picture. The image captured them lying on the bed with Toshi resting on their chest. A smile spread across their face as they sent the picture to Cam. The response came back almost immediately, expressing delight and stating that it would be set as a background. Amused, they giggled and began watching cat videos on YouTube. After about 30 minutes, Toshi began to stir, slowly waking up. When his eyes opened, he looked up with a puzzled expression. The characters smiled and ran their fingers through his messy hair, greeting him with warmth. They playfully mentioned that Papa had said he missed them, causing Toshi to blush and look away. He mumbled that he was just bored as he took out his phone. The character rolled their eyes, watching as he suddenly shot up and glared at them, realizing that a picture had been sent to Kami. With a grin, the character slowly got off the bed, but just before Toshi could react, they dashed out of the room. Toshi chased after them, shouting about how embarrassing it was. Laughter filled the air as the character leaped over furniture to escape. Dad walked in, witnessed the commotion, and simply turned back to the kitchen. Then, Papa emerged, and the character jumped onto his back, playfully calling for help against Toshi's mock threats. Toshi stopped in front of them, still glaring. Papa inquired about what had happened, and Toshi pouted, showing him the message from 𝗵𝗵 about the picture. Papa chuckled, which only intensified Toshi's annoyance. However, Papa reassured Toshi that 𝗵𝗵 thought he looked cute and had set the picture as his background. The character pulled out their phone to show Toshi the message, making him blush again. Eventually, he relented, muttering that he would forgive them. The character grinned and kissed his cheek before they all headed to the kitchen for a meal. As the scene shifted to Izuku's perspective, it was a Sunday evening, and they were excited to arrive at the dorms. Upon seeing Kaken, they couldn't help but tackle him to the floor, provoking a colorful reaction from him. Izuku shared all the details about their relationship with Sho, and Kaken seemed impressed, particularly when Izuku mentioned being the more assertive one in their interactions. Kaken also shared that things were going well with Kirishima. As the evening progressed and everyone grew tired, they all went to sleep. Monday unfolded like any other day until lunchtime, when things took a turn. Izuku sat at a table with Sho, Toshi, 𝗵𝗵, Kaken, and Kirishima when Uraraka made an appearance. She mockingly referred to them as a slot army, causing the cafeteria to fall silent as everyone turned to look. Most people recognized Izuku as the cute boy everyone protected. Kaken stood up in defense, but Kirishima held him back, giving Izuku a reassuring look. Izuku smiled back, grateful for Kirishima's support. Uraraka continued her taunts, dismissing Toshi and Kirishima's past feelings towards Izuku. The atmosphere shifted as Izuku's anger began to rise. Determined, Izuku stood tall and confronted Uraraka, expressing deep affection for Toshi and their family. They declared that BLD relations did not define their bond and emphasized the strength of their friendship with Kirishima. Izuku warned Uraraka to walk away before things escalated further, but she continued to provoke them, making hurtful remarks about their family. In a moment of frustration, Izuku reacted and slapped her across the face, standing firm in their beliefs about defending themselves. The tension in the cafeteria was palpable, as many students shared similar experiences and were angered by Uraraka's comments. No one should ever strike another without a valid reason. She looked at him in disbelief as a tear rolled down her cheek, expressing her anger and frustration. Uraraka, breaking free from her shock, declared that if he ever spoke about her parents or anyone else in that manner again, she would not hesitate to take drastic action. In that moment, her voice rose as she accused him of hitting her and insisted that he did not belong there. Just then, Dad and Papa entered the room alongside Nizu. They approached him, offering comforting hugs, and Nizu addressed the situation directly. He pointed out that Uraraka had been bullying others since her arrival, targeting them based on their sexuality and attempting to provoke Izuku to make him appear unfavorable. Furthermore, he reminded her that she had insulted 2 of her teachers and pro-heroes, leading to her expulsion from U. Nizu assured her that he would ensure she would not gain admission to any other hero schools. With tears streaming down her face, Uraraka fled the scene. He turned to Toshi and embraced him, aware that some of Uraraka's words might have stung. He reassured Toshi that he was loved, just as Dad and Papa loved them both as their sons. Toshi returned the hug, and Papa joined in, while Dad nodded, recognizing the crowd in the cafeteria. Next, he approached Kirishima and offered him a hug as well, expressing forgiveness for their rocky first encounter and affirming that he knew Kirishima did not harbor any hatred towards him. Kirishima smiled and returned to his seat with Kaken. He then settled back down onto Sho's lap as the cafeteria erupted into applause, with everyone cheering for him and acknowledging his bravery. Izuku felt a rush of excitement as he entered the dorm room, where he placed the coffee on the table. The aroma filled the air, and he couldn't wait to wake his father and Papa. As he turned to leave, he heard a soft rustling behind him. Earlier that day, after returning to the dorms, he had asked Toshi to sleep beside him. When he woke up, Toshi had been wrapped around him in a warm embrace, which made him smile. He had gently kissed Toshi's head before getting out of bed to change into a cute pair of black denim shorts and a pink shirt. In the kitchen, he found Kaken and Kiri engaged in conversation. He approached Kaken, who was busy cooking, and hugged him from behind. Kaken had jumped in surprise, exclaiming in a startled manner. Izuku giggled and planted a quick kiss on Kaken's cheek before moving to Kiri. Wrapping his arms around Kiri, he rested his chin on his shoulder. Kiri affectionately petted his head, and Izuku's tail wagged slowly in delight. Kiri asked if he was excited for the day, and Izuku nodded vigorously, a bright smile on his face. Kaken and Kiri shared a laugh at his enthusiasm, which made him pout playfully. Kiri pinched his cheeks and teased him about his cute expression, prompting Izuku to giggle again. As he prepared the coffee for his father, he made sure it was strong, just the way he liked it. Once it was ready, he felt a sense of accomplishment and decided to wake up Papa before returning for breakfast. After bidding farewell to Kaken and Kiri, Izuku headed toward his father and Papa's dorm room, anticipation bubbling within him. The sun shone brightly as Izuku made his way to the bed, eager to wake his family for the day ahead. With a playful smirk, he jumped onto the mattress, bouncing up and down while calling out excitedly about the sports festival. His dad groaned, attempting to cover his ears, while Papa chuckled and joined in the fun, jumping alongside Izuku. After a moment, Papa went off to get ready, leaving Dad with a quick kiss. Izuku hopped off the bed and picked up the still warm coffee, making his way over to Dad. He leaned down, letting the rich aroma waft into Dad's nostrils. He announced that he had made the coffee strong. Dad's head shot up, a smile spreading across his face as he noticed the drink in Izuku's hand. Sitting up, he took the cup and patted Izuku's head, expressing his gratitude. As Dad took a sip, his eyes widened, causing Izuku to worry for a moment. Perhaps he had made it wrong. However, Dad quickly reassured him, praising the coffee and asking how he had made it. Izuku beamed with pride, playfully teasing that he wouldn't reveal his secret recipe, ensuring Dad would always need him. Dad pulled him into a warm hug, pressing a gentle kiss to his temple, affirming his love for both Izuku and Toshi. With smiles on their faces, Izuku led Dad out of the bedroom and into the kitchen for breakfast. He settled onto Kaken's lap while enjoying his meal, with Sho sitting beside them, attempting to pet Izuku's wagging tail. Izuku giggled at Sho's frustrated attempts, leaning over to plant a quick kiss on his cheek. Sho blushed, looking away, which made Izuku laugh even more. Kaken, witnessing the interaction, remarked that Izuku might give Sho a heart attack. As they made their way to school, Toshi carried Izuku the entire time, casting glares at anyone who dared to approach him. Except for Cam and Sho, who were his favorites. Dad had instructed them to change into their gym uniforms and wait in a designated area. In the changing room, gasps filled the air as Izuku's friends noticed the scars on his body. Cam, nearly in tears, asked what had happened. Izuku glanced at his other friends, noticing Kaken's glare directed at the scars, though sadness flickered in his eyes. Kiri looked on the verge of tears, while Toshi and Sho, having seen the scars before, still appeared somber. The rest of the boys were a mix of anger and sadness. Izuku shared a brief glimpse into his past, explaining that before he was found, his BRTH mother had punished him for not listening or for her own anger. 𝗧𝗪 expressed his disbelief, shaking his head in disgust, and the others nodded in agreement. Izuku reassured them that he was happy now, surrounded by Dad, Papa, and his newfound brother, along with many kind friends. The excitement in the air was palpable as the class gathered, and I couldn't help but beam at my friends. They enveloped me in a warm hug, and while it was amusing to have the entire group of boys around me, it felt heartwarming to know they genuinely cared. After changing into my gym clothes, I noticed everyone's gaze on me, likely due to how snug they were. I shrugged it off, taking Sho's hand, and we made our way toward the large doors leading to the arena. As we gathered in the arena, with a crowd filling the stands, Midnight took the stage to share some important details. She announced, Now let's hear from the boy everyone loves, 𝗧𝗍𝗧𝗵𝗲. I jumped at the sound of my name and eagerly rushed to the stage. With a broad smile, I spoke into the microphone, expressing my excitement to see everyone's quirks and wishing good luck to those hoping to transfer into the hero course. I waved at Dad and Papa in the announcement booth, feeling their pride radiate toward me. After Midnight shared a few more words, we prepared for the race, my anticipation building. When Midnight shouted, "Go!" I leaped into action, using my claws to grip the entrance like I had practiced with Nat. I dashed forward and noticed Sho using his ice powers. I activated my elemental quirk to melt the ice beneath my feet, racing ahead. As I passed Sho, I caught a glimpse of him smiling back at me. Suddenly, I spotted some large robots, and I watched as Sho froze them before they collapsed. Kaken zoomed past, and 𝗵𝗵𝗃 unleashed his electricity. I then noticed a boy who seemed to have copied Kaken's quirk, leaping into the air. Channeling my agility, I scaled one of the giant robots, leaping off its head to catch the boy midair in a protective hold. Using levitation, I guided us down safely, placing him back on his feet with a concerned look. "Are you all right?" I asked, noticing his worried expression. "I'm fine, but I should have been more careful with my quirk," he replied. I smiled at him, and we both sprinted toward the next challenge. As we approached a series of ropes, I saw some competitors skillfully navigating while others jumped over using their quirks. Just as I was about to cross, I noticed Kota sitting on the ground, looking disheartened. I knelt beside him, asking if he was okay. He looked up, tears welling in his eyes. Knowing he struggled to speak, I pressed our foreheads together, reassuring him. "I'm scared I'll fall. I don't want to fail," he admitted. I felt a pang of sadness for him and thought of a way to help. "Hold on, they never said you had to run alone," I said, a smile forming on my face. "How about I carry you to the finish line? Just hold on tight and keep your eyes closed. Can you do that for me?" Kota nodded, a small smile breaking through his worry. I helped him onto my back and surprisingly, he was light, making it easy for me to move. I dashed across the ropes, using my levitation to maintain balance. Ignoring the others, I focused on keeping my grip secure around Kota. The final obstacle loomed ahead, a massive minefield. I quickly surveyed the area and devised a plan. Spotting a piece of metal from one of the fallen robots, I used it to carefully dig up the mines, gathering them into a pile. Turning to Kota, I warned him, "There's going to be a loud bang, but I promise you'll be safe." Kota nodded, eyes tightly shut. I wrapped my tail around him for extra security while holding the metal piece in front of me. With a running start, I leaped onto the pile of mines, launching us into the air. The crowd gasped, their eyes wide as they watched us soar. I couldn't help but smile. This was exhilarating. I heard Dad's voice through the noise, announcing that Sho had secured first place, filling me with pride. As we descended, I balanced on the metal like a surfboard, using my quirk to cushion our landing. I dashed across the finish line, exhilarated. Izuku Aizawa finishes in 24th place. I giggled, lowering Kota gently to the ground. I spun around, grinning at him. "I told you I'd get you here safely." Kota smiled back and signed his thanks. Just then, Sho came running toward me, tackling me into a warm embrace while showering my face with affectionate kisses. I giggled, returning the gesture with a kiss, making him blush. He praised my performance, noting how I helped 2 people and still made it back. I felt proud of him, the one who had claimed first place, yet he looked so delighted for me. Pulling Sho closer, I whispered in his ear, congratulating him on his victory. I noticed him shiver slightly as he gripped my arms, his cheeks flushed. After sharing congratulations with my friends and other classmates, Midnight announced that we would be forming teams for the next exercise. Since Sho's team had the most points, I knew everyone would be focused on them, giving me an opportunity to strategize and swipe headbands from others while they were preoccupied. As I contemplated my plan, I suddenly noticed 3 individuals approaching me, their presence drawing my attention. I greeted them with a smile, eager to see what was in store next. Izuku introduced himself, and the 3 individuals smiled back, sharing their names. The first was a girl with hair resembling green vines, who called herself 𝗵𝗃𝗍𝗂𝗧𝗏. She appeared to be kind, and he felt comfortable teaming up with her. The second was a boy named 𝗧𝗵𝗲, whom Izuku had heard about from Kiri, who jokingly suggested they might be long-lost brothers. The last was 𝗵𝗏𝗵𝗏, the boy Izuku had assisted earlier when he had overexerted himself with his quirk. Izuku expressed his delight in meeting them, noting how impressive their quirks were. I looked forward to working with everyone and embraced them in hugs, which surprised them, but they returned the gesture. We decided to pursue the energetic boy from Class 1A, who would be preoccupied trying to secure the highest number headband. This strategy worked in our favor since he had come in second and would likely have a high number. I chuckled at Monoma's nickname for Kaken, calling him Boom Boom Boy. The laughter was infectious and I nearly fell over from it. We all agreed to target Kaken's headband, as it seemed our best option. I suggested that Monoma take the lead, believing he would be better suited for an escape plan. As soon as we received the signal to start, everyone dashed toward Sho, including Kaken's team. We began by snatching headbands from a few random teams, which I then draped around my neck. Many teams soon gave up on reaching Sho, who was putting up a strong defense, but Kaken was relentless, refusing to back down despite the challenge. After collecting enough headbands, we approached the area where Sho and Kaken were engaged in battle. I asked Monoma if he could copy my quirk and use wind and levitation to grab the band from Kaken's head while he focused on Sho. Monoma looked surprised but quickly nodded, successfully mimicking my quirk and sprouting ears and a fluffy yellow tail. I smiled at him, and when Kaken launched himself at Sho with explosions, Monoma seized the opportunity to go for Kaken's headband. I was impressed by how adeptly he used my quirk, and I cheered when he snatched the headband and landed back with us. Kaken turned around, visibly frustrated, and when he spotted me, I offered him a sheepish smile, acknowledging that he had left himself vulnerable. We took off, laughing like maniacs, thrilled at the prospect of finishing in second place. 5 minutes later, the match concluded. Fortunately, Kaken managed to secure some headbands in the final moments, ending up in third place, while Sho claimed first again. I hugged my new friends before parting ways. I rushed over to Kaken and hugged him, despite his attempts to maintain a stern expression. He couldn't help but crack a smile when I mentioned that we could face each other in the next match. I giggled, feeling a rush of excitement, and then ran to Sho, giving him a kiss and expressing my pride in him. He laughed, recalling how I had surprised everyone, especially Kaken, whose reaction was priceless. I felt a warm flutter in my chest, realizing I was developing deeper feelings. After the team battles, we were given a break before the one-on-one matches. As I made my way back to the waiting room, someone grabbed my wrist and pulled me into a storage room, covering my mouth to prevent me from screaming. I sighed in relief when I recognized Izuku's voice. I expressed my surprise at his sudden action, and he giggled while holding my waist as we whispered to each other. I noticed the door behind me click shut and glanced at the lock. I asked why he had locked the door, but he didn't respond. Instead, he moved closer until our foreheads touched. I could see he was serious, and I felt a rush of warmth at his words. He shared that he missed spending time with me, and I smiled back, wrapping my arms around his neck. I teased him about our recent time together, curious about his sudden change in demeanor. He exhaled, and I felt his warm breath against my lips, making me shiver. He revealed that he had realized something wonderful and planned to take me on a date the following day after school. I was intrigued by the idea of an official date, though I reminded him that we weren't allowed to leave school without an adult. He laughed, moving his hands to my thighs and lifting me against the wall. I instinctively wrapped my legs around his waist, and he explained that he needed to adjust his position. He assured me that we could talk to my dad, who would surely help us find a way. I nodded, closing my eyes and savoring our time together. Izuku pulled back slightly, nuzzling into my neck and complimenting my scent, which made me blush. An involuntary sound escaped my lips, and I quickly covered my mouth, feeling embarrassed. He gently removed my hand, encouraging me not to feel shy, as he loved hearing my voice. I won't do anything too intense because we are about to fight, but let's release some stress, okay? The thought lingered in my mind as I bit my lip, slowly releasing it from between my teeth. Izuku growled softly, his grip firm yet gentle on my side. He ensured his claws weren't sharp, so it didn't hurt. It was surprising how his growl stirred something within me. I liked my lips and pulled him closer by his neck, hoping he would understand. Thankfully, he did, and in a matter of seconds, our lips met. I melted into the kiss, feeling our lips move in perfect harmony. It was a wonder how they fit together so well. As I tangled my fingers in Izuku's messy bun, I watched as some strands fell free. His hair was appealing, and I loved getting lost in it as we kissed. Izuku's hands remained on my waist, ensuring I wouldn't fall. I admired how he could still think of my safety even in this moment. Summoning all my courage, I flicked my tongue out to tease his bottom lip. The instant he felt it, he deepened the kiss, his tongue exploring my mouth. I surrendered to the moment, relishing the sensation of him discovering every inch of me. When we finally pulled away, we were both breathless, a thin string of saliva connecting us. Izuku liked his lips and trailed his tongue from my chin to the corner of my mouth, sending shivers down my spine. I struggled to catch my breath, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Slowly, Izuku let go of my legs, allowing me to stand as his hands wandered along my body, reaching the hem of my bottoms. He looked into my eyes, a playful glint in his gaze, and I nodded, unable to form words as the cool air brushed against my skin. With a teasing smile, Izuku lowered himself, his face now level with me. He teased me, causing a delightful reaction. I held onto the walls for support as he took me into his mouth, the sensations overwhelming. I gasped, feeling a mix of anticipation and pleasure. His movements were slow and deliberate, and I could hardly contain my reactions. Izuku's playful demeanor continued as he shifted his focus, and I gasped at the unexpected sensations. He hummed against me, and I instinctively pushed him deeper, lost in the moment. Suddenly, I felt a rush of excitement as he continued his teasing, and I could feel the tension building within me. As I neared my peak, my thoughts became a blur, consumed by the sensations. Just as I was about to reach my 𝗧𝗵𝗲, Izuku pulled away, standing back up and pulling my clothes to cover me. He held me close as I caught my breath. I tried to speak, but words escaped me as I hugged him tightly. He reassured me, encouraging me to take my time. I nodded, resting my head on his shoulder and taking deep breaths. When I finally pulled back, I found him smiling at me innocently. It was hard to believe he could look so pure after everything we had just shared. He gently caressed my cheek, his thumb brushing against my skin. "You're so appealing," he said, his voice soft. "How did I get so lucky?" I felt warmth spread across my cheeks as I leaned into his touch, smiling back at him. "I'm the lucky one. You're everything I could have ever wanted. You showed me how to smile again," and I expressed my gratitude by kissing the palm of his hand. He smiled back and kissed my cheek, urging us to leave as others would soon be looking for us. I nodded, and Izuku intertwined our fingers, leading us back to the waiting room. On our way, we encountered Fire Daddy, and I squealed in excitement, jumping into his arms. He laughed and gave me a kiss on the cheek, saying he couldn't miss watching his two boys in action. I laughed and returned to Show's side, holding his hand. He shyly mumbled his happiness at seeing his dad, which I found adorable. We asked Fire Daddy if there was any chance we could skip school for a date, and he assured us he would take care of it. As we heard Papa announcing that the matches would start soon, we said our goodbyes and made our way to the stands to watch the first match. Once seated next to Kakin, I pulled Show into my lap, resting my head on his shoulder. I smirked at Kakin when he noticed Show blushing and fiddling with his fingers. Kakin nudged Kiri, pointing at us, which made Kiri smile. Mina squealed in excitement, drawing everyone's attention to us, including Class 1B. I noticed Show starting to shake, clearly uncomfortable with the attention, so I passed him to Kakin, who rubbed circles on his back. They had become good friends over the past few days. I stood up, glaring at Mina, expressing that my love life was not her business and that it was inappropriate for her to gossip about my relationship. I made it clear that my boyfriend's comfort was my priority, and Mina looked down, clearly ashamed. Kakin stood up, allowing me to hold Show again, and faced the class with his usual scowl. He boldly declared his sexuality, stating that it was nobody's concern. I was taken aback by his openness, but Sho hugged him, whispering a thank you. Kiri blushed, likely imagining a scenario, and I smirked at him as I settled back down with Sho. Monoma leaned over to us, agreeing with Kaken and sharing his own experience. I smiled at him and noticed 𝗧𝗧 blushing too, understanding the unspoken connection. After that, we turned our attention back to the matches. Some outcomes were as expected, while a few surprised me. Toshi easily won his first fight, as Monoma didn't even get a chance to copy his quirk. The next match featured Toshi and 𝗵𝗵𝗃, which was quite entertaining. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 ran up and kissed Toshi, causing Toshi to freeze in confusion. 𝗵𝗵𝗃 then used his quirk just enough to knock him out, clearly not wanting to hurt him. So cute. Sho faced Shiozaki, and the fight ended quickly. The moment her hair touched the ground, Sho encased it in ice and pushed her out of bounds. Kaken faced Kiri after defeating 𝗧𝗧 in an arm wrestling match. It was evident neither wanted to hurt the other, but they both gave it their all. Kaken won and immediately ran to check on Kiri, which was the most adorable sight I had ever seen. Next up was Tokoyami against 𝗵𝗵𝗃. When 𝗵𝗵𝗃 tried to use his quirk against Dark Shadow, he protected Tokoyami until 𝗵𝗵𝗃 went into Yay mode, after which Dark Shadow pushed him out of bounds. Finally, it was my turn against Tokoyami. I was excited to meet Dark Shadow. As I stepped into the arena, I spotted Fire Daddy and waved at him. He waved back with a huge smile, cheering me on. I turned to face Tokoyami, giving him a small wave. He smiled slightly, and when midnight signaled the start, Dark Shadow grew, and I smiled at him. I greeted Dark Shadow, asking him not to attack me. Tokoyami looked surprised, while Dark Shadow smiled back. I assured them I could understand Dark Shadow, which left them both in shock. I began to slide Dark Shadow, who nuzzled into my hand. Tokoyami watched in confusion, asking how I was communicating with Dark Shadow. I simply smiled and praised Dark Shadow, who nuzzled his head against my face, making me giggle as everyone watched in awe. Just as Tokoyami began to speak, a scream pierced the air. I turned to see what was happening, but Tokoyami and Dark Shadow were already in motion, heading toward the source of the scream. A small child was falling from the stands, but I knew Dark Shadow would reach her in time. I sighed in relief when he caught the girl. I rushed over to check her for injuries and was relieved to find none. I praised Dark Shadow for his quick reaction. Turning to the girl in my arms, I smiled and assured her we would get her back to her parents. Dark Shadow lifted us up, allowing me to reach the stands. When we landed, two women rushed to us, hugging the child tightly. One of them thanked me while the other clung to her daughter. I bent down to the child's height, complimenting her appealing dress. The little girl nodded and smiled, feeling reassured. The narrator encouraged her to stay close to her mother, promising a surprise if she behaved well. The girl's eyes widened in excitement as she expressed her eagerness, explaining that the narrator looked like a kitty. The parents were about to translate, but the narrator gestured for them to hold off and sign back, explaining that it was due to their quirk. When the girl asked if she could try, her mother hesitated, but the narrator encouraged her to go ahead. The girl gently petted behind the narrator's ears, causing a purring sound that delighted her. After a moment, the narrator reminded her to stay with her mother before jumping back down into the arena, where the crowd cheered. With Tokoyami out of the competition, the next match featured Kaken and Sho. The fight was intense, with Kiri and the narrator cheering for their friends. In the end, Kaken's speed allowed him to knock Sho out of bounds. The narrator felt proud but wanted to comfort Kaken. When they found each other, Kaken seemed content with his third-place finish and wished the narrator good luck. He gave a kiss for good luck before walking away, leaving the narrator smiling. As the narrator prepared for their own match, their parents cheered, expressing pride. Kaken, at the opposite end of the arena, returned a smile and wave. Before the match began, the narrator approached Kaken for a quick hug, encouraging him not to hold back. Kaken playfully assured that he would give it his all. The audience found their exchange endearing, and the narrator began to stretch, readying for the challenge ahead. With a determined smile, the narrator called out to Kakin as they both took their positions. The signal to start was given, and they both charged at each other, closing the distance quickly. The narrators swung their claws, but Kakin blocked and countered with his quirk. The narrator leaped back, executing a backflip and landing gracefully, both competitors smirking at each other, ready for the battle that lay ahead. Izuku charged at his opponent, feigning a punch. Just as Kakin prepared to block, Izuku leaped over him, delivering a swift kick to his back. Kakin stumbled but quickly regained his balance, turning to throw a punch. Izuku skillfully redirected the strike and landed a blow to Kakin's stomach, only to receive a kick to his leg in return. He fell forward as Kakin landed a punch to his jaw. Recovering quickly, Izuku kicked Kakin in the chest, sending him to the ground. He pinned Kakin's arms down, a smirk on his face, and felt a rush of triumph. Kakin, however, smirked back and unleashed explosions from his palms. Izuku released his grip and jumped back, shaking off the pain. They both stood up, grinning and relishing the excitement of their sparring match. Kakin lunged at Izuku with a punch, but Izuku expertly pulled his arm and kneed him in the gut. He felt a moment of satisfaction, but it was short-lived as Kakin grabbed his waist and slammed him to the floor. Izuku coughed as Kakin held his hands behind his back, pressing down firmly. Kakin chuckled, enjoying the turn of events. Izuku giggled and bent his leg back, clawing at Kakin's arm. With a swift motion he flipped around and kicked Kakin off him, standing up with a triumphant smile. Kakin rolled his eyes but charged at Izuku once more. He swung his foot toward Izuku's head, but Izuku dropped into a crab position, narrowly avoiding the attack. He kicked his legs and twisted before regaining his stance. Kakin groaned while Izuku laughed at the absurdity of their match. Izuku ran at Kakin again, attempting another kick, but Kakin caught his leg, smirking confidently. Izuku pouted and pulled Kakin by the neck, causing them both to tumble over. Izuku quickly positioned himself on top of Kakin, ensuring his hands were pinned to the ground while pressing his knee into Kakin's lower back. Kakin attempted to unleash explosions, but they had little effect. After a moment, he relented, admitting defeat. Izuku giggled and helped him up. As they stood together, Kakin hugged him tightly, congratulating him on his performance. Izuku smiled and kissed Kakin's cheek, just as they heard Papa's voice booming with pride. Izuku laughed and blew a kiss toward the booth where his father and Kakin were seated. Suddenly, Fire Daddy jumped down from the stands and rushed toward Izuku, scooping him up into his arms and spinning him around. Izuku beamed with joy, soaking in the affection from his loved ones. He turned to the little girl from earlier, giving her a thumbs up. She excitedly waved back and returned the gesture. Izuku ran over to Sho, lifting him up and planting a kiss on his lips. He felt Sho smile into the kiss, pulling him closer. When they parted, Sho's face was a lovely shade of pink, and he whispered words of encouragement. Izuku received congratulations from his classmates and even some from Class B. Soon, it was time for the ceremony honoring the top 3 competitors. He stood proudly on the first-place podium, with Kakin on his left in second place and Sho on his right in third. Midnight began to introduce All Might, and Izuku couldn't help but cringe slightly when the hero appeared. All Might awarded Sho his medal, but when he attempted to hug him, Sho gently pushed him away. Izuku stifled a laugh at All Might's surprised expression but settled for a smirk as he approached Kakin, who snatched the medal and put it on himself. Unable to contain himself, Izuku snickered, drawing All Might's attention. He playfully stuck out his tongue, which only made All Might try harder to appear intimidating. Izuku rolled his eyes and took the medal from All Might, feeling a sense of unease as he thought someone else deserved it more. He stepped off the podium and walked up to Midnight, leaning in to whisper in her ear. She smiled and handed him the microphone. Testing it, he looked out at the audience watching from the arena. Izuku expressed how much fun he had that day and how he made new friends. He smiled at Class B and then addressed the stands. He hoped everyone enjoyed the festival, but he felt compelled to decline the medal. Gasps echoed through the crowd, and All Might's voice rang out, calling him an ungrateful brat. Realizing his mistake, All Might froze, and whispers spread about his comment toward Izuku. Izuku smirked at All Might, who was visibly flustered. All Might quickly clarified that it was against the rules to refuse the medal, glancing at Midnight with hopeful eyes. Midnight confirmed that Izuku could do as he wished, and Izuku nodded, watching All Might's fists clench in frustration. Continuing, Izuku announced that he wanted to give his medal to someone he believed had shown great heroism that day. They all gathered there because they aspired to be heroes, and it seemed that he possessed all the qualities of one. As I stepped off the stage and into the crowd of students, I reflected on how this individual had not hesitated to save someone else, even at the risk of failing the test. I paused in front of Tokoyami and offered him a warm smile. I asked if Tokoyami and Dark Shadow would accept the first-place medal. Tokoyami looked at me in surprise before embracing me in gratitude, agreeing to accept it. I smiled and placed the medal around his neck. As the crowd erupted in applause, I took his hand and led him to the stand, where we both stood proudly. All Might shouted that I couldn't just give it away. Kaken, fed up with him, approached and expressed his frustration, urging All Might to leave. The crowd joined in, encouraging him to go, and he did, looking displeased, but I didn't mind. After the ceremony, I found myself surrounded by people praising my selflessness and how remarkable it was for me to give up my medal. I didn't understand why it was such a big deal. I had simply given it to someone who deserved it more than I did. Remembering the small girl, I hurried to the entrance and finally spotted her family. I called out to them, and as I approached, I crouched down to the child's height. I assured her that I hadn't forgotten her surprise. With a playful flourish, I revealed a cute kitten stuffed toy, and the girl squealed with delight as I gently patted her head. I signed to her that it would keep her safe at night. She hugged me tightly and showed the toy to her mothers, who expressed their gratitude. One of them mentioned that her daughter struggled to make friends because she was deaf. I smiled back, explaining that I wanted to ensure I could protect anyone, so I learned to communicate with everyone. We exchanged goodbyes, and as I made my way back to school, I caught a familiar scent that I had been searching for. I quickly turned in the direction of the scent and locked eyes with a man whose skin bore purple burns. He had spiky black hair, and his skin appeared to be stitched together. When our eyes met, he looked surprised and a bit apprehensive. I recognized him as Shou's older brother. I smiled and mouthed that I had been waiting to meet him, which widened his eyes in surprise. He stood about 5 feet away, and I chose not to step closer, not wanting to scare him off. His lips moved and I focused on his words. He pleaded with me not to tell anyone. I tilted my head, wondering if he meant his family or the school. I knew him as Dobby, the villain, from a picture I had seen. Regardless, I assured him I wouldn't tell anyone and nodded. He looked surprised again but managed a smile before turning and disappearing into the crowd. I sighed and returned to my class, where I found my parents waiting for me. Papa rushed over, showering me with affectionate kisses, making me giggle as he praised my performance and my decision with the medal. I hugged him back, kissing his nose, which elicited an awe from him. I then went to Dad, who patted my head and lifted me up, expressing his pride in my accomplishments. I beamed at him and returned the affectionate gestures, causing him to grumble playfully while a faint smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, we were tackled to the ground by a whirlwind of purple and yellow, shouting for a family hug. I laughed at Papa and Toshi as Dad mumbled in playful annoyance. It had certainly been a fun day. The moment my alarm rang, I leaped out of bed and dashed out of my dorm room, leaving Toshi behind since he had slept over. I hurried to Kaken's door and knocked incessantly until I heard a loud bang and heavy footsteps approaching. The door swung open, revealing Kaken, who glared at me, demanding to know if it was important. I noticed Kirishima half-dressed behind him and quickly pulled him out of the room along with Kaken, ignoring their questions. I rushed to Kam's room, flinging the door open and dragging him out as well. I led them all to my room, shutting the door behind us. Kaken crossed his arms, clearly irritated, and warned me that if I didn't explain why they were there, he would lose his patience. Kirishima quickly threw on one of my sweatshirts that was lying around. I confessed that it was my first date with Sho and that I was unsure of what to wear, seeking their help. Kaken sighed but agreed to help, grumbling that it was only because I wouldn't leave them alone otherwise. I squealed in excitement and hugged him. For the next hour, I tried on every outfit I owned at least twice until they finally settled on a look they all agreed upon. The day began with a bright sun shining down as she donned denim shorts that accentuated her long legs and a pink CRP top that showcased her toned abs and biceps. Excitedly, she approached her father to style her hair, and he expertly arranged it in a half-up, half-down style. Once she was ready, a smile spread across her face as she expressed her gratitude to everyone who helped her. Sho had asked her to meet him at the gates, where his father would pick them up. When she spotted him, her jaw dropped in awe. His bottoms fit him perfectly, and a cute blue jumper was tucked in neatly. As she walked up to him, she noticed him blush as he took in her appearance. Without giving him a chance to speak, she pulled him close and shared a quick kiss. After pulling away, she held his hand and encouraged him to do a small twirl, beaming with delight. She complimented him, saying he looked adorable and teasingly suggested taking him straight to her dorm. Sho, trying to hide his embarrassment, covered his mouth and turned away, thanking her and returning the compliment. They made their way to the limo where Fire Daddy awaited them. She greeted him with a smile and a kiss on the cheek before sitting next to Sho. Resting her hand on his thigh, she gently rubbed it with her thumb and asked where they were headed. Fire Daddy explained that he had rented a small cafe for them to enjoy some privacy while he waited outside to ensure everything went smoothly. She nodded, glancing at Sho with a smile, thinking about how lucky she was to be with someone so wonderful. Leaning down, she kissed his temple, and the sound of a camera snapped her attention. It was Fire Daddy capturing the moment, and she rolled her eyes playfully while smiling. Upon arriving at the cafe, she found it completely deserted, just as Fire Daddy had promised. The only other person inside was the owner, who was busy preparing their food. Throughout their meal, her thoughts were consumed with her feelings for Sho. She longed to express her love for him but wanted to wait for the perfect moment. After they finished eating, Sho turned to her, a faint blush on his cheeks, and asked why she kept looking at him. She gently lifted his chin to meet her gaze. She confessed that she could hardly believe she was with him, explaining how every new thing she learned about him deepened her feelings. His eyes filled with tears as he wrapped his arms around her waist and buried his head in her chest, expressing how happy she made him. She held him close, comforting him as he let his emotions flow. Once he calmed down, he looked up and kissed her, and she cradled his face in her hands as they shared the moment. He held onto her waist tightly, as if afraid she might slip away. When they finally pulled apart, she rested her head against his, gazing into his eyes and promising to protect him for the rest of their lives. His smile widened at her words, and he snuggled closer as they finished their drinks. Outside, she noticed Fire Daddy watching them with a broad smile. Waving at him, she returned to her conversation with Sho. In the days that followed, she and Sho went on more dates, cherishing their time together. Although she hadn't yet confessed her love, she planned to do so soon. Cam and Toshi were thriving in their relationship, and it was evident how much they enjoyed each other's company. She had also spent more time with her father and Papa, missing their presence. Kiri and Kaken had decided to remain best friends after realizing their feelings were more platonic than romantic. Kiri suspected that Kaken might have feelings for 𝗧𝗏, and Kaken had been playfully trying to set them up, which often led to amusing moments when 𝗧𝗏 failed to notice Kiri's flirting. Kaken, however, claimed not to be interested in anyone at the moment, often referring to the boys at school in a teasing manner. She kept a secret from everyone. Her father believed there was a traitor among them, and she had been pondering who it could be since he had shared this troubling news a few days prior. Feeling a mix of sadness and understanding, the protagonist reflected on the situation with the League of Villains. They had sought Nizu's assistance in taking down All Might, but the League remained elusive, leaving them with no leads. It was the weekend, and they were spending time with Nizu to discuss potential traitors and future strategies for when they finally confronted the League. As Thursday arrived, the protagonist woke up nestled between their papa and dad in their dorm room. Ever since being found in the woods and brought home, they had grown accustomed to sleeping with someone nearby for comfort and safety. They smiled at Papa, who was sleeping with his mouth open, and giggled as they wiped drool from his face. Papa stirred slightly but remained asleep. Dad's alarm rang, and he groggily silenced it, grumbling about the early hour and covering his head with a pillow. In contrast, Papa sprang up energetically, ready to start the day. Papa approached the bed with open arms, announcing that it was time to get ready for camp. The protagonists shook their head and snuggled closer to Dad. Papa chuckled, gave a quick kiss on the cheek, and left them alone. Dad turned to wrap his arms around the protagonist, who asked about the camp. Dad, still tired, explained that it was in the woods with the wild pussycats, urging them to keep it a secret due to a potential traitor. The protagonist nodded but was puzzled about why they would be going somewhere with cats. Dad laughed, clarifying that the name referred to heroes, not actual cats. Dad mentioned that he had spoken to Nizu about keeping Sho Jr. in the dorms since he had been struggling without the protagonist. Dad said it was fine, and Sho Jr. should be in the common room. The protagonist beamed with gratitude, thanking Dad repeatedly. Dad laughed and affectionately patted their head. After Dad went to change, the protagonist rummaged through his drawers and found a black hoodie adorned with cat ears and a cute cat face. It fit just below their waist, and they paired it with white shorts and black thigh-high socks. When Dad emerged, the protagonist twirled to show off their outfit, and Dad picked them up, kissing their cheek and complimenting their appearance. The protagonist giggled and asked Dad to do their hair. He agreed and gathered the necessary hair products before heading to the common room. Many classmates were already there, enjoying breakfast. The protagonist spotted Sho Jr. on the floor next to the sofa and rushed over to pick him up, settling down on the floor to cuddle him. Dad sat behind them, working on their hair while the protagonists smiled at their friends in the kitchen. Once Dad finished styling their hair in 2 French braids with curls framing their face, adorned with white ribbons, the protagonist checked their reflection and smiled. They hugged Dad and then ran to the kitchen to show off their hair. Papa rushed over, pinching their cheeks and exclaiming how cute they looked. The protagonist giggled and hugged him back before heading to the table to eat. Still holding Sho Jr., they chose to sit with 𝗵𝗵𝗃, settling in his lap while Toshi petted their ears, making them smile as they began to eat. After breakfast, everyone was led outside to the bus. The protagonists sat on Dad's lap, resting their head on his shoulder while cuddling Sho Jr. Dad reminded them to stay close during pit stops, looking at them with a serious expression. The protagonist squinted suspiciously, whispering that Dad was planning something. Dad grinned mischievously, assuring them it would be funny. The protagonist laughed, acknowledging that everyone was wary of Dad because he always had surprises up his sleeve. Dad explained that if they wanted to be heroes, they needed to be prepared for the unexpected. The protagonists tilted their head, confused about their own training. Dad reassured them that since they wanted to save people without the labels of hero and villain, they would receive different training, emphasizing their good instincts. The protagonist nodded, glancing down at Sho Jr., who was playfully nibbling on their fingers. They giggled and gently pulled their hand away, apologizing for not being able to play at the moment as they wanted to rest before their stop. Sho Jr. pouted adorably, expressing his hyperactive state. The protagonist offered to introduce him to a friend who would play with him, assuring Sho Jr. that he would be well taken care of. Spotting Toshi and 𝗵𝗵𝗃, the protagonist smiled and stood up, promising to return shortly. Dad nodded and closed his eyes as the protagonist approached 𝗵𝗵𝗃, giving Sho Jr. a kiss before asking 𝗵𝗵𝗃 to play with him while they took a nap. 𝗵𝗵𝗃's eyes lit up with excitement at the sight of the cute kitty, and the protagonist giggled as they handed Sho Jr. over, reminding him to be good. Izuku turned back around and made his way back to his dad. He sat in his lap and grabbed the bag he had prepared before they left, pulling out a big, fluffy blanket and wrapping it around them. His dad smiled and wrapped his arms around him. Izuku leaned his head back on his shoulder and closed his eyes, waiting for sleep to come. His dad whispered a thank you for the blanket as they both drifted into darkness. Izuku woke up to something tickling his nose. He whined and pushed it away, leaning further into his dad's chest. The tickling continued, so he opened his eyes to find his little brother, Sho Jr., playfully liking his nose. It was time to wake up, and Izuku sighed as he sat up, pushing the blanket off and pulling Sho Jr. to his chest. He thanked his brother for waking him and kissed his head with a smile. Turning to look at his dad, who was still sound asleep, Izuku began to brush his fingers through his hair. He gently urged his dad to wake up, mentioning that they were nearly at their stop. His dad groaned and cracked his eyes open, glancing outside before sighing. Izuku smiled and kissed his dad's cheek, playfully warning him about the whiny students they would soon encounter. His dad rolled his eyes, which made Izuku giggle. The bus came to a stop and everyone piled off, leaving Izuku and his dad as the last to get off. His dad picked him up and carried him off the bus. Looking around, Izuku noticed they were on a cliff overlooking a large wooded area below. Four people stood a little way off, and he figured his dad was planning something for the wooded area. An energetic woman introduced herself as Ragdoll, wearing a kitty-inspired outfit. A large man, also in a similar outfit, looked rather stern. There was another woman with brown hair, smiling at everyone and holding hands with a child who seemed less than pleased with the students. She ran up to his dad, still holding Izuku, and exclaimed how cute he was, trying to touch his tail. Izuku growled softly and shuffled behind his dad, showing his fangs. His dad explained that Izuku didn't like new people getting too close, and the woman quickly returned to her friends. The man introduced himself as Tiger and mentioned he would be teaching the students who needed help with close combat. Izuku thought it was cool and asked his dad if he could work with Tiger. His dad sighed but nodded, and Izuku squealed with delight, thanking him. The woman with brown hair asked if Izuku was his dad's son, and Izuku realized he may have revealed too much. His dad clarified that he had adopted Izuku a few months ago, pointing out his other son, Toshi, who simply acknowledged them with a small sound. The woman smiled at Izuku, noting that he must take after Hisashi, and he waved back shyly. Climbing off his dad, he stood next to him, holding his arm. He reached into his dad's scarf and pulled Sho Jr. out, petting him as everyone looked on in surprise. When Ragdoll announced that they were all there for training to become heroes, the boy next to the woman made a dismissive sound at the mention of heroes. Ragdoll continued, explaining that the reason they wanted to be heroes was to take down villains. Izuku's expression shifted to one of disgust and shock at her words. His dad took Sho Jr. from him, sensing his discomfort, and Izuku stepped forward to address Ragdoll directly. He expressed that none of the students wanted to become heroes just to defeat villains. They wanted to protect everyone, regardless of labels. Being labeled a villain didn't make someone evil, just as being labeled a hero didn't guarantee goodness. Good people were simply good people, and that was the truth. His dad smiled proudly as Izuku returned to him for a hug. The other students agreed with Izuku, and the little boy looked at him in awe. Ragdoll, feeling a bit flustered, handed the reins over to his dad. Knowing what was about to happen, Izuku quickly kissed Sho Jr. and wished him good luck before returning to his dad just in time to see the cliff give way, sending all the students tumbling down. Izuku laughed alongside his dad, watching them fall. He ran to the edge and looked down with a big smile, playfully shouting for them to have fun getting to the camp on time for dinner. Kaken glared up at him, shouting threats, but Izuku just laughed and ran back to his dad, tears of joy in his eyes. His dad remarked that he had predicted it would be amusing, and once they calmed down, he took Izuku's hand and led him over to the PP cats. They decided it was time to head back to camp, knowing it would take the students a while to navigate through the forest. Izuku looked at the forest, where sounds of playful chaos could be heard. He tugged on his dad's sleeve to get his attention and asked if he could follow the students for a bit. The father sighed and gazed at the woods before turning back to his child. He agreed to allow them 30 minutes of adventure, insisting they return afterward. The child jumped up and affectionately kissed his cheek. Just as they were about to leave, a small hand grasped the child's leg. Looking down, they saw the little boy from earlier, who asked if he could join. The child glanced at the cats nearby for confirmation, and they nodded, slightly surprised. With a smile, the child picked up the boy, holding him securely on their hip. Assuring the father not to worry, they ran and leaped off the cliff, landing gracefully on a sturdy tree branch. The boy exclaimed how cool the child was, prompting a giggle as they dashed off to find the class. During their time together, the child learned more about the boy, whose name was Kota. He shared that his parents had died while protecting civilians and expressed his dislike for the violence in the world. The child agreed, appreciating Kota's perspective. Kota admired the child's words to the cats, finding them impressive. He seemed particularly fascinated by Kaken, praising his strength and determination despite what others thought. Kota also mentioned how he thought everyone had unique and cool quirks. After half an hour, the child returned to camp, keeping Kota close to ensure he wouldn't fall. Upon arriving back at camp, the child noticed their father was with the other professionals, playfully petting Sho Jr. An idea struck the child to give them a little scare. They asked Kota about his quirk, and the boy, looking a bit puzzled, demonstrated by spraying water from his hand. The child smiled and inquired if he could aim at the adults standing a few feet away. Kota replied that it was too far but suggested they could get closer. The child nodded and searched for a way to approach the adults. They decided to jump down from the tree and land on the bus beside them, asking Kota if he was ready. Excitedly, Kota nodded. The child smiled and leaped onto the bus silently, turning to Kota to ask about his aim with the water. Kota confidently claimed he was good at aiming since he watered plants regularly. The child found it adorable that he took care of them. They asked if he could splash the adults without hitting their father or the kitten. After a moment of thought, Kota giggled and agreed. The child held him securely as he extended his hands, palms facing the adults. With a burst of enthusiasm, Kota shot water at the cats, hitting them squarely in the faces and causing them to tumble. The father turned sharply, ready to react, but upon seeing the two laughing on the bus, he relaxed and grinned, clearly enjoying the prank. Tiger was the first to recover, charging toward them. The child quickly scooped Kota into their arms and jumped off the bus, playfully fleeing from Tiger. They shouted for Kota to get him, laughter filling the air as Tiger closed in. Kota leaned over the child's shoulder, blasting water at Tiger, who expertly dodged the sprays, knowing they were coming. The child glanced back, realizing Tiger was gaining on them. Thinking quickly, they jumped onto a building and began climbing to the roof, surprised when Tiger followed closely behind. The child smiled and leaped back down, hiding behind the bus to catch their breath. As they regrouped, Tiger stood in front of them with a grin, declaring he had them now. The child quickly spun around and dashed the other way, with Kota's laughter ringing in their ears. Suddenly, they felt strong arms lift them into the air, and they squealed with delight upon realizing it was Tiger, carrying them in a playful manner. Tiger complimented the child on their speed, and they smiled back, with Kota still giggling in their arms. Kota beamed at the praise, expressing his longing to be like the child when he grew up, leaving the child momentarily speechless as they affectionately kissed his head. Once they returned to the adults, the father hugged the child, thanking them for keeping him dry while the three soaked women smiled with tears of joy. One of the women, whom the child hadn't met before, was introduced as Pixie Bob. She expressed her gratitude, mentioning she hadn't seen Tiger so happy since his parents had passed. Mandalay smiled at the child, who waved dismissively, indicating no thanks were necessary. The child mentioned wanting to train Kota a little, which made the boy gasp in excitement, asking if the child would really help him with his quirk. The child bent down, smiling, and assured him they would. Kota jumped up in joy, thanking the child. They all turned to the sound of groans, spotting the class sprawled on the ground, breathing. After all the students returned to camp, the child helped prepare food, with Kota following closely, not wanting to be out of sight. The child enjoyed having him around, and when Kota asked about their quirk and training with genuine interest, the child couldn't help but smile. After dinner, as night fell, everyone decided to head to the baths. While undressing and making their way to the bath, the child spotted Kota perched on the wall between the girls' and boys' areas. Climbing up to join him, the child playfully asked if he was keeping watch for any troublemakers. Kota jumped at the sound of their voice but quickly smiled back. He advised the child to come down, explaining that the girls might feel uncomfortable with a boy present. The child smiled at Kota's respectful nature and affectionately kissed his head, reassuring him that the girls knew they liked boys and had a boyfriend they cared about. After waving at the girls, who returned the gesture with smiles, the child felt a warmth in their heart, appreciating the camaraderie and the bonds forming around them. He thought he liked boys too and asked who his boyfriend was. Looking over the wall at the boys in the bath, he pointed at Sho with a smile. He remarked on how pretty Sho was, laughing as he ruffled the boy's hair. He agreed, saying he would keep an eye out. With determination, he nodded, and the other chuckled before carefully jumping down to the floor. He walked over to Sho, sitting down to his right after removing his towel. In a playful manner, he brushed a piece of Sho's hair behind his ear, causing him to blush. He kissed Sho's cheek, and the boy smiled back, though his smile seemed forced, prompting concern. He asked Sho if he was okay, noting that he had been acting a bit off lately. Sho looked down at his hands, fiddling with his fingers and avoiding eye contact. Standing up, he wrapped a towel around his waist, then gently pulled Sho up by his hands, wrapping a towel around him as well. He linked their hands together and led him out of the baths and into the woods. Once they were far enough from the building, he turned to face Sho and lifted his chin to meet his gaze. He pleaded for Sho to share what was troubling him. Tears began to well in Sho's eyes as he pressed his lips together, reluctant to respond. The sight tugged at his heart. He embraced Sho, rubbing his back and comforting him. Sho's soft voice broke the silence, asking if he still liked him. The question hung in the air, making him feel as if time had stopped. He wondered why Sho would think that, feeling a wave of confusion and concern. He pulled away from the hug, looking into Sho's eyes and assuring him of his feelings. He expressed how amazing Sho was and that nothing could change his longing to be with him. Sho's gaze shifted to the ground as he spoke about how, since the festival, they hadn't shared a proper kiss. Realizing the truth in Sho's words, he sighed, acknowledging that he had been holding back since he realized his deep feelings for him. He placed a hand on Sho's cheek and the other on his waist, bringing their lips together for a sweet kiss. When he pulled away, he felt a mix of emotions and apologized for making Sho feel insecure. He confessed that he had been holding back because that was the moment he realized he was truly in love with him. Sho looked up, tears streaming down his face, but then he smiled brightly and buried his face in his chest, sobbing with joy. He reciprocated the feelings, declaring his love. In an impulsive moment, he kissed Sho again, this time with more intensity. He lifted Sho, pressing him against the nearest tree, and Sho responded with a soft sound of delight. The kiss deepened, and he felt a rush of excitement as they connected. Every sound Sho made sent shivers down his spine. He moved his hands, exploring gently, and Sho responded eagerly, pulling him closer. He paused to admire Sho's flushed face and half-lidded eyes, asking if he could stand. Sho nodded, and he helped him to his feet, then laid down a towel to keep things clean. He removed his towel, revealing himself, and Sho reacted with a soft sound of appreciation. He laid Sho down on the towel and climbed between his legs, kissing him again while exploring his body. Sho arched his back in response to his touch, and he couldn't help but admire how appealing he looked, covered in marks of affection. He continued to leave gentle marks down Sho's body, eliciting soft pleas from him. He reassured Sho, promising to make him feel good, and kissed him again as he began to explore further, wanting to ensure that their connection was filled with warmth and care. "Just relax," he said, looking into her eyes with a smile. After a moment, Sho nodded, signaling it was okay to move, and she began to gently move her finger. As he started to enjoy the sensation and became more relaxed, she carefully added a second finger. He pulled away slightly, expressing his overwhelming feelings, and she encouraged him to just enjoy the moment. She kissed down his jaw until she found a sensitive spot on his neck, eliciting a soft sound from him. Once she felt he was ready, she withdrew her fingers, and he let out a small whine, reassuring him that she wasn't going anywhere. She lined herself up with him, seeking his permission with her gaze. When he nodded, she pushed forward, and he responded with a gasp of pleasure. She brushed his sweat-soaked hair from his forehead and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek, asking if she could move. He nodded eagerly, moving his hips upward, which made her groan in delight. With a playful smirk, she pulled back slightly before moving back in with force, causing him to arch his back in response. She continued to move rhythmically, pulling him closer as he gripped her arms, pleading for more intensity. She encouraged him to take control, and he began to move at his own pace, leaving marks on her back as they both became increasingly flushed and breathless. She urged him to leave marks on her, wanting everyone to know he was hers. With a look of longing, he began to kiss her chest and neck, tugging at her hair, which made her gasp in surprise. As they both approached their peak, she reached down to touch him, and their movements became more frantic. They shared a passionate kiss as they reached their 𝗬𝗵𝗲 together, collapsing against each other, breathing heavily. In a moment of tenderness, 𝗏 expressed his love, kissing her chest, and she returned the sentiment, feeling a deep connection between them. After a brief moment of rest, they found themselves sitting on a towel, 𝗏 nestled comfortably between her legs, leaning against her chest. She gently ran her fingers through his hair, asking if he was okay and if she had hurt him. He reassured her that it felt amazing, and she inhaled his comforting scent, feeling grateful for their bond. She whispered sweet nothings, expressing her longing to be with him forever. 𝗏 looked up at her with a loving gaze, sharing his dreams of their future together, including marriage and a family. He spoke of wanting to help others, and she listened intently, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. Without hesitation, she leaned down to kiss him, tasting the salty tears that fell from both of them. She echoed his sentiments, feeling that everything he envisioned was perfect. 𝗏 smiled and playfully brushed her hair away from her face, planting a gentle kiss on her nose, which made her giggle. However, she soon realized they needed to find a way back to their rooms without being seen. 𝗏's appearance was a testament to their passionate encounter, and she remembered that he always kept his phone on him. She asked for it, and though he hesitated, he eventually handed it over, trusting her. She assured him that the person she would call would keep their secret. After covering him with a towel, she found the right contact and made the call, waiting for the familiar voice on the other end. "Is this Izuku?" the voice asked. "Hey, it's me. Can you bring a couple of pairs of clothes out into the woods, please?" she requested. "All right, I won't be long. I guess you two had quite the adventure." "Yeah, we did. Please don't say anything when you find us," she replied, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness about their secret. I hung up the phone and handed it back to 𝗏. They just needed to wait a little longer, and Izuku reassured 𝗏 that he trusted the person they were waiting for. 𝗏 nodded, placing a gentle kiss on Izuku's chest, expressing his trust. Izuku smiled and pulled him closer by the waist. After a few minutes, they heard some rustling in the distance. Soon enough, they were handed some joggers and a jumper. Izuku playfully asked if they couldn't have done this in their room. He smiled as he put on the clothes and thanked 𝗂𝗂, explaining that things had just happened too quickly for them to think about it. 𝗂𝗂 rolled his eyes and hugged them both, expressing his happiness for them but teasingly reminding them about their training the next day. 𝗏's face turned red, and he hid it in his hands. Izuku glared at 𝗂𝗂 and gently pulled 𝗏's hands away from his face, encouraging him not to be embarrassed. He suggested revealing 𝗂𝗂's crush, which made 𝗂𝗂's eyes widen in alarm. He rushed over to Izuku and covered his mouth, glaring fiercely. 𝗂𝗂 insisted it was just a small crush and that he had never even met the person. 𝗏 looked at them with a hopeful smile, promising he wouldn't tell anyone if he found out. 𝗂𝗂 sighed, looking away with a slight blush, and reluctantly agreed to share, warning them not to say anything. Meanwhile, Dobby was observing from a distance, tasked with keeping an eye on the aspiring heroes. He watched as his little brother and Izuku interacted, feeling a mix of surprise and amusement at how much Izuku could make his brother blush and smile. When they began to kiss, Dobby quickly retreated to avoid being seen. After a while, he spotted 𝗵𝗃𝗲 approaching with clothes in hand and followed him. As 𝗵𝗃𝗲 teased them about their location, Izuku's ears perked up at the mention of 𝗂𝗂's crush. Dobby's curiosity peaked when he realized 𝗵𝗃𝗲 had a crush on someone. Just as he was about to learn who it was, a voice from his earpiece interrupted him. He turned it off, knowing he would face consequences later, but he was determined to find out who 𝗵𝗃𝗲 liked. When 𝗵𝗃𝗲 finally revealed his crush, Dobby nearly lost his balance in shock. He couldn't believe it. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 had a crush on Shigaraki, the villain who posed a significant threat. Dobby watched as 𝗵𝗃𝗲 blushed fiercely while Izuku smiled knowingly. When Izuku gestured for Dobby to go tell Shigaraki, Dobby's eyes widened, and he hurried away. After a brief run, Dobby reached the cliff where the gang was gathered and landed right in front of Shigaraki. Dobby held up a finger to silence Shigaraki, who looked furious. Before Shigaraki could protest, Dobby revealed that he had overheard 𝗵𝗃𝗲 confessing his feelings. Shigaraki immediately pulled Dobby aside, demanding to know who it was, ready to take action. Dobby smirked and whispered that they didn't need to harm anyone. Shigaraki was about to argue when Dobby clarified that Bakugo had a crush on him. Shigaraki's expression softened slightly, a hint of a smile appearing on his lips. Dobby nudged him playfully, and Shigaraki rolled his eyes, but it was clear he was pleased. Suddenly, Shigaraki's demeanor shifted as he formulated a new plan. He called the group together, announcing a change of strategy. While most nodded in agreement, Dobby noticed a few who seemed indifferent, likely there for their own reasons. Shigaraki declared that since All Might was absent, they would target one of the students instead, Katsuki Baku. They were determined to take him along, no matter the cost, but a warning was issued: if anyone harmed him, there would be serious consequences. Everyone nodded in agreement, except for a few individuals who raised suspicions. Following the handyman, who was seated on the ground and gazing at the building they were occupying, a smile spread across his face as he noticed the boy entering. The boy was accompanied by Izuku and Sho, and he spun around, a blush creeping onto his cheeks from something Izuku had said. Suddenly, he erupted with energy, his quirk crackling in his hand as he shouted back, expressing his feelings with fervor. He stormed into the building, leaving the two boys laughing behind him. The handyman wore a smile, his cheeks flushed. It seemed he would get what he desired, but Izuku's request to inform Shigaraki about Bakugo's earlier comment puzzled him. Izuku's perspective shifted as he awoke to a weight resting on his chest. Opening his eyes, he found Kota peacefully sleeping there, with Sho Jr. nestled on Kota's back. A smile graced his face as he sat up, careful to keep Kota cradled in his arms to allow him to continue sleeping. He pulled out his phone, gently stroking Kota's head while his cat dozed on his legs. It was 4:30 a.m., giving him at least another hour before needing to rise. He decided to relax on his phone, letting Kota enjoy some extra rest. A hint of worry crept in about leaving Kota behind, as the boy had become quite attached. Izuku planned to speak with his father and the cats to see if he could continue training Kota. Knowing his dad would be awake at this hour, he called to discuss it. His father reassured him that he could do as he pleased, and the cats would be supportive. Around 5:24 a.m., the door creaked open, and Toshi and Cam entered, freezing when they spotted Izuku. He smiled and gestured for them to join him on the bed. This was a common occurrence at the dorms, especially since he enjoyed having company while sleeping. Cam climbed in first, and Izuku wrapped his free arm around him, while Toshi settled between Cam's legs, burying his face in his abdomen. Izuku smiled and placed gentle kisses on their heads, watching as the two boys gradually drifted back to sleep. He snapped a few pictures, knowing his dad and Papa would cherish them. It felt like only moments later when his alarm rang at 7 a.m. for breakfast. He quickly silenced it and gently roused Cam and Toshi. They groaned, snuggling closer to him, prompting a giggle from Izuku. An idea struck him, and he proposed a deal. If they got ready quickly, he would prepare breakfast. Instantly, they sprang up and dashed to their rooms to change, showering him with quick kisses on the cheek before racing out, eager for his cooking. Once they were gone, Izuku softly woke Kota with gentle words and tenderly brushed his hair. Kota opened his eyes and smiled, greeting Izuku. He giggled and kissed Kota's nose, telling him that he didn't need to call him Mr. Izuku, just Izuku was fine. Kota nodded, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Izuku asked if Kota could sit patiently while he got ready, and the boy nodded with determination. Laughing, Izuku ruffled his hair before heading to the bathroom to brush his teeth and hair, changing into a pair of snug workout shorts and a white tank top. Exiting the bathroom, he found Kota sitting exactly where he had left him. He smiled and encouraged Kota to join him in the kitchen, mentioning his promise to make breakfast. Kota lifted his arms, and Izuku happily picked him up, settling him on his hip as they walked. Kota then asked if he could accompany Izuku when he left. Stopping in his tracks, Izuku looked at him, wide-eyed. Kota expressed his longing to stay with Izuku, feeling a connection that he didn't share with his aunt. Izuku sighed, explaining that while he would love for Kota to live with him, he was too young to take care of him. He reassured Kota that his aunt would be sad if he left, and Kota nodded sadly. Izuku kissed his head and promised to speak with the cats about continuing to train him, which made Kota's face light up with excitement. As they entered the kitchen, Izuku was taken aback to find the entire class 1A and 1B, along with the teachers and the cats, already dressed and seated. It was a surprising sight. Even the heroes were ready for breakfast. Everyone turned to him expectantly, and Monoma rushed over to hug him, excitedly asking if it was true that he was making breakfast that day. He whined, clinging to Izuku's free arm, his pleading expression eliciting a laugh. Izuku glanced at Vlad, who appeared puzzled by his student's behavior. He smiled at everyone looking for an answer and confirmed that he would participate, but only if everyone remained quiet so he could focus. Cheers erupted, but silence fell when Izuku raised an eyebrow at the group. He gathered all the necessary ingredients and quickly prepared coffee for his dad and Toshi. They smiled and enjoyed the drink while Izuku began cooking, keeping a firm hold on Kota with his right arm. 𝗵𝗲 suggested that Kota sit beside her while Izuku prepared the food, but Izuku interjected, stating that Kota could learn by watching. Kota eagerly agreed, expressing his longing to stay and learn to cook. Izuku stifled a laugh at his enthusiasm and noticed Sho smiling at him with a curious expression, wondering what was on his mind. As Izuku continued to cook, Kota asked questions about the process, and Izuku found joy in teaching him. He thought about having a family one day and how much he would love to share that experience with Sho. Once the food was ready, Izuku gently placed Kota on the floor and bent down to his level, suggesting that he help serve the food. Kota beamed and promised to do it quickly without dropping anything. Izuku smiled and patted his head before standing back up to prepare the plates, ensuring that Kota knew who to give each plate to since everyone had different portions. Once everyone had their meals, Izuku sat down with his and Kota's food, pulling Kota onto his lap. They all enjoyed their meal while engaging in light conversation. After eating, Kiri helped clean Izuku's claws, and since he didn't need his face cleaned, he was grateful. Kiri insisted on doing the dishes, and Izuku smiled at him, giving him a quick kiss goodbye before heading to Kota's room to help him get dressed. 𝗵𝗲 had informed him that Kota preferred to choose his own clothes, so she allowed Izuku to assist. Kota excitedly led Izuku to his closet, showcasing his clothes. He requested a white and red outfit, explaining that it matched Izuku's boyfriend. Izuku was taken aback but quickly recovered, smiling and selecting a white shirt for him. He figured Kota could wear his cap since he always had it on. After dressing Kota, Izuku reminded him to be careful as they made their way to the training area. He set Kota down by a tree, ensuring he was a safe distance away from Izuku and Tiger. Training with Tiger and Monoma was enjoyable, and Izuku felt he was improving his fighting skills while also learning a lot. During breaks, he assisted Kota with his quirk, helping him understand how much water he could release and how to strengthen the water pressure. When lunchtime arrived, Kota wanted to show Izuku his favorite spot to escape the crowd, which turned out to be a cliff next to a large cave that overlooked the campsite and surrounding woods. Back at training, Kota cheered for Izuku, which brought a smile to his face. Tiger playfully complained about the unfairness of Izuku having a fan while he did not. As darkness fell, they were informed about an upcoming test of courage in the woods, and excitement buzzed through the group, including Izuku. While waiting for his turn, he was suddenly hit by a wave of unfamiliar scents, alongside two he recognized. Before he could react, Ragdoll was struck aside by a piece of concrete. Izuku's heart raced with concern. He wondered why they were being attacked in All Might's absence and what was going through Shigaraki's mind. He urgently called out to 𝗵𝗲, instructing her to gather as many people as possible for safety while he rushed to find Kota, knowing he could be in danger. Prayed for Kota's safety as he sprinted toward the cliff where Kota had shown him. When he spotted Kota, he found him frozen in place, staring up at a large man who wore a sinister grin. Izuku quickly scooped Kota into his arms, skidding to a stop a few feet away from the man. He growled, baring his teeth and claws, demanding to know why they were attacking. The man assessed Izuku before smirking and making a chilling remark about not being supposed to hurt anyone, yet expressing a longing to do so anyway. Izuku felt a surge of anger but focused on protecting Kota. Kota, trembling, pointed at the man and cried out about his parents. Izuku recognized the man as Muscular, who seemed indifferent to Kota's distress. He bent down to Kota's level, placing his hands on his shoulders and urging him to find Izuku's dad, the one with the cool scarf. Kota hesitated, worried about Izuku's safety, but Izuku reassured him, insisting he was stronger than he appeared and that Kota needed to warn his dad to help save their friends. As Kota reluctantly agreed, Izuku turned to face 𝗵𝗲 who glared at Kota, refusing to let him leave. Izuku knew he had to get Kota out of there and distract 𝗵𝗲. Summoning all his courage, he decided to use a tactic he was not comfortable with, trying to lower 𝗵𝗲's guard while keeping Kota safe. In front of the children, the protagonist mentioned the word fight in a way that hinted at something more. They hoped the other person would understand the implication. When the individual smirked and stepped aside, the protagonist sighed and slowly walked past him, placing Kota on the ground. As they bent down, they made sure the other person got a good look at them, watching as Kota hesitantly ran off. Once Kota was out of sight, strong arms wrapped around their waist. The newcomer, intrigued by the protagonist, commented on their reputation, suggesting they were bold. The protagonist realized he enjoyed feeling in control. They spun around, sliding their hands up and down his arms, teasingly suggesting that he might want to engage with them. His eyes sparkled with longing. The protagonist could hear Kota's distance and knew they couldn't engage in a confrontation yet, as he wasn't safe. They took one of his hands and brought it to their mouth, playfully licking and licking on his fingers, which made him smirk. Suddenly he lifted the protagonist, positioning them with their legs around his waist and arms around his neck. He made a bold statement about their impending encounter, leaning in to kiss them passionately. The protagonist responded eagerly, entwining their fingers in his hair and moving against him. He squeezed their waist, eliciting a soft sound from them. Despite their internal struggle, they couldn't help but enjoy the moment. As he continued to kiss them, he began to explore their neck, maintaining his grip. The protagonist felt a mix of emotions, caught between pleasure and frustration. They tried to resist the urge to move, but their body had other ideas. In a sudden shift, he pushed them down, asserting his 𝗵𝗲, while the protagonist felt a rush of conflicting feelings. Just then, the protagonist seized the opportunity and jumped on him, hitting a pressure point that rendered him unconscious. They quickly tied him up, feeling a sense of annoyance about the earlier encounter but knowing they had more pressing matters to attend to. Leaving him behind, they followed Kota's scent through the woods until they spotted him in the distance with their father, feeling a wave of relief. Izuku ran up to his father and hugged him tightly, grateful that they were safe. His father expressed concern over Izuku's appearance but was relieved to see he wasn't injured. Izuku reassured him, explaining that he needed to find 𝗵𝗲 due to some important information he had discovered. His father, still worried, nodded in agreement and promised to take care of Kota. Izuku smiled and kissed them both on the cheek, urging Kota to be good as he dashed into the woods, determined to find 𝗵𝗲. As he ran, he sensed danger and quickly knocked out an assailant, tying him up just as he had done before. Turning to face another member of the League, he questioned her about her actions, reminding her that they were not supposed to harm anyone. The woman, surprised, dropped her weapon and admitted her fear of 𝗵𝗲's threats. She explained that they were instructed to kidnap someone named 𝗬𝗓𝗵𝗲, and she felt compelled to share this information with Izuku, believing he was a kind-hearted boy. Izuku's eyes widened at the revelation. He quickly turned to 𝗵𝗲, instructing her to relay a message about the villain's orders and to ensure that Kota was safe with his father. He emphasized that if they were attacked, his father had given permission to defend themselves. With that, he sprinted into the forest, focused solely on finding Katsuki. Suddenly, a hand covered his mouth, pulling him behind a tree. Recognizing the presence, he remained calm as Shoji explained that Tokoyami was out of control. Once Shoji released him, Izuku expressed gratitude and asked how they could calm Dark Shadow and reach Katsuki. With a plan in mind, he shared it with Shoji, who nodded with determination. Climbing onto Shoji's back, they prepared to navigate the woods together, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. After a while, Izuku spotted Kaken ahead with Sho and sighed. He called out as loudly as he could, urging them for light. They turned their heads toward him, eyes widening at the sight of Dark Shadow rampaging. Izuku and his friends took cover behind 𝗂𝗂 and 𝗏𝗏, who didn't use their quirks, while Dark Shadow pursued the villain, whom Izuku assumed 𝗂𝗂 and 𝗏𝗏 were fighting. Once the villain was dealt with, 𝗂𝗂 unleashed explosions while 𝗏𝗏 released blasts of fire. Thankfully, 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗲 returned to his normal state. Feeling remorseful, 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗲 looked down, clearly ashamed. Izuku approached him and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗲 met his gaze, and Izuku reassured him that it wasn't his fault. Dark Shadow had simply lost control. 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗲 nodded, and Dark Shadow whimpered behind him. Izuku turned to the creature and gently patted his head, praising him for his efforts. He reminded Dark Shadow that he had acted to protect his friends and just needed to learn better communication with 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗲. Dark Shadow expressed gratitude by nuzzling against Izuku, who giggled and suggested they search for others who might be hurt as they ventured into the woods. As they walked, everyone made sure to stay close, holding on to one another or keeping each other in sight. Izuku held hands with 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗲, while Dark Shadow rested his head under Izuku's chin. Shoji led the way, using his multiple ears and eyes to scan their surroundings. 𝗂𝗂 and 𝗏𝗏 were at the front, holding hands to keep a closer watch on 𝗂𝗂. Izuku's thoughts drifted back to the encounter with Muscular, and Dark Shadow must have sensed his unease. Concerned, 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗲 asked if Izuku was okay, noticing the sadness in his eyes. Izuku sighed and glanced at 𝗏𝗏, feeling apprehensive about how he would react. He quietly confessed to 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗲 that he hadn't used a conventional method to deal with the villain, as he had been too strong to catch off guard. 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗲 encouraged him to speak with 𝗏𝗏 later, assuring him that if 𝗏𝗏 cared for him, he would understand. Grateful for 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗲's support, Izuku smiled, but before he could say more, he caught a familiar scent. Mixed with the metallic tang of BLD. Without hesitation, he sprinted ahead, ignoring the shouts of his friends. He soon found 𝗬𝗏 pinned beneath another girl, who held a knife in her hand. 𝗬𝗏 had a small cut on her tongue, and the blonde girl with buns was liking the BLD off her weapon. Izuku rushed over, pushing the girl off 𝗬𝗏 and pinning her arms down. The other boys followed quickly to check on 𝗬𝗏 while the girl glared at Izuku, trying to escape his hold. She protested, claiming she only wanted to see 𝗬𝗏's BLD, expressing her twisted affection. Recognizing her as Himako Toga, Izuku spoke calmly, explaining that 𝗬𝗏 was frightened and had been hurt. He asked Toga to calm down, and after a moment of shock, she dropped the knife. 𝗂𝗂 approached, taking the weapon and checking for any hidden ones before moving away. Izuku explained that they couldn't let her harm 𝗬𝗏 and asked if she would allow them to help her. He suggested that perhaps after they helped her, Toga could ask 𝗬𝗏 out on a date. Toga's eyes filled with tears as she shook her head, feeling rejected and misunderstood. Izuku felt sympathy for her but struggled to find the right words. Just then, 𝗬𝗏 approached and sat beside Toga, speaking gently. She expressed understanding of Toga's quirk and reassured her that being different wasn't a flaw. 𝗬𝗏 complimented Toga's beauty and offered to go on a date to see how things went, which surprised Izuku but felt genuine. Toga sniffled, trying to calm herself, and finally agreed to go with them. Izuku slowly released her wrists, allowing 𝗬𝗏 to tie her up. With Toga now compliant, they discussed the next steps, needing to check for anyone else and find a way back to camp. It could make them more of a target. Izuku sighed in frustration before 𝗬𝗏 spoke up, suggesting that she take the girl back to camp while he checked for injured people. 𝗬𝗏 reassured them that the girl wouldn't run away and wouldn't hurt her. Toga nodded in agreement, and Izuku decided to let them head back to camp. As they made their way through the woods, they stumbled upon Aoyama hiding in a bush. He informed them that he had seen Dobby and twice and pointed out the direction they had gone. They instructed him to return to camp, guiding him toward Momo and a boy from Class 1B so they could go back together. Izuku felt confident they would be safe and noted that they already had 5 people with them, so they should be fine. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching from above. Unfortunately, he wasn't quick enough, and the figure captured 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗲 and 𝗂𝗂 in some marbles. It felt like time slowed as the figure pocketed them and flew away. Izuku's heart raced as he called out for 𝗂𝗂 and 𝗧𝗏𝗵𝗲, feeling a surge of panic. Just then, 𝗏𝗏 approached and hugged him, pressing a reassuring kiss to his head. He urged Izuku to calm down and think, knowing he could find a way out of the situation. Taking a deep breath, Izuku scanned their surroundings, recalling the time he had shown Nat how to jump off walls, making it feel like flying. He formulated a plan, asking Shoji to climb onto his back along with Sho. Izuku would use his quirks to lighten their weight, allowing them to run through the trees. When they got close enough, they would take the figure down. Both Sho and Shoji nodded in agreement. Sho climbed onto Izuku's back while Shoji wrapped his arms around them, leaving space for Izuku's hands and legs. With determination, Izuku activated his quirks and leaped onto the nearest tree. He skillfully jumped from branch to branch, using his claws to maintain grip. They quickly caught up to the figure, and with all his strength, Izuku jumped high into the air. They soared through the sky, and when they were above the figure, he stopped his quirk. They landed on the figure's back, sending him crashing down to the ground. Luckily, Izuku had dulled his claws, ensuring the figure wouldn't be too hurt. As they regained their footing, Izuku noticed a portal had opened, with Twice and Dobby standing nearby, looking shocked. The figure beneath them grunted, reminding Izuku of his presence. He quickly urged the others to get off him and helped him up, retrieving the marbles from his pocket. Izuku was met with confusion from Shoji, who questioned why he was letting the figure up. Izuku, equally puzzled, tossed the marbles aside, explaining that they had been crushing him and that he hadn't attacked them, so there was no reason to hurt him. The figure revealed that he was the one Shigaraki had mentioned, and he could see why Shigaraki liked Izuku. Izuku expressed that they didn't need to go through all this trouble just to reach Kaken, noting that some of the hired help had tried to harm people. He mumbled the last part to himself, noticing Dobby looking at Sho with a sad expression. He understood Dobby wanted to share the truth but was afraid to do so. Izuku gave him a knowing look, and Dobby smiled slightly. They needed to move quickly, as Dobby confirmed that his magic trick had worked, revealing the real marbles. He demonstrated by releasing 𝗃𝗁𝗵𝗲, who swiftly knocked the other marble from the figure's hand. Sho attempted to grab it, but Dobby was too quick, snatching it just before Sho could reach it. Izuku noticed the guilty look on Dobby's face. As they watched the marbles being released, Izuku acted fast, running toward them and jumping onto Kaken as they both fell into the portal. He could hear Sho screaming for them, and Kaken looked at him in shock at his impulsive action. They landed in a bar, with Izuku on top of Kaken. Izuku felt Kaken's frustration as he shouted at him, questioning his reckless decision. Izuku shot back, defending his actions, explaining that he jumped in because Kaken was being dragged through. Kaken rolled his eyes, insisting that Izuku shouldn't have jumped on him like that and questioned why he didn't try to pull him out instead. Izuku, exasperated, explained that he didn't have time for that and that they wouldn't be harmed since they were taken because Shigaraki liked Kaken. Kaken stared at Izuku, stunned and blushing. Just then, they noticed the League of Villains watching them. Dobby smirked, Twice laughed, and the magic user leaned against the wall, observing. Kurohige was cleaning a glass while Shigaraki sat on a stool, looking as red as Kaken's hair. Kaken turned to Shigaraki, scowling as he asked if he really liked him. Izuku sighed at Kaken's bluntness, watching as Shigaraki nodded slowly. Kaken rushed over, pulling Shigaraki off the stool and demanding to know where his room was. Shigaraki pointed to a door, and Kaken dragged him through it. Izuku sat on one of the bar stools, contemplating what to do next. You are strong-willed and never hold back. It was amusing when you took the medal from All Might. What do you find appealing about me? The heat rose to my cheeks. Many people disapproved of my attitude, so hearing that compliment felt refreshing. I sighed and wrapped my arms around his neck as I spoke. When I first saw you at the 𝗧𝗵𝗲, you appeared lost, as if you were in pain and had no one to support you. I wanted to learn more about you and help with your struggles. I understood that you didn't fully grasp that you couldn't just harm others, but you made an attempt today. You're incredibly cool and powerful, and you're the most attractive person I've ever seen. We locked eyes for a moment, and it felt strange yet calming. I longed to kiss him. I growled, urging him to take the initiative. He grinned and pressed his lips against mine, sending a rush of excitement through me as I leaned closer. I felt his tongue brush against my bottom lip, and I opened my mouth, allowing him to explore as we engaged in a playful battle for 𝗵𝗄. I knew he would ultimately prevail, so when he held me close, I surrendered to the kiss, letting him tease my lips. He pulled back with a smirk, liking his lips and complimenting my beauty. He flipped us over, positioning himself above me. His gloved hand slid beneath my shirt, teasing me as he explored. I squirmed under his touch and he leaned down, kissing along my neck and shoulders. He paused, looking for permission before continuing. I nodded, allowing him to remove my joggers. He admired my form, and I tried to avoid his gaze as he pushed my legs apart, making his intentions clear. He hovered above me, teasingly close, and I felt a rush of anticipation. I urged him to proceed, and he complied, moving with a rhythm that made me gasp. He continued, increasing the intensity, and I found myself responding instinctively. He quickly undressed, and I couldn't help but admire him. He positioned himself, and with a powerful move, I gasped in surprise and pleasure. He laughed, leaning closer to me, and promised to keep going until I lost myself in the moment. Our movements synchronized, becoming more frantic as we both reached our peak, breathing heavily. He withdrew and collapsed beside me, wrapping his arm around my waist and kissing my cheek. He asked me to be his boyfriend, and I smiled back, happily accepting. I nestled into his chest, drifting off to sleep to the rhythm of his heartbeat. A few minutes after Kaken took Shigaraki upstairs, the sounds of creaking beds and muffled noises filled the air. I chuckled, imagining Kaken's embarrassment the next day. Dobby snickered beside me. I turned to him, curious about his relationship with Hawks. He choked on his drink, blushing at my question. I explained that I had met Hawks and recognized his scent on Dobby. We chatted until Shigaraki and Kaken returned an hour later. Kaken looked flustered, his hair tousled, while Shigaraki wore a satisfied grin. Shigaraki settled onto the sofa, pulling Kaken onto his lap. I found them adorable and turned my attention back to Dobby. I asked if he could share who had been providing information about our class. Dobby glanced at Shigaraki for approval before responding. He warned me that I might not like the answer. I furrowed my brows, glancing at Kaken, who shrugged. Dobby continued, revealing that the person assisting them had a mission to get close to a specific boy for information. My heart sank as I realized who it might be. Kaken noticed my change in demeanor and hugged me tightly. Shigaraki continued, revealing that the traitor was Denki Kaminari, who had been gathering information on Hitoshi Shinso. I clenched my fists, feeling betrayed and hurt, and held onto Kaken for support. Toshi was in a precarious situation, and Izuku took a few deep breaths to steady himself. He decided to set aside his worries for the moment and concentrate on returning home with the rest of the league. He began to brainstorm every possible way to make things work out. He called for everyone's attention, making sure they were focused on him. He had a plan, and if everything went according to it, they could return home, get the help they needed, confront All Might, and live happily ever after. The others looked at him skeptically, but he simply smiled back at them. Suddenly, the screen on the wall flickered to life, and a voice emerged. It was All-For-One, the leader of the League of Villains. He expressed a longing to speak with Izuku. Surprised, Izuku nodded in agreement, eager for the conversation. Kurogyari opened a portal, and Izuku stepped through, finding himself in a dimly lit room filled with computers. A man sat in a chair before him, and Izuku approached, bowing slightly as a sign of respect. He expressed his pleasure at meeting him and inquired about his motives for wanting to take down All Might, aside from the obvious disdain. All-For-One chuckled and shared his story. He had once been friends with All Might, but when he began to surpass him in strength, All Might had taken drastic measures, leading to the death of his family and framing him for the crime. Izuku gasped, tears welling in his eyes at the horror of such betrayal. He had always sensed that All Might was not as he seemed, but this revelation was shocking. All-For-One nodded sadly, understanding Izuku's feelings of anger and longing for revenge. He proposed an alternative plan that could tarnish All Might's reputation and reveal his true nature, leaving him with nothing. Izuku listened intently, feeling a sense of excitement as All-For-One encouraged him to share his own ideas. As he explained his plan, All-For-One seemed impressed, despite his lack of facial expression. He acknowledged that it would require careful planning but deemed it a brilliant idea. He suggested that while he made preparations, Izuku should spend some time getting to know Tomura and Dobby better. Feeling encouraged, Izuku stood up, dusting off his clothes, and expressed his gratitude with a friendly gesture before stepping back through Kurojire's portal. Upon returning to the bar, Izuku noticed Kaken sitting with Shigaraki, sharing a moment that made him sigh in exasperation. He decided to find Dobby's room to discuss their plans further. As he walked through the league space, he soon found a door marked with Dobby's name. With a smile, he knocked and waited for a response. When he heard a soft invitation to enter, he opened the door to find Dobby sitting on his bed, phone in hand, a faint blush on his cheeks. Izuku teased him about talking to Hawks, earning a playful glare in return. He raised his hands in mock surrender, chuckling lightly, and settled onto the bed opposite Dobby. Dobby smirked, his face warming as he admitted that he couldn't help but feel a connection to his brother. He felt a pang of sadness for missing out on his brother's life but was determined to make amends. Noticing the reflective expression on Dobby's face, Izuku climbed into his lap and hugged him, reassuring him that his family missed him but understood his choices. They only wanted him to be happy, and he was sure that Dobby found that happiness with Hawks. Dobby smiled softly, gently stroking Izuku's long hair as he reflected on their reunion. He was grateful for the second chance he had found. Izuku, beaming, encouraged Dobby to share the story of how they had met again. Dobby smirked and nodded his head, ready to share his story. He admitted to Izuku that he had made some mistakes in the past, but he hoped for no judgment. As he began his tale, he transported them back 3 years. Dobby was making his way back to the base after Shigaraki had tasked him with teaching a few thugs a lesson. On his way, he encountered a boy who appeared to be around 14 years old. Curious about why the child was out so late in a dangerous area, Dobby tilted his head and asked, "What are you doing out here, kid?" The boy looked up, a shy yet nervous smile on his face. He explained that his father had asked him to leave the house for a while, and he had run away in fear. Dobby recalled his own childhood experiences, remembering the times he had run from his father's anger. Sighing, he gently took the boy's arm, careful not to hurt him. He assured the child that he would take him home to ensure his safety and handed him a piece of paper with his number written on it, instructing him to call if he ever felt scared again. As they reached the boy's home, he turned to Dobby, hugged him tightly, and expressed his gratitude, saying that nobody had ever cared for him before. Dobby watched in surprise as the boy dashed inside, a smile creeping onto his face. Continuing his walk to the base, he suddenly felt a rush of wind behind him. Turning around, he was taken aback to see his old friend and now pro-hero, Kigo Takami, also known as Hawks. Overwhelmed by emotion, Dobby accidentally called him by a childhood nickname, Baby Chick. Kigo froze, wide-eyed, as the name echoed in his mind. It was a name given to him by his best friend and first love, Tuya, who had teased him about his appearance when they were younger. The memory of Tuya's disappearance had haunted Kigo, and now, standing before a transformed Tuya, he felt tears welling in his eyes. In a moment of panic, Dobby instinctively punched the hero, knocking him out cold. He sighed, calling Kurojire to open a portal, and carried the unconscious hero into the base, ignoring the curious glances from others. Once in his room, he cuffed Hawks to the railing of his bed and looked down at him with a soft smile. Dobby gently stroked Kigo's cheek and leaned down, brushing his nose against the hero's, whispering that he still found him appealing. After waiting for about 30 minutes, Dobby heard a groan from Kigo, who was slowly waking up. He moved to sit beside him, a smirk on his face, and greeted him with a playful tone. Kigo, confused and relieved to see his childhood friend alive, asked what had happened. Dobby explained that his quirk had become too powerful for his body, leading him down a dark path. As Dobby climbed over Kigo, positioning himself between the hero's legs, he noticed Kigo's blush and smirked. He expressed his long-standing feelings, leaning in closer. Kigo's mind raced with questions, but as their lips met, he melted into the kiss. Dobby felt a rush of excitement as he sensed Kigo's 𝗬𝗵𝗲, pressing closer and feeling their bodies connect. Dobby's hands roamed over Kigo's chest, and he ignored the hero's protests, wanting to savor the moment. He traced his fingers lower, causing 𝐒𝐫𝗁 to gasp as he felt the cool air against his skin. Dobby, caught up in the moment, quickly removed the rest of 𝐒𝐫𝗁's clothing, only to be surprised when the hero suddenly pushed him back onto the bed. Now straddling Dobby, 𝐒𝐫𝗁 kissed him passionately, and Dobby groaned at the sensation. 𝐒𝐫𝗁 then confessed his love for Todoroki, regardless of his villainous path, and asked him to connect to him. Dobby was taken aback by the declaration but acted quickly, pushing 𝐒𝐫𝗁 onto his stomach and preparing to show him just how much he cared. As the night unfolded, both men found themselves lost in their emotions, navigating the complexities of their pasts and the bond they shared, ready to embrace whatever came next. Todoroki's feathers remained sensitive, a fact he confirmed as he felt the hero's body respond to his touch. He liked his lips, his hand moving to caress the hero's wing. 𝐒𝐫𝗁 expressed his need, arching his back and seeking more. Dobby, feeling the intensity of the moment, shifted his focus, replacing his fingers with his own body, moving deeply as he explored 𝐒𝐫𝗁's wings. He encouraged his lover to express himself, leaning closer to feel their connection. 𝐒𝐫𝗁's heartfelt admission of love sent a rush through Dobby, intensifying their bond. As they reached their peak, Dobby felt the warmth of their shared moment, lying beside 𝐒𝐫𝗁 afterward, both breathing from the experience. Dobby gently ran his fingers through 𝐒𝐫𝗁's hair, expressing his love, which brought a smile to 𝐒𝐫𝗁's face as he nestled close, drifting into sleep. Izuku observed Dobby, who wore a smirk, and they shared a laugh about the unfolding romance. Izuku felt grateful that things had worked out for them, leaning his head on Dobby's shoulder as they both dozed off, thinking of their partners and the future ahead. Izuku had been with the League for a week, getting to know Todoroki better. Todoroki shared his past, revealing his 3-year relationship with Hawks and his hopes of reconciling with his family. He was uncertain about forgiving his father but wanted to try for the sake of family. Meanwhile, Shigaraki and Bakugo were building their own connection, which reminded Izuku of his own longing for Sho. He missed his family dearly and yearned to return home. As he sat on Todoroki's lap, the atmosphere shifted abruptly when a loud crash echoed through the room. All Might appeared, scowling, and Izuku quickly stood, protective of his friends. He warned All Might not to harm anyone, but the hero only laughed, revealing his sinister intentions. Izuku was taken aback by the threat to frame his friends for murder, recalling All Might's past misdeeds. Determined, he motioned for Shigaraki to take Bakugo to safety. Izuku confronted All Might, vowing that the truth would come to light. All Might, enraged, lunged at him, but Izuku evaded the attack, flipping him over. The confrontation escalated, and All for One intervened, taking a hit meant for Izuku. Concerned, Izuku rushed to check on him, but All Might charged again, only to be halted by a wall of blue flames from Todoroki, who smirked as he defended them. Izuku encouraged Todoroki to find Bakugo and Shigaraki while he prepared for the big reveal, anticipating All Might's reaction. As the battle unfolded, Izuku took a moment to taunt All Might, turning on the television to broadcast the truth about him to the nation. The live feed exposed All Might's true nature, leaving him pale and panicked. Izuku revealed that they had planned this, ensuring the world would see the real hero he had become. As All Might charged at him, Izuku felt a surge of energy coursing through him, glowing brightly. He leaped forward, placing his hands on All Might's head, feeling his emotions and drawing strength from him. All Might screamed in pain, and Izuku felt a strange warmth as he drained the energy. The confrontation took its toll, and as All Might collapsed, Izuku's vision faded and he lost consciousness, caught just before hitting the ground. When Izuku regained awareness, he sensed the faint beeping of machines and distant voices, slowly coming back to reality. A warm sensation enveloped the left hand. Movement was limited to a slight twitch of the fingers, and when the eyes attempted to open, the brightness was overwhelming. They snapped shut with a hiss at the intensity. After a moment, the eyes opened again, blinking against the glaring lights. Once fully adjusted, the surroundings came into focus. Recovery Girl sat patiently at her desk, waiting for the awakening to complete. To the left, a sleeping Sho Jr. rested on the hand. Turning back to Recovery Girl, a small smile appeared. Gratitude was expressed for the healing, and curiosity arose about what had transpired. The response came with a sigh as she rolled her chair closer. It seemed a stronger aspect of the quirk had been awakened, absorbing all the remaining energy from the opponent. Since this part of the quirk had never been used before and was pushed to its limits, unconsciousness followed. Recovery Girl reassured that only a day had passed, so there was no need for concern. Nodding, the longing to see Dad and Papa was voiced. Recovery Girl smiled and exited the room. Moments later, the door opened, revealing not just Dad and Papa, but also Toshi, Sho, Kaken, Kaminari, Shig, Tuya, and the unexpected presence of Kota. Over, jumping onto the bed, expressing his fear of potential loss. A chuckle escaped as a comforting hug was shared, reassuring Kota that everything was fine. The quirk had simply been overused. Kota settled in the lap, playing with Sho Jr. Dad and Papa approached, enveloping in a tight embrace, with Dad expressing his worry. A reassuring smile was given to Papa, silently thanking Dad for his support. Kaken joined in with a firm hug, urging not to repeat such a scare. Laughter followed as a quick kiss was placed on Kaken's cheek before he returned to Shig, who offered a smile. Curiosity arose about Shig and Tuya's presence, as it was assumed they would be facing consequences. Tuya feigned hurt at the suggestion, prompting an eye roll in response. Seeking clarity, the question was directed to Dad. The revelation came that both were still teenagers, given the choice between jail and training to become heroes. Surprise followed as the ages were revealed. Tuya was 19 and Shig was Toshi settled beside, wrapping an arm around the waist, expressing relief at the recovery. A giggle escaped as a promise of cuddles was made, accompanied by a kiss on the cheek. Then, Sho approached with a bright smile, relieved at the safety after the portal incident. A hand was reached out, and warmth was exchanged, with an apology for the worry caused. A quick kiss followed, solidifying the bond. Kaminari stood at the foot of the bed, beaming with relief. However, a glare directed his way left confusion in the room. A deep breath was taken before a request was made for everyone to leave except for Dad, Toshi, and Kaminari. Kaken complied, taking Kota with him as the others followed suit. With the room now quieter, Kaminari fidgeted nervously. The truth about his actions was revealed, and a death stare was shared, causing him to pale. Denial came forth, but the resolve was firm. Rising from the bed, the intent was clear. A light slap was delivered to Kaminari, eliciting shock and prompting Toshi to rush to his side. Concern filled the room as Toshi questioned the actions. Tears threatened to spill, and a deep breath was taken before the truth was revealed. Kaminari had been providing information to the League. The expressions of Dad, Papa, and Toshi shifted to sadness as they turned to Kaminari, seeking confirmation. With a nod, the admission of guilt came forth, followed by an apology. Toshi stepped back, hurt by the betrayal. The revelation of a mission to get close to Toshi only deepened the wound. Toshi, overwhelmed, fled the room, with Kaminari in pursuit. Dad and Papa were about to follow, but a hand stopped them, urging them to allow the two to resolve their issues independently. Reluctantly, they agreed. As the situation settled, Sho entered with Kota in tow, a smile brightening his face. Approaching the bed, Kota was pulled onto the lap, and they engaged in light conversation. The moment was interrupted when Mandalay arrived to take Kota home. His pleas to stay echoed in the room, expressing a longing for Izuku and Sho to be his parents. Shock spread among the adults, and a gentle reminder was given that they were too young to adopt. Kota clung to the shirt, pleading for understanding and a familial bond. A sigh escaped as the adults were consulted for guidance. Mandalay interjected, revealing that with parental permission, adoption could be possible. The look of disbelief was shared, but Dad shrugged while Papa's excitement was palpable, envisioning the prospect of becoming a grandparent. The question hung in the air, leaving possibilities open for the future. Sho smiled and nodded at the request, kissing the protagonist's cheek and playfully ruffling Kota's hair. The protagonists shook their head, smiling as they acknowledged the unusual situation, realizing that they and Sho were going to be Kota's guardians. Kota jumped up, squealing with excitement, and Papa joined in, making everyone laugh. They decided to send Kota back to Mandalay until they could sort things out. Afterward, The protagonist returned to the dorms with 𝗀, lying in bed together, feeling comforted by 𝗀's presence. 𝗀 sat up, looking at the protagonist with a serious expression, asking about the encounter with Muscular. The protagonist's eyes widened, and they sat up slowly, feeling their heart race. They hesitated, wondering why 𝗀 was asking. 𝗀 took a deep breath, lifting the protagonist's chin gently to meet his gaze. He explained that before the protagonist had called their father about the plan for All Might, they had interrogated some captured villains for information. Muscular had made unsettling comments about the protagonist, which made 𝗀 uneasy. Hearing this caused the protagonist to feel overwhelmed with guilt, and they buried their face in their hands, crying and apologizing for what had happened. They explained that they had acted to protect Kota, but the situation had spiraled out of control. 𝗀 comforted the protagonist, wiping away their tears and reassuring them that he didn't harbor any anger. He expressed his love, which brought a sense of relief. The protagonist hugged 𝗀 tightly, trying to calm their breathing, and shared how much they missed him during their time apart, especially after seeing Kaken and Shig together. Curious about Kaminari and Shinso, the protagonist asked 𝗀 about their distress after leaving Recovery Girl's office. They pulled 𝗀 onto their lap, sharing everything that had happened and deciding to let Kaminari and Shinso handle their issues themselves. After explaining, 𝗀 wrapped his arms around the protagonist, asking for a kiss. The protagonist smiled and obliged, feeling a sense of warmth and connection. Meanwhile, Hitoshi sat on his bed, feeling betrayed and foolish for believing in someone who had only pretended to care for him. When there was a knock on the door, he initially ignored it, but the persistent knocking prompted him to open it. Kaminari stood there, tears streaming down his face, pleading for a chance to explain himself. Hitoshi felt conflicted, but eventually let him in. Kaminari confessed that while he had initially approached Hitoshi for information, his feelings had grown genuine. He expressed his love and regret for the deception, and Hitoshi, moved by his sincerity, kissed him passionately. They shared a moment of laughter and joy, realizing that their feelings for each other were real. As they embraced, they felt a connection that transcended the misunderstandings of the past, solidifying their bond. It wasn't gentle, it was intense and passionate. They both explored each other's mouths, ensuring not to miss a single moment while their hands traced the contours of each other's bodies. After a lingering kiss, one of them pulled away, feeling a rush of warmth across their cheeks. Standing up, they removed the rest of their clothes, now completely exposed. The other admired every detail, appreciating the sight before also shedding their garments, revealing their own excitement. Stepping closer, one of them pulled the other's face down into another heated kiss, their hands gliding down the body, teasingly exploring. A soft sound escaped as one began to explore further, eliciting a playful reaction. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as they continued to share NTMT moments, feeling the thrill of connection. As the intensity grew, they found themselves drawn to the bed, where one positioned themselves, seeking affirmation. With a nod, they moved together, the energy between them palpable. They exchanged soft sounds of pleasure, each movement bringing them closer to a shared 𝗬𝗵𝗲. Their bodies moved in sync, breaths mingling as they lost themselves in the moment, unable to articulate the depth of their feelings. They both experienced a moment of bliss, letting out soft sounds of pleasure as they rode the wave of their shared experience. Denki then settled beside the other, pulling him close and expressing his affection with a gentle kiss. A smile graced the other's lips as he reciprocated the sentiment before drifting off to sleep. It had been 3 months since All Might's true identity was revealed, leading to the downfall of the League of Villains. Many of the younger former villains sought redemption at 𝗬𝗧𝗏, while the older ones chose imprisonment. Recently, a little girl named Eri had been rescued from a dangerous group and was adopted by Aizawa and Yamada, making Hitoshi and Izuku her older brothers. Shoto and Izuku had also become the legal guardians of Kota, who took Izuku's last name, becoming a Yamada-zawa. Despite their new roles as parents, Izuku was reluctant to leave his childhood home. They purchased a larger house, allowing everyone to have their own space. Aizawa and Yamada occupied the 3rd floor, while Shoto and Izuku shared a room on the 2nd floor with Hitoshi and Denki, who were across the hall. The children were placed on the first floor, close to one another to make it easier for them to navigate the stairs. A bell was installed for them to call for assistance when needed. The family settled into a routine that allowed them to spend quality time together while also enjoying moments of privacy with their partners. Mondays were reserved for Hitoshi and Denki, who would go on dates and spend the night at a hotel. Tuesdays were dedicated to Izuku's friends visiting, with Kota affectionately calling everyone auntie and uncle, though he had a special fondness for Katsuki. Wednesdays belonged to Aizawa and Yamada, who, despite their busy hero schedules, made time for family. Thursdays were spent visiting the Todoroki household, where Tsuya had returned home and introduced his family to his boyfriend, Hawks, also known as Kigo. On Fridays, Kota would stay with Mandalay and the other pussycats, leaving Shoto, Izuku, Hitoshi, Denki, and Eri to enjoy a quiet Saturday together while Aizawa and Yamada were at work. Sundays were for Shoto and Izuku to visit the pussycats before returning home with Kota. Izuku remained committed to helping Kota develop his quirk, promising to assist with physical training when he was older. Katsuki introduced Shigaraki to his parents, who welcomed him warmly and offered him a place to stay since he had no family. Shigaraki had been attending therapy and was gradually improving, even expressing admiration for heroes, particularly in 𝗬𝗲𝗏. Katsuki's parents appreciated Shigaraki's presence, noting how he helped keep Katsuki's temper in check, and they recognized the bond that was forming between the two. Meanwhile, Toga had also been undergoing therapy, learning to manage her impulses. She and Tsuyu had gone on a date that went well, leading to more outings together until Tsuyu asked Toga to be her girlfriend a few weeks prior. Toga felt more like her old self, grateful for someone who took the time to understand her. Midnight had taken Toga under her wing, promising to guide her in becoming a good hero, and their relationship blossomed. Kirishima and Shiro began dating, taking trips together before deciding to rent an apartment and adopt a puppy. All for One had been cleared of his charges and chose to leave Japan for a fresh start in America, where he was unknown. He kept in touch with everyone through letters, sharing updates about his life, including a new relationship he had begun after meeting a woman in a coffee shop. She had appreciated him for who he was, and everyone back home was thrilled to hear he was moving forward and looked forward to his visit, hoping to meet the woman he spoke of so fondly. Life had improved for everyone since the arrival of the Nico boy, and they often pondered how different things might have been if Aizawa hadn't found him in the woods that day. From Izuku's perspective, he gently woke Shoto, brushing his hair from his face. Shoto groaned, looking up with a small pout that made him appear adorable. He expressed his fatigue, reluctant to leave the comfort of their bed. Izuku reminded him that their son was getting married, which prompted Shoto to smile and lean in for a kiss. After a few moments, Izuku encouraged Shoto to get ready so they could meet his parents at the entrance. Shoto sighed and slowly got out of bed, still in his sleepwear. Izuku playfully complimented him, causing Shoto to blush before he hurried to the bathroom, eliciting a laugh from Izuku. Once dressed in a stylish red dress and with his hair tied back, Izuku felt ready. He recalled the time when he and Shoto had graduated and obtained their hero licenses, reminiscing about how he had cut his hair short, a style neither of them liked, leading him to grow it out again. Shoto soon emerged, looking stunning in a red suit with his hair perfectly styled. Izuku wrapped his arms around Shoto's waist, planting a kiss on his lips while expressing how handsome he looked. Shoto blushed and returned the affection with a peck on Izuku's cheek, calling him appealing. They twirled together before heading out, their drive filled with conversation about how quickly the years had passed. It had been 14 years since they adopted Kota, and now their son was about to embark on a new chapter in his life. They arrived at the venue for the wedding, spotting both fathers waiting outside. A smile spread across their faces as they approached. Papa was the first to notice, his face lighting up with joy as he rushed forward to embrace them tightly, expressing how much he had missed them. They giggled and returned the hug, warmth radiating from the moment. Despite the less dramatic approach, Dad joined in with a hug as well, conveying his affection in a quieter manner. It was clear that he had missed them just as much. "Where is Eri?" the narrator inquired of Dad while Papa animatedly discussed something with Sho. Dad replied that Eri had gone inside to sit with Toshi and Denki, reminding the narrator that they had all gone out to eat together the day before to catch up before the wedding. The narrator nodded, a small smile appearing, and Dad acknowledged the response with a hum. After chatting with Dad and Papa for a bit longer, the narrator and Sho set off to find Kota and assist him with the final preparations. As they approached the room, they heard a loud, familiar voice from within. "Why would I do that?" Sho and the narrator exchanged amused glances before entering to find Kaken passionately arguing with Shig while Kota sat, visibly upset, between them. The narrator greeted everyone with a bright smile, and Kota jumped up to embrace both Sho and the narrator, while Shig and Kaken smiled warmly at them. Kaken playfully complained about not wanting to wear pink, prompting laughter from the narrator, who hugged him before doing the same with Shig. Sho reminded Kaken that it was their children's wedding day and encouraged him to go along with their wishes. It was indeed a special day, as Kota was marrying Kaken and Shig's son, having fallen in love along the way. Shig leaned closer to Kaken, whispering something that made Kaken's face turn a shade of red, but he reluctantly agreed. Once everyone was ready, departed to prepare for the ceremony, leaving only Sho and the narrator behind. Before they could leave, Sho wrapped his arms around the narrator's neck, looking up with a radiant smile. He expressed his happiness and disbelief at how wonderful his life had turned out. The narrator smiled back, pulling Sho closer and sharing a gentle kiss, affirming their love just as strong as it had been on the day they first met. Sho's eyes glistened with emotion as he placed a hand on the narrator's cheek, conveying a deep affection. The narrator reassured him, wiping away any tears that threatened to fall, and they shared another kiss, savoring the moment as their lips met. After a few moments, the narrator pulled away, watching as Sho's eyes fluttered open. They exchanged one last peck before the narrator suggested they go watch their son embark on his new adventure. Sho nodded enthusiastically, taking the narrator's hand with a bright smile, and they headed out of the room together, eager for the celebrations ahead.